to call it Fisker, but then I forgot what the symbol is as well. And thank you to Darwin in the chat, FSRNQ on the OTC. I didn't have that memorized.
No, I was just joking. I knew that's what it was. But it's gone.
I legit didn't.
Gone.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah. So bye-bye. But Polestar made a bit of a bounce.
It doesn't exist.
I mean, look, it bounced not yesterday. It bounced on Monday. Ooh, Daily Trade doesn't like me. But let's pull up the daily here. Like it's at this point, like you're just like it's like a squeeze type of name. That said, you know how many of these, when the chart looks this bad, are since earnings? Look at the run since earnings. It's been only up, trending higher, above the 50. Now holding the 200-period moving average. Dare I say it? But this actually doesn't look all that bad. Like holding the 140 at that 200 period, and then maybe taking out the top soon at $2. For now, I think you got a bit of a range trade, like 150, 140 looks pretty interesting down there on Polestar. But who knew? Bouncing off those lows. This is now up almost 300. What is it? Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, about $1.20, $1.10 from a 63-cent low. So PSNY actually making some moves here, and bears watching. If it can get through $2, it's still 8% short float. Anything can happen, but a good run for them since earnings, believe it or not.
Palantir had a little bit of a move there, back downside right now, but there was a new deal, yet another Palantir deal announced. Multi-year, multi-million-dollar expansion with APA Corporation to deploy AIP across the enterprise. So these two companies were already working together. It looks like, just reading through some of the details here, this is in the energy space, oil and gas industry. Just an extension of what they were already doing.
You love to see this because you don't always want to see government contracts and reliance on government contracts for their revenue generation. I remember talking about this earlier in the year. About 30% of the new contracts they're getting now are commercial, Brendo. So nice diversification there. And I know that their AIP has been working in different sectors, whether it's manufacturing, supply chain, or AI in the military. It seems to be doing a good job.
Yeah, not much of a reaction, though, for the stock. I mean, this was one that got hit pretty hard yesterday. Still holding some of these support levels, though, guys, from yesterday for Palantir.
Yeah. Well, they got that job. They got that deal also with Schlumberger. I mean, they're in the space now. I mean, exactly what Sharif was saying is right. I mean, you want to try to get that, commercial money from different industries. You don't want to just rely on the government. But that's great. I mean, it's great news for Palantir. I still feel a little Palantir hangover because of the inclusion. So it's hard to know how much of this bump up was due to them getting that announcement into the S&P 500. You know, they're in there because of their profitability. They're in there because they got 5 straight EBITDA quarters, right? I mean, and they've already said, Alex Karp has said, barring something crazy happening, they're a profitable company moving forward. So, yeah, I mean, I think you buy all the dips. So a general rule of thumb for me, and this is what we try to do, stocks making new highs, right? And so we've already made a 52-week high. It broke it here at 33 and change. Then it just took off. So generally speaking, I think like a 10% pullback, like that's why we have 50-period moving averages, basically. I mean, it's extended now. 50-period is like, if you want to look at Palantir, the last time we extended off the 50-period moving average was into here, pulled back right into it. We don't really get too extended, and right now we are quite extended. The market's at all-time highs, right? I mean, not the NASDAQ, but S&P 500, Dow Jones, gold, many markets upside, right? AI's all the talk, Palantir's all the talk. But the thing is how much of that bump up was the sort of, like I said, inclusion in the S&P 500. So I'd rather wait for a pullback. I think Palantir's a buy for your long-term portfolio. Like if we can get a 34, 35 dip, something like that. And then for today, I don't know, we're already into a support area right now that I thought could hold 36.50 and change. Obviously, this 36 bottom would be a good level as well. I'm pretty bullish today on the market again, even though we're a little bit red. So let's just wait to wind up seeing if we do get a dip, I guess, into 36. I don't know. I mean, it's going opposite of the market right now. It's a little more aggressive, sorry. So I could see a bit of a move down. I don't know. Palantir's really not on my radar today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know what? I can't argue that either. 36. Like yesterday, I mean, it bounced off that 36.5 yesterday, and we're not moving on good news off of that level much here today. So I might wait back to like it was 35.8 down here. I think is a good support level. So if it gets down in there, like 36 even into 35.8, let it get to the other level down. We saw what the chips did yesterday, Nvidia really, and that's got to be top of the mind, top of the radar. We already talked about Rivian. Apple's going to be in play. I think Meta's a wait and see, but big moves here in gaming, I guess. Yeah, well, not really gaming, like betting and whatnot. Flutter with strong growth numbers here. So Flutter up 6%, and that is dragging DraftKings along with it. So DraftKings going up in sympathy with Flutter right now, breaking out here on the daily above $40. So yeah, this looks, I mean, Palantir, hey, they get a deal all the time. But yeah, Flutter on the move after strong numbers, and that's FanDuel, obviously. And then DraftKings making a bit of a breakout here on the daily. I keep forgetting that Flutter is actually listed. It's actually listed in the U.S. now. Like, you don't only have to see it in London.
Yeah, it was British.
Yeah, it was just a British company.
Yeah, we had talked about this DraftKings yesterday. It was on the sticky note yesterday, breaking through $40. It looks like you're not going to get that opportunity here today, but there's the break right there. So it happens one day post sticky note. But we had DraftKings on here yesterday. I like the stock. I think you buy it now. Honestly, let's figure out what that Flutter, what that's all about. But I think DraftKings goes back up here. You know, again, leader in the industry right now. You see them everywhere. You're watching sports. You see DraftKings. There's the breakthrough $40. I mean, I think it's all aboard on DKNG right now. Could be a valuable swing play. I mean, you'd like it to get that back down to 40. You know, grab that. But yeah, I like.
Yeah, maybe.
I like. You know what? What is the? What is the short float on DraftKings?
You know what's hilarious? I was just about to check. It's 5%.
Right. Okay.
That's not bad. It's not zero, but it's not bad at all. Like,
November 1st, eh?
Yeah, you know, the other thing too about it, I'm just looking it up on Trade Ideas too. It's not just like the local break of 40. It's like it's this low as well, and then you throw on top of that. Oh, that's Sean's chart. Can we come to my chart for a quick little second?
I'm already showing the $40 anyway.
Yeah, but the thing I wanted to show here was, there you go. Like you also, there you go. You also are breaking out of a clean trend since it tagged, like it reversed off of 50. So there's a very clean trend line to the downside, or that just disappeared to whatever, doesn't matter. But it's breaking out that trend now as we speak. So you've got trend resistance that is now broken, like it consolidated above that trend, and now you're breaking out above it. So that's a little bit of confluence to DraftKings. Keep an eye on Flutter. Like if it's a sympathy earnings play, if Flutter does dip, that gives you the chance to get in at 40 here, or any kind of a dip buy into prior resistance on DraftKings. And Flutter had strong numbers. They did a buyback of $5 billion. Just cited, what is it? It was also free cash flow, $2.5 billion for Flutter by 2027. They're targeting $21 billion in revenue by 2027 as well. So, you know,
I mean, gambling is an addiction.
It's not going anywhere.
It's an addiction. That's what it is. Like every time people are depositing money, it's going right into someone else's pocket. And unfortunately, is that my coffee?
I think it's got oat milk in it.
Oh,
but
and we got to tell Randy. I didn't even really sip mine yet.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll have to get a refill on that one. But anyways, I like DraftKings. I think it's an opportunity there to get involved. And unlike cannabis and anything like that, you can't just plant a seed in the ground and start selling this. This is a name where you need to get the customers. They've already acquired them. I like the space. I don't think this is something that goes up in smoke like that aforementioned space.
It's literally a weed. Grows like one too. Here is a daily chart of Meta. So we're just below yesterday's low, I guess, but all-time highs as of yesterday. We faded with the overall market being a little bit weak. Almost positive here this morning as we sit here in the pre-market, but what a run this thing's had into this Connect event coming up.
It's a rocket, Brendo. It has been a rocket. Let's talk about what they're going to unveil today. Their first lineup of augmented reality glasses. That's where you superimpose images on top of reality. Waiting for that. We're going to get the first look at that. It's supposed to be launched in 2027. High production costs for these big boy spending here. They spend about $37 to $40 billion in 2024. just for the Meta Labs, I believe they call it the Reality Labs. Excuse me. So we're also going to get the AI chatbots, Brendo, that are based on celebrity voices. And they plan another generation with text and image display viewfinder, so that should be included with the glasses as well. But I'm all eyes and ears. I want to see how this works out.
Yeah, typically, as we've seen with the Apple event every year, even Google when it launches the Pixel phones, it's more a if something is not said, a sell the event or sell the news kind of event. But we'll see what happens again. 1 o'clock this afternoon. I'm just keeping an eye on yields here. I was just hearing in my ear that they were moving around, but I don't really see anything. That's the US dollar. The DXY all the way back to July lows almost. We got through that last stop. That's July of 2023, FYI. We got through that last stop, which was the beginning of the year. So this is January of 2024. And now we're all the way back to last summer lows here, guys, for the dollar as well.
Little weakness in ye old USD. The other thing, and we try to go over everything in the morning, and I feel like if you're looking at the dollar, a lot of traders are going to probably look at what's going on with crypto. Still the same wall here at 64. It's not a wall, that's a bad term, but still the same resistance. We failed the 64 break recently. Now you're consolidating a little bit underneath that, so that's worth keeping on watch. ETH kind of doing a similar story. That's a daily. I don't want a daily chart. Let's go to 15. Doing a similar story, just kind of backing off highs. But as long as we're underneath 64, I know yesterday we were talking a lot about, well, I mean, every time we talk crypto, I kind of mention Mara for the sort of obvious selling that's going on above $16.50 on this stock. When you see this type of action on Mara, like it's got that like heartbeat action going on there. And if you zoom in this 15-minute chart, there's really kind of just one or two trades you can put on. I would argue maybe you can go long at the 15 level. That's made sense. But then it's made a ton of sense to just be shorting it at or above $16.50. Like every time it's gone up there, there's been a pretty hefty reverse, like there. Like it's 5 or 6 times where if you get it at the open, it's trying to break out $16.50, and this is with Bitcoin under 64, not breaking 65, and it just can't seem to break out. Obviously, at some point, a pattern like this does break out, and I think it's more of like a $16.80 or a $17 breakout that'll happen on Mara. Until then, when it's doing this kind of a move and it's this much barcoding, all you can do is look for the scalp trade inside of the range. As long as we're not breaking out on BTC, I think you're kind of safe in the high 16s. But at some point, this is going to break $17, and you want to be there when it does, because we know this can fly around a little bit here. So Mara is going to be on watch again. Maybe it breaks 17 today. I don't know. Maybe it breaks it next week. But until then, you got a range to trade.
I think this 36. I was just looking at IBIT again. You know, we're breaking back down below 64,000. So you can use sort of the 20-minute chart here on IBIT to see that we have this level right here, 3640. So if we're thinking a little negatively here on crypto, I think you can go short almost immediately now and then use this 3640, 3650 area as your, in this case, will be resistance. So I think that's a great play. I think if you break below here too, 3550 back in, that's good. 200 period possible support. So that's where this short becomes a little shady. That's probably going to be support once it gets down into there with the 200 period. So yeah, it's kind of in a zone right here. I'd rather play the short because we're below 64,000. Let's see if we break 3650. So that's the first trade. And then if it is a free fall, I think you can short 3550 and bring that into 34-ish areas. So we'll see. I mean, a retest of 60,000 on Bitcoin wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it happens today, but a little bit of a downside push. Remember, the NASDAQ has had a nice little run here, right? So has IBIT. IBIT's had a nice move. So has Bitcoin. We've seen a little bit of a laggard there. Yesterday, Cardano was up 6 or 7%, which was nice. But we've seen a laggard with Ethereum. I think that might be the next one to catch up. Wouldn't be surprised if some money rotates from one into the other. But for now, I mean, I like the crypto space. I think it's holding really well. And to diversify, right? You got to diversify. And I think that there is more money flowing in. We have options now eligible for some of these ETFs. I like the crypto space. I think it's getting more justified every day. But for me, for right now, this looks like a short on the daily, right? 36.40, 37. So until we break that, I think you play underneath it and you stick with the short. Okay, we can go, Fabian, if we're ready over to the. No, we're not ready quite yet. So with Dara's off. Dara's off until Monday. So we are ready to go over to the screen here with Sharif.
All right, guys, let's get into some upgrades and downgrades. DoorDash getting the nod today after getting downgraded yesterday by Keith Briette. Today up 2%. HPE, good look for them as they compete with Dell and SMCI. For AI Enterprise getting the upgrade as well. AutoNation getting the upgrade from Morgan Stanley. They seem to be very bullish on car sales, but not really car manufacturers. Ford, GM, Rivian all getting downgraded by Morgan Stanley today, and Marathon Digital getting the upgrade, but still down on the day. As I mentioned, Ford and Rivian getting downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Tyson Foods also getting a downgrade there from Piper Sandler. And Global Payments, guys, with that Visa headline yesterday, also down.
Yeah, well, dashing to fresh highs is DoorDash, apparently, taking out the top as we speak. So, it's actually done pretty much no volume. So it's not, I don't know if it's going to be a day trade today, but obviously you can see this one breaking out. We talk about the breadth and a lot of names moving into highs and breaking out, and there's so many things that you could be looking at that are a lot stronger than always bottom picking. I get it. Everyone likes to bottom pick. But DoorDash looking pretty strong in here. The other name, a couple of names adjacent. I know Michael Nas has also mentioned Instacart has been one of the ones he's looking at for a strong IPO, kind of heading in the other direction in the other direction after its breakout. And you don't wonder, when you see that, what happens? Do you break out? Do you end up having breakouts and pullbacks? Well, with Cart, I feel like on that day that was a bad wick, but with Cart, can it now settle at that previous high at 39? There was some news on Uber, but it's not doing a heck of a lot of volume. So I know DoorDash, you might see with that breaking higher some sympathy over in Uber, but Uber's got something big coming up, and it's not Uber's event. It's going to be Tesla's event. And I feel like that robotaxi event is going to be a big move for Uber. So Uber struggling. It's made the breakout, but it's really kind of struggling to get back up toward its high after breaking out. Last week, it broke out on the daily at 75. It's at 77.5. I kind of thought you'd make this break on Uber and you'd just go strong into the high 80s before that event. But yes, slowly climbing higher is Uber, but it's DoorDash that's flying through the top.
So the name that I have on there, and we're going to talk about it because it's going to be on our watch list, which it is. You can go get it. Link in description for the watch list. I need to have a watch list button, so every time I talk about it, I can push it. So send me that code, Fabian, if you do have it, one that I should hit. But I think on that note, for me, it's going to be Rivian. We are going to talk about this. We had a monster trade on Rivian this day when it broke right through here, 1285. As soon as we had that short, we nailed this, man. This was a big trade alert for us on Rivian. And right now, it doesn't look like it wants to hold that gap fill. Obviously, it's filled it, and now it wants to make a move lower. So for me, I think Rivian, we talked about this a little bit with Randy, I think Rivian sits in around $10 at some point, and I like that level down there, 10 and change for Rivian. So for me, that's a short today. I've written it down. The sticky note is now out. You can go find it. I wrote down short 1175, and it's the only current pending order that I have. And it was just trying to get near the 200 period moving average. 1175, yesterday's kind of closing price, 1185. We'll take it somewhere in the middle here and not worry about it. So I'm hoping for a bump up in Rivian off the open to get a little short. We may have to hit the pre-market low, though. Let's give that a second. So right now with the market flat, Rivian down 3%, I think we've picked our poison.
All right, a few other things moving around here this morning are worth noting anyways. We had that big move in Nike going back, what was that, end of last week. We're kind of hanging out here where we ended yesterday, but Nike trimming their full year forecast as it resets expectations after the CEO change. That was from an analyst this morning, so a little bit of a cautionary note on NKE. Both F and GM, as Sharif was mentioning, downside here. They look very similar. There's Ford, GM. Just took out the lows, trying to bounce back up here. But yeah, Morgan Stanley not liking them today.
No, Brando. 3 specific reasons that Morgan is kind of bearish on the new car industry. U.S. auto inventories are increasing, according to their analysts. Also, vehicle affordability remains out of reach for many households. We know we saw huge inflation with new car sales during the pandemic. Those prices still haven't come down. Credit losses as well as delinquencies are rising in less than prime consumers. We know that one bank in this country, Bank of Montreal, BMO as it's known down south, has gotten completely out of the used car or car financing business because there were such high delinquencies. So a bit of a tough look here. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, we can add Rivian, of course, to this list as well. Morgan Stanley also putting them on their not so popular list. We're right back to this last line in the sand support here almost, guys. $10 incoming, it would appear, for Rivian.
Is that really the name of the list? The not so popular list? I like that. See, that's what they should just...
Not that popular.
No, but all these analyst lists, it's our top idea list or whatever. Like, they should just do more fun stuff like that, like the not so popular list. It ain't so hot. Things aren't doing well. The list... You know what? Actually, General Motors, I'm going to start with them because it's the one that doesn't depress you when you look at the chart, really. But yeah, rejecting $50 on GM. I think you're in trouble of losing the 50 period. And this is probably wait till the 200 period moving average for some support. When something like this, the others are reaching lows, you're getting pretty bearish in the overall space, then you lose that 50. I think you're headed to the 200. It's been the best performing so far. I don't necessarily, I look, on my note, Rivian's a trade today too, just like it wasn't a flat bottom break before. Ford's never really all that great a day trading opportunity, but it's now starting to respect the 50 period here. It didn't really care about the major moving averages, but since it lost, like right in here, losing that flat bottom 1150, now resistance, I think you could be trending back into $10 or maybe regretfully a hat size when it comes to them. But Rivian's clean. Like anytime you have a flat bottom break like this, the look is short to next support. And then look for opportunities to be short till next support. It's that simple. Sean outlined the 1175. I think if it can't even break the pre-market high, 1140 is a local bottom break. So that's a flat bottom break there on Rivian.
Yeah, we've sort of talked about.
Was that you?
This is mine.
Yeah.
Because Randy screwed it up. He gave you mine.
I'm going for it. Why not? It's
of course. You should always be up for change.
Always try new things. I'm not a huge fan of it because I'm used to black coffee, but the oat milk, it's not bad.
Exactly. I thought you're the opposite of always try new things, but
no, I will try anything. But if I don't like it, I'm not going to keep going back to it. No, I'll try anything once. Like, it's just, I'll give it a chance. But if I don't like it, I'm one of those.
It's a little too bitter just being just black, but I think it's close, man. I think it's close. I think I put like a splash of milk. I don't know how much he puts it, but this is. I see it's just the color. It's like it's not, but this is almond milk, or oat milk. I think it's almond this time. All right, as we talk about Rivian, we just talked about it a couple minutes ago. It was at 1145, and right now it's at 1140 and going lower. So Rivian is on today's sticky note. So it's right here. I like the stock to the sell side, short 1175. It's the only short idea I have on here. Well, actually, we'll talk about Stitch Fix. We talked about that yesterday on the market recap show about how bad that was. But I really like Rivian. I like Stitch Fix, Nvidia, Baba, and the NASDAQ all on here. So go find it at Trader TV. Sean, just give some ideas about what you're trying to do, look for. But there goes Rivian already. It's too bad. Like 5 minutes ago, we were talking about it. Even if you take 500 shares, you're in the money now, even 6, 7 pennies, 30, 40 bucks will get yourself some breakfast. But right now, there it goes to the downside. Rivian keeps on going. Maybe we have to punch it. Remember I said we'll probably have to take the pre-market low. Looks like that's what's going to have to happen. We don't have NASDAQ imbalances or anything out yet, so just 9 o'clock and nothing really on here. Alibaba with a sell. What did I say yesterday? I know we're going to get to this, honestly, but yesterday we had talked about fading all this. I said, you know what? That's a really nice story about China and everything, but the problems are still rampant there, and you got to fade that play. So there it is again, man. We'll put another one up on the board for everybody. Hopefully that was something that some of you took in consideration. We actually talked about that also on the market recap show with Brian Shannon. I was all about fading all of these names. I'm not happy to come in and see Alibaba down 3.25%. Obviously, I own the stock, but I knew that was kind of watch my language, but a BS move to the upside there yesterday. I think it's a nice trend. I think it's going to continue, but I think Alibaba comes back in. I think you get a chance at 90 soon for this stock. I wrote down, let's see about buying some 94s. It just bounced off 94 right here. So let's just wait to see if it can hold. I'm not so certain about this play anymore.
Okay, let's get into everything else we need to talk about here this morning. Sharif will kick it off here with a look at the overall S&P.
We took that 57.75 level decisively yesterday, closing above it. The overnight high now knocking on the door of 5,800 on the ES December contract now, guys. So the overnight low is that 75-point area. So let's see if we can use that former area of resistance as support. To the as resistance, we're looking at 5,800, but if we take it, we'll use it as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video. Hit the link for the watch list. All you need is your email address, and then you can get everything you need to know delivered right to your inbox every single day for absolutely nothing. It's free, so why not? Let's talk about some, in the description. Let's talk about some semiconductors here. Back to the upside right now, led by Nvidia once again. What is this? 0.92 right now, positive for Nvidia after a bit of a pullback over the past couple of days here, it's worth noting. But I think if you look at the overall market versus some of these, definitely a lot of relative strength.
The market really liked the fact that Jensen stopped selling, and they really started buying when he stopped selling. So that was a really good couple of days there for Nvidia, retaking 120 yesterday. Today, after the bell, we have Micron reporting earnings, and we all saw what happened to Micron this past year. More than $70 billion has been wiped off the market cap. So today, the analysts are expecting a profit of 82 cents per share, adjusted, earnings at around 7 2/3 billion. So we'll have to see how they do. But Brendo, they're down 33% in the past 3 months.
It's worth noting. Not good. No. It's worth noting Nvidia, this was this morning as well, Nvidia joining XPeng at Alibaba's Apsara conference to showcase more AI products coming up later this month. So another conference that, as you were saying, Jensen's going to be speaking at.
Lots of fun, man. That's the thing about the corporate life. You get conferences, like it seems like every single day there's like some conference you can just be gallivanting to back and forth. The good old jet setter life. But the jet setter was the breakout on Nvidia. If you weren't trading yesterday, or if you weren't looking at the market yesterday, then you probably, the first thing you would have heard about or noticed was the massive move that Nvidia did in the middle of the day. So it was weak in the morning, dipping down into that prior support, and then just broke out the top. Nvidia is back sort of on one again. I mean, this isn't split adjust, but who cares? I can zoom in and show you. You've now held the 50-period moving average. You've now broken this lower high at that 120. I think that sets up a couple of looks today, but obviously that 120, which was the prior high, you dipped in the afternoon to there. So I think support at 120, breakout through the high today. I'm not really looking short on this thing. We get Micron after the bell today, so I'm probably going to sit that one out. And then don't want to completely forget about Intel. We were mentioning this in the afternoon show, that every time Intel has gotten to $23 since making this nice little bottom here on the speculation of a deal, you've got resistance at 23 1/3 and then lower highs into it. So I still think this is a breakout through 23 1/3. It's just red today. It might not happen today. I know, generally speaking, like if it fails at 23 level, that's been a good short. Like let it get to 23 and then fade it when it loses it. But it's putting in higher lows the whole way. At some point, this is going to be the breakout through that 23 1/3 as well. So I'm looking for the long end for sure on Nvidia. Intel probably has to wait. It's red when the market's flat and doesn't show signs of that breakout happening today. Maybe after Micron's earnings.
All right, oh man, I just saw a stupid Puff Daddy headline.
Oh,
God.
God.
So ridiculous. It's like whenever I open up Twitter, it's like there's something there all the time. Okay, so there it is right there, Nvidia. Look, I'm looking at yesterday, 115 long. The day before, we had Nvidia 113 long on this one. We had Nvidia right here, 110. Okay, at the end of the day, we're up here again. We have to take a long break here of 122. We saw it play out yesterday. We have to play. Buyers are piling in. Dip buys into 119. I think that Nvidia is a go again today. This is like, it's like I feel about Tesla the last couple of days on those breaks, and we'll get to Tesla when we talk about Rivian. But I mean, there's yesterday's top right here. We've already broken it. I wrote down 122 break, I think was the exact price. Yeah, so we've already sort of broken that. The day's high, well, actually we haven't. The day's high is 122 flat. So I just think you play this momentum. Yesterday, if you played the momentum long early, you had one, and then about 10 o'clock, the whole market fell on its face, and then this thing got going at about 11 o'clock, straight to the upside, and just started going, as the kids say, ham. And it was just going, gone. I wrote down 119 for dip buy. Why that level? Because I was just thinking this could retrace back, and it's not, 120 is the area. So what I was trying to think about was, and I said this to Marissa last night, and I apologize talking all this work with her all the time, but it was like, I got to give a little bit more space, because yesterday we were talking about 115 on Nvidia. So despite this name coming back in here on Nvidia, it stops at 115.50, and we actually didn't have the long because the market was falling in, and I was like, well, we got to wait, and we missed it. So I'm thinking 119 would be a spot where I would drop any of my bids. So what that means is I'm probably going to be sitting here at 120. Let's see if we get a fade back into 120, start the long there, build it into 119. Then if we lose 119, we'll get out. That way, the most we'll lose on this trade will be at most $1, because we'll start the bidding here, we'll average it in back halfway through, and then when we lose 119, we can get out of it. So that's my risk plan here for Nvidia. More importantly, I think the break happens. When it does, you got to play it at least back to the 50-period moving average. So whatever that is, you might even want to hold all the way to VWAP, which is only 120, 140. So I feel like it's almost a free ride on Nvidia today. I think you just want to go long and see what happens. The Nasdaq flat, Nvidia up again. They're running for the best stocks, and I think Nvidia is that with its PE. I mean, I like the stock compared to its to the rest of this space. I mean, if you're going to look at Micron tonight, that could be a reason to stay away from Nvidia. So I do understand that. But we'll worry about that as it comes closer to 4 o'clock. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk.
Brought to you by VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. They've announced their Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries for the quarter up 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing their first half total to over 22,000. That is a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbing to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3 and the VF8 on screen, VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining their commitment to sustainable mobility. Let's talk Meta here, trying to hold on to some support levels right now. I mean, we're basically flat on the morning for Meta heading into Meta Connect. We'll hear from Zuck coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. on the West Coast.
Wonderful, come out in the glasses. Just get a little hype going, Brendo. So today, guys, we're expecting the first of a new line of products from Meta, augmented reality glasses. We already got their other glasses earlier this year, but these ones are going to superimpose different things that don't exist onto reality. So we'll wait to see how that does. $37 to $40 billion is how much they've spent on this already this year. So really a lot of emphasis behind it. The high production cost, though, is limiting the amount of these initially, and we're going to get them a little bit later, Brendo. 2027 is the date.
If anyone hasn't taken the time to do so, there's a really great conversation that Emily Chang from Bloomberg had with Mark Zuckerberg. It's on YouTube. This is going back to earlier in the year, but really great. It's about an hour, I think, or so.
I like how she does jet skiing too, or
yeah, they go to the cottage.
Yeah.
So, anyways, worth checking out.
Yeah, why not? I mean, like the thing about these Meta, well, it's not just Meta. Apple has a similar thing when they have their events, and 1 o'clock will come around. I don't usually like trading it going into it, but certainly after, and you don't know when, whether it's at the end of the event or maybe in the middle of it when something might get said about pricing, you make a bit of a top, and if it starts to roll over, that's the party that I want to join. Generally speaking, the old sell the news event. We saw this, we've seen this happen way too many times, and we can go over the levels, no questions asked. It's got a topping tail on the on the daily here. Like you made a fresh high, 560. There we go. Like yesterday's high was like 67 or so, but you made a fresh high above 70, and it's been in a reversal. Obviously, it's only been a couple of days since then. It was a good recovery for Meta, not quite getting back into the highs, but right back into a 565 resistance zone. So I think that's obviously a key level for the morning. I'm not trading off of that. Like, if it breaks it out, I'm just going to wait till 1 o'clock. I feel as if it never breaks the 565 level, then that'll give you an easy target come 1 o'clock to try to be short into on the event. So since making a fresh high, it's been a little bit of a sell, and I feel like waiting for this event in particular. But unlikely that I'm going to be in the stock, but if it just starts running and there's never any curl after 1 o'clock, I don't want to just sit there and stand out in front of it. But if it's under a resistance level, I'd take the short. If it's somehow making fresh all-time highs at the event, I probably don't want to fade it at that point. But you got to wait till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I remember trading this, one of the last events. I think it was a very similar one as this, and they released their last. I think they were talking about the Ray-Bans. They were talking about the Oculus 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever one it was. And it was pretty violent as Zuckerberg was dancing around on stage there. So I feel like you just got to wait, like Neil mentioned. But, I mean, not much volume happening now. So I don't know why we're nervous hands about this stock. It doesn't look like anybody's really doing anything. So I think you could just sort of play it by ear here. If you do get drops into yesterday's low, the market rebounded so huge off of that. I think it's a buy down here at 55555. So play these fives as a wild card down there. I like the stock. I think it's fantastic. I think we want to talk about playing stocks that are on highs and waiting for pullbacks. I mean, if you can get anything, even to 540, which wouldn't be that much of a pullback, but that could be a good starter position. And then the 50-period moving average, again, I really like Meta. It's a huge part of my portfolio now. And I still think it continues to win, man. The advertising space, you have to use Meta. You have to use Instagram. I think Reels is obviously huge for them. Everything. I like the stock, WhatsApp, everything about Meta right now. And you know what's really funny, too? You don't see this guy, parading around Congress anymore. The U.S. government seems to be completely fine as of now. Anyways, it looks like they're pointing guns at Google and other names like that. But I haven't seen Zuckerberg sit on a phone book in a long time in Congress. So we'll wait to see. Hopefully those headwinds are behind them and tailwinds now for Meta.
Sharif and I were just saying it might come down to how many gold chains he's wearing on stage this afternoon, more so than what he actually says. But anyways, yeah, the rebrand of Mark Zuckerberg continuing. We'll touch on Alibaba. Downside right now, 2.8% after the huge day yesterday. I mean, all of these yesterday had a massive day on that the surprise stimulus from the Bank of China and the government over in that country, specifically targeted at the real estate industry in that country that's been struggling for years and years and years. So a bit of a pullback here this morning.
There was a lot of Chinese ADRs in double-digit territory yesterday, Brendo, so it was a very strong day for them. People's Bank of China yesterday announced wide-ranging policy easing measures. Brendo mentioned the property industry, which has been one of the most suffering industries there, but that's not the only thing they're going to do. They're also lowering borrowing costs, injecting funds into the economy and supporting the stock market, but analysts are mixed about whether this is enough. So investors are concerned that China's stimulus plans won't be enough to significantly boost demand for more than the intermediate term. This follows initial optimism, though, about the stimulus. We'll have to see how they trade today.
Yeah, it's trying, Baba anyway, it's trying really hard to hold on to pre-market lows, guys, right now from yesterday.
Yeah, so yesterday, PDD was kind of the one that I felt if we pressed far enough was going to get into the more obvious short zone. Like, most of everything was kind of flying around, and there weren't super obvious places for a Baba retracement unless it got to like 100 to 10. It was like 100 to 102 or something like that. But PDD certainly looked like it was poised to get to the 50-period moving average. It ends up not. So 115 looking like the curl spot. I thought it was going to press maybe into the 120s, and then you get like a good reversion trade. But now that it's made a 115 top, like, remember, they were under pressure for some of their Shein practices. If the run up came because of that, and the U.S. government wants to crack down on that, then that's already a bad thing. And you saw what happened on the daily chart. it's kind of diddling in the middle, unfortunately. You're at a 111, and 15 would be that top. So it's going to take some kind of a move to get it there for any kind of a fade on PDD. So I'm not necessarily seeing the opportunity in something, unless something spectacular happens. NEO, on the other hand, if you just look at yesterday's bottom, 565, and then go right into some previous highs, it's 555 on that 5 minute, on the 3 minute, sorry. And if you go to the daily chart here, like it was right about here, like 555, 565, that was prior resistance. So it's a simple over-under. Like if NEO doesn't hold that low, I think it's headed to the 200 period moving average, where I figured there'd be some support there the way it was rounding about. So, NEO over-under 565 makes more sense. I just doubt Pinduoduo gets to $115. I thought it would get to 120 for a fade yesterday. It never did. So today it would have to go up 4% just to get to the spot that I'd want to short PDD. NEO much more likely to test 565 right away.
Look, yesterday, I mean, this was a great trade for me. I had NEO right here at 575, 585. Actually, it was 585. We had that short boom, and then we lost 4 pennies on the way back to the upside as we shorted 86 is 5 pennies and got out at the end of the day up there. So this was a good trade for us yesterday. So bang on that one. I will not be trading it today, though. I'm going to be looking at Alibaba, and we wrote this one on our sticky note here today. And we already talked about this earlier. I like the stock here, but we did call the pullback in these Chinese stocks, and so down 3%. That might have even been more than that. But there's Alibaba. We wrote down $94 long. And it's just like pulling back here today. We talked about that yesterday. Let's see what levels hold. If we take it, let's take a shot, give it to 93.50. So we basically just plant this. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. We plant these ideas, and let's just see if they hold. So not only did they hold, we talked about this. I mean, the sticky note, was out here. We just held right there. We actually hold the 94 area that we mentioned. So let's just wait to see. There's 94.50. It's kind of in no man's land right here. I mean, obviously, a nice little pullback in would be something. And this is where I think you start to buy at $90, $91. But I wouldn't worry about that until 93 or so coming into play. So I'd wait to 93 there for Baba. If we're going to go long 94, which I think we will, we'll give it to 93.50. I might. It's getting close now that I'll put a bid on Alibaba. So again, we talked about some of the Chinese stimulus yesterday. We talked about this on the market recap show. Again, we called up FXI. Again, called a pullback in this. Was up over 10% yesterday. And there it is. Nice little downside push here, right? So this is the China Big Cap ETF. You can easily look to see if it breaks yesterday's sort of low there of 29 flat. I think that's a break short in China. So you don't even really have to look at individual names. If you watch the FXI, that should be good enough. I don't think it has a 50-cent move in it, but I'd watch that 29 level for FXI.
Yeah, there's a lot of, we were just talking about the iPhone 16 Pro. We're going to touch on Apple here. There was a note from New Street I just saw. New Street analysts expecting a 10% miss overall on iPhone 16 deliveries or shipments. For this quarter, or the first quarter, it will be out. There was also some data on China, initial sales in China, missing expectations here. This note from Benzinga suggesting that the 16 Pro Max camera failing to top the global rankings in quality. Sharif and I were just saying, like, I think it's getting to a point with this technology where it's very personal. Like you almost have, some people might like certain aspects of what the iPhone does. Some people might like certain aspects of what the Pixel cameras do, but interesting, not even on the top of the list.
No, certainly not. Let's talk about some China, though. This was a bit of an issue here. Overall sales for cell phones in China were up decidedly year over year, 26.7%, but that was not the case for foreign-made products. In fact, including Apple's iPhone, foreign branded smartphones declined at 12.7% in August, so not a good look there. Separately, Morgan Stanley coming out over here in this article you see on your screen talking about the lead times for iPhone 16 delivery. Here's the look. They're saying this one is far ahead of its predecessors. However, supply chain has markedly improved, and that's not being accounted for in the lead times. So there's only one way to find out. Let's see how many they sell at the end of the quarter.
And I mean, you and I were talking about this going coming back a couple days ago. I mean, it seems like this happens every single year when these start rolling out. Everyone thinks the numbers are going to miss,
I know.
and then the first quarter earnings come around and they blow it out of the water. So we'll see. I was just reading through this New Street article that just came out, but I mean, they're pointing to the late rollout of Apple Intelligence as the primary reason why they think a 10% downside miss for deliveries, guys.
Yeah, like, I mean, as Sharif said, right? Like, wait till the actual numbers come out. Like, we'll get to see. That's the good part about, waiting around for earnings, and it's the best part about long-term investing is really you don't have to worry. Like, if you're an Apple shareholder, you don't have to worry about this day-to-day speculation in terms of how it's going. As a day trader, I don't want to completely ignore that, like Meta, that we were just talking about Meta, a bit of a topping tail. The difference is not topping tail candle at a fresh high, but this lower high on Apple right in here. Like, it topped out 230, it was like 231, 232, and you've been in a 2-day reversal since with the same resistance level. I mean, obviously, if it gets to like 229, you can see the resistance. Kind of looking at this lower high in here. We closed at 227 and a third, and this is about 227.80. So that to me is like the Alamo. Like, if it gets back above that, I think Apple's pretty bullish. I'm just looking, this is one that I'm looking for short up at that level. But keep in mind, you've got 226 for 2 days now, has also been a support level. So there's a decent chance that if it regains 226, you could have like an inside move on Apple for the morning, because that's a good 1% range. Like, I could easily see if it holds 226, you might have a bit of an inside scalpable range from 26 to 28. But it's the 28 level in there, like 27.5, that I'm looking fade on Apple. Doubt we'll see that 229, but that'd be a valid area of resistance as well. So since that topping tail kind of favoring the shorts, I've got a couple of questions. People have asked, like, am I looking at DJT again today? Well, the difference, and the only reason I'm not looking at DJT is it's up and hasn't found a resistance spot. So it made the SSR bounce yesterday because it was down over 10%. The day before, it was a decent bounce play and did short off the 13 level, but it's now gapped above 13. The next key spot would be about 1440. So unless it retests up there, 1440, I'm going to try to let it play out. And I don't mind. I pay for locates. I just don't have a level other than 1440, which is $1 away. Can always find something else. But yeah, Apple, I'm going to be shorting the pop if it gets to 228. DJT is a wait and see for me, for everyone that asked.
Yeah, so for Apple, for me, I'm not really dealing with it today, honestly. It's something that I feel like we can look at as the day goes on, right? I mean, it's like yesterday, I could not have thought this was going to happen, excuse me, after hitting 229 early. Then it faded back down almost $4 straight to the downside with not too much give in it at all. And then we found a bottom, and then that's where we started to go. So I feel the same kind of ways today. You're already beneath. If you were looking short, which I'm not, I'm still pretty bullish today, to be honest with you, even though the market is flat right now. I like to go long on stock here. I'm not sure that I want to go short on anything. We already talked about Rivian and Stitch Fix. Those are the ones I'm looking at. I only have one offer out right now, or one pending order, and that is on Rivian. We'll get a little more excited once we see these imbalances. But I mean, at the end of the day, there is support here at 224, you would think. I mean, when we go resistance, breaking through, turning now into support. So there it is. It's held 224 before. 224.50 is where the 200 period moving average is. It's hard for me not to say that if this can get in here to 224 and bounce around a little bit, that this can't be like one of those YOLO longs into the close if you think the market's going to bounce. So I think this 224 is a great spot for Apple. It's not super exciting for me here today because I want to look long. But right now the market's underneath the 50 period moving average and pulling in. So in a couple minutes, we'll get those imbalances. If they're all sell side, then we can easily change up our mind here. Just like we did on Amazon yesterday, we were able to go long, try to defend that 192. Once 192 broke, then we flipped over to the short. I feel like I could have the same feelings here at 224 for Apple. That's the key level.
We touched on it earlier. Here's a couple of counter opinions on Rivian this morning. I mean, the stock itself down, what is that, 3.6% right now. Morgan Stanley with the downgrade. I mean, they downgraded basically the entire automotive sector today outside of Tesla, but trying to bounce right now back above 1140. But yeah, Cantor Fitzgerald coming back with reiterating overweight on Rivian, maintaining their price target at $19, significantly higher.
Battle the analysts, Brendo. All right, couple of comments here. Number one, with respect to the auto industry in general, as Brendo was talking about, Morgan Stanley, that is kind of bearish on the industry. 3 reasons. Auto inventories are increasing, vehicle affordability remains out of reach for a lot of individuals, and credit losses and delinquencies are rising for loans, for cars. Specifically, though, with respect to Rivian, Morgan Stanley questions Rivian's ability to drive competitive compute progress in a financially prudent way. They say the firm's projections for CapEx and R&D are markedly different than Tesla's, who's more established, and investors may not be ready, Brendo, to support a new compute CapEx cycle because they're already burning through a lot of cash.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you and I were just saying it's going to come down to how they can get these cheaper versions off the line.
Yeah.
I was just double checking on Oracle. I just saw it pop up in front of me. There was a senior note offering earlier this morning, but Oracle up 1% here, trying to make a move back above 167.50, guys.
Gobble, gobble on Oracle, chew it up and spit it out there. But so in the chat here, first of all, if you want to be a member of our chat, hit that subscribe button. It's a subs only chat. So hit the subscribe, hit the like, join the community, test the waters. But Thomas Kondo, Rivian do 17 today, just wait on it, Lucid too. So I will gladly have a slice of pineapple pizza in the aftermarket show if Rivian gets to $17 today. I think that's incredibly unlikely to happen. But you know what? Stranger things, who knows? Maybe some kind of weird story comes out in the middle of the day that would cause it to get all the way up to 17. I think for today, it was a flat bottom break a couple of days ago and a continuation since then. Whether it's an upgrade or a downgrade, at this point, the trend is the trend. So underneath, like I note this morning, it's like, okay, well, you had support in here very, very briefly on that reversal day at about 11.55. That's the pre-market high. There's a gap to be filled to pre-market lows, and any break underneath 40, it's kind of already happened. So you're already underneath previous resistance levels. If it does break 11, even if it broke 11.75, I'd still probably look for a resistance at 12.25. I'm really just looking short. I don't really have any thoughts on Lucid because we haven't checked that out, and Rivian's the one with the story, and it's not going anywhere. But Tesla's down 0.5 point today, and I feel as if, if we get some weakness in the market, everybody saw what Tesla did at 250. I think it was a bit of a fail. I got off the bid on Tesla when it looked really weak, and it did make the break. Should have just hit long. I tried to grab it on the higher low instead of just punching back through 250 when it reclaimed that level. So I think it's pretty obvious the 250 level here on Tesla. If we get another test at that, I'm going to look for the bounce off the 250 on Tesla. Are they just having they have the robotaxi coming up in October 10th, and they have their earnings at 16th. There's no specific catalyst for Tesla today. It just bounced off 250 yesterday. So if we see it again, I want to look for the same long on Tesla.
Okay, so yeah, Rivian. I mean, this is on the stick. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. And I said the same thing. We may have to play the break here into that low of 11.32 to make sure that we have shortable shares. 11.60. I wrote down, okay, it's free, good. I wrote down short 11.75. It's where my offer is. We can change it right now. The 200 periods come down. I still like 11.85. I'm in trouble if it breaks 12. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. I'll just sit here. I may put another offer in and around, 11.65, maybe 11.60 right now, just to sit there and see if we can get some more shares. But there's only 3 minutes left, only 2 minutes left right now. It looks like our biggest and baddest of them all, Nvidia
right there
today is right at 122. So this will most likely break at the open, and we're going to go long. And again, the VWAP is back here at 2150. So let's wait to see what happens. This is what the bounce locator looks like now. Blah, not much there. Grab is here as well if you want to grab some shares there. Alibaba, Snapchat, and whatever. This is probably one of those crazier runners today. BEKE, is it doing anything? No, down 4%, so not huge. But there's Alibaba, man. We already talked about that 94 bid. It already came in once. We are bidding 94. We're bidding Alibaba all the way down to 93.50. If that breaks, then we gone. That's all that we have right now. We have some Rivian bid offers, some Alibaba bids. Looking at Nvidia, which is going to break right now. The other name we have on here that we didn't get to is the NASDAQ. I think the NASDAQ breaking that top of yesterday is something that's going to be 72 that we wrote down there, 72.10 as a break long, and a short of 69.50, which we hit yesterday. So we're going to try to play sort of this late range there. I don't want to mess with it in the middle. Either at the top or at the bottom is when the NASDAQ gets activated for me. So let's wait, man. We are very, very excited for it today. Nvidia Stitch Fix, we didn't even really get to.
Down
Rivian,
30 points today,
I know,
Stitch
down
Fix.
30%.
It's a dumpsville on Stitch Fix. It's got a big $3 level from the aftermarket
Here we go.
that seems rather unlikely to get hit.
Sharif, get over there and ring that bell.
We got the bell in about 25 seconds.
We got someone.
Ramin is going to be bringing the bell.
Ramin
Brought
loves
to
the
you
camera, man. We
by
talk about
Firefly Neurosciences.
It's not ready yet, girl.
It's not even, the countdown's not even on, but she nailed it. She absolutely nailed that.
This
I mean,
one
what are
is
you going to do?
unhinged right now.
Sign her up. The Toronto Blue Jays need to sign her up
her a
right now. At least she can throw a
immediately.
strike. Ramin, in 3, 2 and a run, one, ring the bell, brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. I love it. Heck of a lot of fun
Market is
there.
now open. That was good. So, was
a good shot.
Yeah, it was good. That was a great shot. That was like one of the better shots lately on something. So there it is right now. All right. Sorry, we're on the TQQs. All right, Rivian starting to go right now. So, sorry, not Rivian, my bad. I want to look
Nvidia's
at Nvidia.
pulling
It's
back.
Nvidia that was pulling back. So that's what we wanted to look at. Nvidia right now pulls back into VWAP, basically into VWAP. I mean, it just touched it there. We are now long on Rivian. Why do I keep calling Nvidia Rivian? We are long on Nvidia right now. So let's see what happens. We got that bid. We're long at 15, so not a great fill
garbage
for us.
prices
Right there, but we'll take it anyways. With the amount of shares that we have, we need to get some out, my guy. So here it is. It's a nice move. One more time here for Rivian. I just got into short Rivian. For Nvidia as it's starting to go to the upside. Let's see if it can get that little ham action behind it right now. We're already out of a third of it, honestly. We talked about what we wanted to do with that kind of a trade. So now let's wait to see what happens. We are into Nvidia long. It is your number one trade off the sticky note. Neil joins me on that trade. All right, and then look at this right now too. It's Rivian, baby. We just took that trade. The sticky note will go 2 for 2 right here today so far, as there it is, man. There's 1160 short. We talked about that into 1148. Good trade there to start with on Rivian, and even a better trade, guys, on Nvidia. It is your trade of the day right here. Sticky Note Nation, stand up. Good trade, Neil. Let's see how far this can go.
Yeah, I'm saying 125 seems pretty likely today. I'm back on, that was it wasn't the best fill at all. I got 18s on that, and I immediately tried to get back in on 122 because I want to dip buy this as well on Nvidia. I just feel like we can continue to go higher here, and we're going to buy dips into it as well. Look, Tesla, just very quickly, okay, Rivian's going down and Nvidia is going up. Tesla's flying right. Tesla just went $3 here to the upside off of the open, kind of out of nowhere. I was expecting a pullback in at 250. I want to join this if we can catch any kind of a dip buy opportunity in Tesla. So Rivian is headed right back into the lows. I'm getting on the bid at the low of the day as it continues to flush. Tesla up, Rivian down. Haven't really looked at much of anything else, just these two for now. Intel hasn't broken that high either. Brendan?
CERO, big mover so far as a penny stock, but up huge. Securing $1.25 million, which is basically their market cap, in financing and requesting an FDA Type A meeting for their top-line drug. So big move for CERO.
You there, Brendo. I mean, we're doing it again here, guys. Look what we just did to Rivian. We just shorted 1160 right there. Out, it's 1130 right now. Damage being fully done now on RIVN to the downside. Again, we only have 3 ideas on here. It's Nvidia, it's Rivian, it's BABA, the TQs, and Stitch Fix. So 2 ideas that we're in right now. Stitch Fix, we didn't really discuss. We can have a look at Stitch Fix in a minute, but it's Rivian to the races, man, to the downside. It is Nvidia exploding to that upside as well. And it is party on, Wayne and Garth, one more time there today, as the S&P 500 now hits a record intraday high. So all your longs are good to go. We're still waiting up here. I do have an offer at 71, which got missed, but it's not going to get missed right now. Neil, this is a haymaker that we're throwing right now at this market. So again, guys, congratulations if you followed some of the notes there and what we talked about. It's a banger to start the day. It's Rivian, baby.
Yeah, Rivian. Well, it's Rivian's nasty to the downside.
Nasty. I keep confusing them. It's Nvidia that's crushing right now.
No, it's Nvidia that looks relatively. Look, it's ridiculously strong here. Just want to point out. I know we didn't mention too much about DraftKings and Flutter. Flutter, big, great report, buyback, all that good stuff. DraftKings is trying to take out the high. We'd mentioned liking a 40 dip buy in DraftKings. You can see what's happening here at the open. It is just consolidating off 41. It might just take out the top DraftKings. It's trying to break lower. There's a buyer in here at 41 even that's just holding the bid. So if it does hold this on the opening range, and of course, as I say that it goes down, I would have said if it holds that, we'd look for a top end break, but pulling back into 41. Want to make sure we got that one for you. Flutter dragging up DraftKings in a little bit of sympathy. So we still haven't broken 123 yet on Nvidia, but I feel that is just a yet type of thing. I'm still looking for the dip back into 122. I'm on the bid. I had 2 bids. I'm only needing one of them at this point. Let's see if we get any kind of an opportunity to dip back in and add more to this position. If we trend up, I think we should be good. Intel is now breaking 23. It's 23 and a third. That is the big resistance on this. And be careful. The thing about Rivian is we've seen this story before where it's a flush at the open and then a bounce. And the bounce yesterday gave you the chance to short right back up at that top. So if we do bounce, I'm still sitting here at the high to reload the trade on Rivian. It's already pulled back in from the 50s to 30. That's good enough. But yesterday it gave you the same trade again 15 minutes later if you waited for it.
All right, guys, honestly, let's just go, not that one. Let's just go Weehaw. This has been a huge opportunity one more time here today. There it goes, man. It's Nvidia, and it is honestly fantastic right now. Nvidia continues to be the name that we had hoped it would be, breaking higher and higher and higher right now, and trying to go, right? I don't feel like this wants to stop right now. I mean, there it goes, Nvidia right now, $1 in the money. We didn't even have a chance to tweet anything out yet because we're trying to watch our positions, of course. So right here, good so far. Let's wait to see if it wants to continue its upside move. It's an absolutely monster of a trade here for me on Nvidia. So it's just gone. We also have, we're 2 for 2 and we're huge right now. We're obviously yesterday we had a negative day. Today has been an absolute monster start. So we'll just keep on going with it and hope to continue this sort of upside push here on Nvidia, downside push on Rivian. It's 2 for 2, baby. You guys know what's good. And what's good right now is Brendan at the desk.
Highly shorted names moving around here this morning, guys. NVAX, one of those, had a note yesterday about Canadian approval for a vaccine ripped into the close. Here we go again. 6%. It's 20% on the short side. Upstart is the other one. 25% short on UPST, up 5% here this morning.
Baby.
Upstart's been flying around big time. Bigly the last couple of days. Okay, well, here comes DraftKings into that 40 level. So it was trying to hold on to 41. There's your dip. It just bounced off of, well, it's just attempting to bounce off of yesterday's highs in here right around 40.20. So I just grabbed 24s. Shout out to Mr. Bauer. I love that show. That's something you'll never be able to recreate again. It was like a one-shot deal. I wanted to get back into VWAP, which is 40.70 here. So Flutter probably pulling back as we speak, but DraftKings first bounce, yesterday's highs in front of 40. I grabbed 40.24. I do not need this making a fresh low. We're catching it on the tail end of this or on the back end of the move so far. You're at 123 on Nvidia.
Boom.
And if we're going to get to 125, it's just there hasn't been an obvious reload spot yet. So I feel like, okay, the way I'm looking at it, I'm going to pull back. Futures are at the overnight highs. NASDAQ at overnight highs. This is generally the spot where if it curls back in, I take it out. on any kind of a trail, so I'm going to trail it to 123 even here on Nvidia. Futures at that overnight high as well as part of the story.
All right, guys. And part of the story is just bangers today. We're going to go 2 for 2 and just sit down and straight chill right now. There's Nvidia 122 long break. You see what the damage is being done on that one. Rivian short off the open. So we only have 2 trades right now. It's Rivian short off the open, which is huge. We only have 40% left on that one. We may just bid this 11.30 right. Let's bid some more. Let's get another piece out here at 11.30. And then Nvidia, like I said, man, I mean, I want to be able to hold this. This is sometimes what happens to me, right? We talk about this on the show a lot. And that is that it's like, it's not about chasing P&L or anything like that. It's just about sitting here and making sure that you do the right thing. We actually, we taking bigger share size for myself anyways, and taking those and just scalping them out as it goes and making sure that, again, no matter what your style is, you got to have the plan of action. As Neil was just saying, breaking back down through 123. It doesn't really matter the amount of shares that you use as long as you have the plan, because the more shares you use, the more money you make and the more money you lose on both sides of the trade. But when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And we were not feeling it today or yesterday. Well, we were, but the results weren't doing it. But we just come back right there with that same confidence that we have all the time and put that back on the barbecue and cook it up right now. So there it goes, man. It's a nice move up there for Nvidia. We took some outs here, 123. My best out is 123 15s. Now let's see if we can even get higher right now. We still have just over a third of this trade on board right now. And oh boy, down goes Rivian right now. 2 for 2. It's a big day over here. I hope you guys are enjoying everything else. We're lucky enough to have Brendan on the desk there, so he'll be dropping us some news if and when those things hit. We have numbers. Adair is not going to be here on the midday. We have new hosts coming this week. There goes Rivian, by the way, to the downside, man. We are just hot fire today. What a trade there on Rivian.
Yeah, 11 even on Rivian, I think, is the next stop. Last time it did this, it really didn't stop flushing. So Mara got to our our resistance level up in the 16 highs, just tagged 1670 quickly. This is the high on the 15-minute for Mara. Every time it's gotten up there, to me, it's just been a pop and fade. There's not many other trades on Mara here. So it just jumped into the short on the way back in. It just broke VWAP. I'm sitting at yesterday's close here at 1641 was the close. I just jumped out in front of it. So going to look for the low of the morning right here on Mara, 1625. So pop and fade on Mara is Bitcoin. I mean, it's not breaking 64,000 anytime soon. It doesn't seem. So quick. That was the idea we liked. It was, I don't know what else Coinbase is doing, but Mara had that distinct high at that 16.7 level. We're going to add that one in. I'm out of Nvidia, but I think we're going to get a chance to get back in. That overnight high on the NASDAQ, we just pulled back a little bit off of that and didn't quite get to VWAP in there on Nvidia, but it got pretty darn close. I'm going to sit back on the bid here, see if we can't grab a little something on the dip of Nvidia. As we said, Nvidia strong today. Obviously, you're still heading down on Rivian, but I want to see if we can buy this dip. Brendo?
Short side 20+% for this one as well. Capricorn Therapeutics, AAPL. This is a daily chart. 1, 2, 3 days in a row now, just straight to the upside here again. 20+ on the short side for CAPR.
Oh, man. Capricorn. Yeah, Capricorn, nice one. We got some more out there. We'll have a look at that in a minute. I just want to talk about some of the trades that I'm working on as we speak. We did get out of some more Nvidia, obviously, there. What goes up can obviously come down. We still have that third. We said we had slightly more than a third, so we take some out there at 122, 123 right there. Again, it looks like you are coming into a reload spot at 122.40 now. For Rivian, I keep calling it Rivian. I'm just amazed with the Rivian trade as well, but there it is. We'll take a little bit down here again on the Nvidia reload. So I like the spot. Let's just see if it wants to get back up into those levels one more time. As pulling back a little bit, we'll offer some more upside here at 122.80s again and see if we're able to get some. But it was a reload spot down there for Nvidia. So now let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, bouncing off VWAP pretty nicely. Look, Rivian's trying to catch a bid. I think we can look at maybe VWAP here as well. For Rivian. I haven't really been paying attention to it because it was a pop and fade, but look at it hold on to VWAP early. This might provide another opportunity at VWAP instead of just waiting around for the top. I don't even know why I'm still offering up there at 1160. We didn't get that fill at the open. We got some fills going up there, but I didn't get that fill at 1160. Nvidia bouncing off VWAP, trying to get back into that high. So I've reloaded back into it very quickly. I'll show you Mara. Mara got to the pre-market low. So we're going to ring the register on that one. Essentially just goes right into resistance the last few weeks, or the last few, it was a couple of weeks. Pulls back right into the low. So pop and fade, let it make the high, short it back down underneath patiently, and then get out at the bottom. So still pulling back in is Mara. Wow, Tesla just went red.
Uh-oh. Well, look at the market.
So, yeah, 250. All right, well, let's not give up on 250 Tesla just yet. Tesla just has dropped like $3 with the market pulling back in here. So I think we have an opportunity. Missed 250 yesterday. I missed 250 yesterday. If it gets there again, I don't want to miss that chance if it gets there.
The professor dropping some lines over here, letting us know about what levels are in play. So I appreciate him all the time. What are we talking about today? That's okay. Give me in a second. This man's killing his egg, his protein, the daily protein there. You don't get a body like that eating chips. Okay, there it is, 123 upside right now. Oh boy, we did it again. It's another chicken dinner winner on the reload there for Nvidia as we continue to climb higher. We're going to go 2 for 2 today and a big day, honestly, here again. We talked about it was a big day on the other side yesterday on the other way around, big day to the red side. But today we come back and start blasting higher right now. And we do not take any prisoners today, man. We hit Nvidia, we hit it hard, and it just continues to climb upside right there. That's what we got to do, right? We talk about it. I mean, we literally have the promo where it says, you're trading prop, you might as well go for it. I mean, it's trading other people's money. We talk about that, get that leverage, get going, hit it with prop trading. We talk about real trading here as well. So it's like that's what we're here for, right, is to make some cash, and that's what we're doing right now on Nvidia. Nice play back up there to the upside. You got to take advantage of these opportunities, and oh boy, did we ever do that here today. So congratulations to all of you who just simply followed some of the notes that we put out, right? I mean, we talked about Rivian. I talked about this exact price, 1160, hits early. Pretty lucky that it hit, right? I mean, but you got to be sitting there, so I don't know if it's luck or not, but there it is. Nice pullback down. We only have 20% left. We'll still continue to look for some more more opportunities, basically. We wrote down Alibaba at 94. Okay, that came in, but we were literally at 94, so we missed that bid. I'm at 94.02, so we'll have to wait for that one to come in. The other name on our list, we're going to look at Stitch Fix and the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ just going up and down and just waiting to do something. I'm waiting for this thing to go meme crazy, and then we can really get going here. But it's another huge day, Neil, just off 2 trades.
Yeah, it hasn't been a bad one yet, I don't think, at least. Look, I'm out at DraftKings. It goes right into VWAP. It pulls back into 40. It is what it is, man. Like, it pulls right back into yesterday's high. There it is. Does not make a low. We get it back through 24. It's 5 cents risk to the local bottom, and it goes right into 40.60. So that's looking clean to the upside. Nvidia, as you said, is already back at 123. And then look, Rivian down here, it's trying to bounce. So there is some buying on Rivian. I don't know if VWAP is going to be as good as I think, just how much this has gone to the downside recently. So I want to let it make a move upside. Show me where the reentry is going to be. If it's a lower high, 1140 is valid, 1150 is obvious, but let's just give it some room. Tesla is stalling at 53, so I don't think we're going to get that 250 trade that we're interested in. I said I'm sitting out Meta until 1 o'clock. Well, Meta doesn't care. You know, Meta is absolutely flying. Nvidia. Probably going to break 570 any second now, and then that all-time high is at 574. Nvidia now back into the dollar up, and everyone's going to trade their own style, right? Like, to me, I like out and then back in, so we're able to catch it a couple of times in here, but I'm going to go the same way. If we have the same trend, like you got higher highs and higher lows, if that reverses, I'm going to jump out and then jump right back on the dip buy with Nvidia, which continues to climb higher and higher.
Oh, yeah, man, let's go. Let's shut it out right now. We've got Max, we've got myself, we've got Wayne, Neil's here as well. Not sure what's going on with Yannick, but let's go hit it up right now. Max driving that Lambo right now. He'll be on that podium. Nice to join him on there today as well. There it goes, man. We got to show love to everybody, right, here on the show. That's what we do, man. We're not the only ones. hitting notes here. So congratulations to everybody there that's got this one. It's a big day alert. You know, I'll say on the office all the time, like, you know, we're negative, we're doing this, we're doing that. It's Nvidia. Nvidia leading the way today for the office. It's not even close. So there goes. I mean, look where Nvidia is doing right now. We smoked this trade. We hit this trade with 10x the shares, baby. It was a good move there on Nvidia. It's a huge move back up there to the upside. And then we're going. So yeah, we're in much better moods than we were yesterday at this time as we were fighting Amazon to the downside. But as you guys know, just keep it in the pocket. Do you? That's the best thing. Do not try to, mimic anybody else. Just try to trade what's comfortable with you. Use share size that's comfortable with you. Use risk management that's comfortable for you. But definitely make sure you check us out. Watchlist.trader. This is not the right website. Watchlist.beehive. I need to have that thing. David, please send me that when you get a second right now, and I'll be able to hit the watch list thing. Make sure you subscribe to it, man. We talked about it on there. There isn't this exact level. You got to get that off the sticky note. But we talked about, it's in the, we always say, I always say link in the description. Link is also, guys, in the description right now, so you can catch that. Make sure you do catch our watch list every single day completely for free. It is the best resource on the web, period. But there it goes right now. Neil, it's Nvidia, baby, and it is an absolute monster of a trade for the floor and for your boy. It's Nvidia. Good trade over there as well, Neil. I know you've been killing some other names too, so good job here. It's Rivian, it's Nvidia, and it's you were on DJT, I think.
DJT, no. It was DraftKings. DraftKings went to the upside. Actually, DraftKings, we might have gotten out early, but same plan as before. So it made the same higher high, the same higher low. I just trailed out of it again. I'm right back on the bid. I'm buying VWAP till it stops working on this stock. If it makes a higher low off the opening range break, I don't mind 123. It's just get back in wherever it wants to let me. Don't really care where that's going to be. I just want to be there. When it does, okay, Intel's going to break. All right. Intel, we mentioned this one yesterday.
This is a huge trade.
Here is a top 23.33. It's this high, 23.30. And it's about to take out the top here on Intel. So we said we'd have this break whenever it happened this week. And it looks like it's going to be incoming soon on Intel. Up 1.5 points. Not doing too bad itself. Brendo?
Flying around here this morning, guys. FRGT just popping up in front of me now, but this one, Motorsport Games to the upside. This is a video game developer, just took out yesterday's high. They had some news after the close yesterday involving one of their top games that they make, but just took out 160 there. 1 million share float on this.
Good job, man. Good trading back there, Max, man. I was just like, wow. Like, we just got some out at 66 right there now. So, like, if I'm over the moon with this trade, I really hope you guys are as well. We get excited around here pretty easily, and that's because, you know, what I do is I really love what I do. And when it works out, it's, you know, it's like if you could be a baseball player and it's like the minute, you know, Shohei Ohtani or someone like that gets traded to the Dodgers and can finally make the playoffs, like, that's what I feel like every single day, to be able to sit here, be able to show you what time, what hard work, and what all of that turns out to be, and just to show that they're like just sitting here, trying to be a normal guy, trying to do normal things, but then show, you know, what is possible. And there it is right there. It's Rivian. We're 2 for 2 today. Very, very simple trades, man. It's Rivian posted up here, which has just made traders months. So that's really great. We're really happy to see that. 123.50 right back there to the upside. And then given the Rivian short as well. 2 for 2 clean plays. I just want to make sure that everybody here, I have this button, that's for sure. Hit the like and the subscribe right there. This is real old. You got to iron that shirt there, my guy. But there it is, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Look what Rivian's doing. I mean, this is 1160. It's now 50 cents in the money. This is 5% right there just on this trade. We only have 20% left, though. And we just got another piece out upside there, 123.60 for Nvidia. I'm going to take out one more piece right now, as it might be pulling back. I doubt it, but we're going to take another piece out. And this is what happens. You take, you know, for me, this is why I take bigger shares, so I can start to leg them out. I always take things out real quick. We were out of a third with first 50 cents. Now that it's climbing upside, we're going to see if we can take more advantage of Nvidia. There it is. We just got out of another piece. So just so you guys are aware, we're back into about 20% left of our original position. Actually, it's part of the reload position right now. So we're completely out of that, and we are over to the desk with Brendan.
Benzinga Pro, guys, is the official new sponsor of Trader TV Live. If you are tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on big moves because you're too slow to the news, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Conveniently, you can also scan that QR code, bottom right corner right now.
Very conveniently, you can scan that QR code. So Intel did break out the high. No VWAP dip on Nvidia on that last move. It actually held on to 123. Right, might need to cancel that order off of VWAP. Let's just see where look, you let it go where it wants to go. It doesn't matter. VWAP's a line on a chart, right? If it dips and you want to get back in, it's wherever the heck Nvidia decides it wants to settle down. Like, I don't necessarily care about VWAP. It could end up being this 123 that we just wicked off of again here on Nvidia. Bit of a bottoming tail candle on Rivian. That's not terribly concerning yet. I did want to go back over to DraftKings, not to ignore that stock. DKNG is no Z at the end. Oh, that was kind of weird.
Did they go down to the pink sheets already? No.
No.
Okay.
Could you imagine? No. Obviously
not that stock.
Obviously,
that's not imagine. I'm trying to buy some dips.
No, it's still looking pretty good, but so higher low there. I expected, VWAP, a bit of a downward pull after the Flutter news dragged it upside. It bounced off 40. There's the higher low. If it can hold on to VWAP, I think a leg up into the highs of the day could still be the case. I don't want to get away from that. And then Mara bounced off the lows. Now putting in a lower high on Mara. As long as we're not breaking 64,000, I still feel like this can be a reload on a short, maybe stair-step it down. Want to be patient here. The market's strong enough that we might want to wait for the actual high of the day one more time. So the plan of action is to look for the reload on Nvidia again. It might be 123. I don't think it's not feeling like we're going to get VWAP because we're about to take out the high of the day. There's the only chip name I'm looking at, and then Intel, I'm in Intel. Intel broke that top. I don't know what's going on with the position board there. No, but Intel broke out that 223, or sorry, 2230, $223. It's not going to be that price. But Intel broke out that high. I want to give it back to the prior high. That's yesterday's levels. But yeah, I'm in that one and still in Rivian. But those are the only two positions I have. I'm now out of Nvidia. We'll refresh the position board in a sec.
Yeah, they're doing it right now. All right, guys. And not any new news. We'll just sit here and watch. Oh, you know what we want to do? We want to talk a little bit about iBit earlier on. So we want to look to see if, wow, okay, so I actually does hold that 36 level. You guys remember before in the pre-market, we were talking about coming back into here and looking at 36 to 36.40. So the short early would have been fine, but it didn't get to 36.40. It got to basically where we opened 36.30s, come right back into 36 and bounce. So good trading there for iBit if you had that short early. But again, bounces off that exact level. One more time. Okay, now we're $1.70 right now in the money on Nvidia as it gets right back there up to today's high. This is why, guys, take advantage on that early dip, which we obviously did there. We were reloaded right there, and give yourself an opportunity to get that chicken dinner winner. And there it goes, man. Again, a big congratulations to some of the real ones in the back. But here it goes, man. It's a nice move again, up to 124 and change. Wow, there goes Nvidia. And boy, oh boy, what a difference a day makes, as they say. Wow, I mean, it is. See, this is the thing. We can see this thing going meme crazy. Like, why am I even bothering to get out? Oh yeah, because we can. Let's get some more out at 88. I mean, we might as well start ringing some of this register. We've already rang the register. Wish we hadn't, but congratulations to anybody who has a wheelbarrow today, because that wheelbarrow is going to be hard to contain with all that stuff flying out of there. So let's just hopefully continue this move to the upside. There it goes again, man. It's Nvidia. It's fantastic. We first tweeted it out at 8 o'clock that this trade was coming. 122 long break. Glad to still be in it with everybody there. And it's just a monster, man. It's now $2 in the money off that first trade. Nice little VWAP retracement back in as well. And Rivian, we'll just kind of sit on this. We'll wait for some more, guys. What's up, Jay Lee? I mean, I don't hate you for trying to go the other way right now. We have 12% left of this trade. And just that 12% left is like, again, a nice amount of shares for me to watch this name go to the upside. So we're rocking right now, man. We're really happy with today's trade.
Yeah, and right back into the highs. We love it. Let's go to the upside here. You said Shohei Ohtani, so let's do baseball season's ending. I got 1 week till we can hit that. Then we got to do some football graphics in there. But the only new position for me, sorry about the position board, guys.
They're
working
fan,
on it.
Of course, baseball and real teams.
Other teams are still going, myself. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm a diehard Jays fan. They stink this year. But the Intel did break that high. I am in the long. It just curled in at 50. There's, I don't know, a couple 100,000 shares on the offer at 23.50. It's not a lot, but it's enough that it made a little bit of a curl there. So I am long at 31s. I just took a couple of thirds out on Intel up at that high. So we'll see how far it can continue to go. Nvidia did not give a dip into VWAP this last time. So I'm adjusting it on the way up here. It's now got, I'd say it's got a discernible new trend that's forming, so I can forget about like all this nonsense down here. After it broke the high, it's trying to work on a new trend to the upside for a dip buy. So I do want to get back into the dip. Right now, we're just riding it along with Intel, kind of a sympathy move. And I know some people have asked about like Micron or other chip names out there. I haven't looked. Micron is green today. They report after the bell. It's up a point. It might break out the high. It's trying to break out the high in here. I just feel like it's following the leaders. And I want to stay away from Micron in a general sense going in earnings. There's plenty of other names that you can look at here today. I mean, AMD has broken out a double top along with Nvidia. I feel like you don't have to worry about the nonsense if you stick to the names that aren't reporting. So there's plenty to look at in the space. As we go to the desk, we're happening now.
Just awaiting some new home sales data coming out here at 10 o'clock as well for August. Not typically a number that moves the market, but just a heads up, we are going to get a little bit of a data point here coming through. But overall market, yeah, nicely back to the upside here. A lot of analysts this morning, a lot of notes suggesting that that might have not been the case ahead of Micron earnings to come after the close. MetaConnect coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon, as we mentioned. That August number, new home sales, 716,000 versus about the same, 700,000 expected there. New home sales on a month-over-month number down 4.7%. They were looking for a decline of more than 5% on that number. So a little bit better than expected there, as I mentioned. Yeah, 0.35 now for the NASDAQ back to the upside. Took out that high from yesterday. All-time high territory for the S&P as well. Meta, now 1%. Again, 1 p.m. this afternoon. Make sure if you're in Meta, you might want to just, tread cautiously with Zuck said to take the stage. 570 coming into play right now. A bit of a pullback for Meta. We talked about these in the pre-market if you were with us. Some of the Chinese ADRs back higher now in a pretty good way as well. JD.com just had a huge volume spike there through 33, coming back in right now. But nice look for JD.com. I mentioned this one earlier, CAPR off the highs, but what a couple of days this thing's had. 27% short side on CAPR, guys.
We're just stone cold chilling right now, man. I mean, I'm going to put an offer. I put an offer at 124.15 for Nvidia. It did pull back into 124 right there. That's giving me a little bit of a pause for concern, but honestly, like 99 problems right now. Trading, definitely not one of these ones. We're going to look for some more opportunities, but we're going to get a piece out here. Give it to us, give it to us, give it to us. Oh, it did not. Oh, it did. We got those 15s right there. So spin it again right there. All right, now we are over $2 in the money from our level, and we are pretty happy watching out for this. So there it goes now. Big time new highs right now. The net is rocking. Congratulations on this trade, but let's go find some more. What about Amazon here right now? AMZN, not in Brazil, of course. in the NASDAQ. So we'll find
Might be dual listed.
193, maybe it should be. Yeah, Brazilian Bancor Amazon. All right, so we'll find out right now. Amazon. There's the move down. So again, we stayed away. This is how you this is what you have to do. Yesterday we hit Amazon the wrong way. We thought it was a long. Today we kind of stay away from it. Nice pullback in for Amazon right now. Not doing too much, but that 192.50. A lot of people talking about Meta obviously today as we have that Meta Connect event going through. Meta through the roof again. Oops, why didn't my chart change? Meta through the roof again, man, up another 1%. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to beat Nvidia, just about how clean it was, but that was a pretty clean break right there as well at 566. So if you were watching that sort of top break, again, what was paused me for concern a little bit on Meta was the fact that we didn't have any pre-market volume. So no pre-market volume was kind of like that, right? But there's the 566 break. Huge move to the upside off of that, up to 571 new all-time highs. So yeah, sure. We're watching out for this one. Trading is the name of this game, but Neil's got another one over there.
Yeah, this incredible move to the upside in the market brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience, revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain networks analytic technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510 cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. And ignite hope in the bull market because the market haven't used that, it's only up 0.2%. Okay, so like that's only up 2%, but Nvidia's up 3.
Nvidia's a monster.
Rivian's down, Rivian sucks. Intel is up 4. So just a quick little update. Intel did eventually break that 23.5. I took some out on the other side of it. It looked like there was someone trying to sell on that initial breakout and then immediately just flew right through. So there isn't a red candle on this name, but there's nothing on the chart here until it gets to $30 on Intel. That's sort of the thing. So I'm just going to play this one by ear. If it gets to 24, I'm kind of thinking even dollar levels are the way to go here on Intel. Yeah, the position board's finally updated. As far as Rivian goes, it got to VWAP and it's starting a bit of a curl here. I completely forgot about the Chinese ADRs, to be honest with you. But Pinduoduo didn't really go that far anyways. So I said Pinduo at 115 would be a fade. You know, it's not there. So yeah, they're going up. I just heard, Chinese names are going back to the upside. No, we're still pretty far away from any level that I would have shorted. Tesla is really setting up for a bit of a double top break. Just a bit of a caution. I'm looking up at my Tesla chart. This looks like a top break. However, zoom it out. Yesterday's high is right above. So I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole in terms of a breakout. I think you wait for 257 if Tesla wants to join the party. I thought we'd go 250 dip hunting. That's clearly not going to be the case here. I want to get into a trend, but I want to trade a little bit cautiously with Tesla. So 125 is going to come in on Nvidia. I think that's a good look. I tried to get in a third time and was unable to. Let me just cancel that off VWAP. I don't think we're getting it. As I said, we have a new trend line, which is even steeper than the one before. Still want to buy dips, but it's if it gets to 125 first, I'm not shorting it, but I might look for something. If I can find something weak in the chip space, probably not, and then I would look for a fade if Nvidia does want to curl at 125.
All right, look, in sticking with protocol right here, let's spin this right now and just a big shout out to the ones who crushed this one here today. Let's go. Shout out to Max. Shout out to Wayne in the back. Shout out to Yannick. Neil hit this trade. Everybody that was on this trade, big time. Shout out to you there for Nvidia because it was setting up. You guys took it, and again, congratulations. That's the whole point. So I just want to say that's why we're here is to do these kind of trades for you to show you what's possible. There goes Nvidia again, and it's really good when it's kind of like being part of the team, right? As we say, where it's nice when everybody can make money, and especially when a lot of us are kind of going the same way, and it continues to go, because sometimes it's like, oh my God, like you get that FOMO, you punch in too late, and then it reverses on you. You're like, oh man, why did I sort of join that trend so late? But today on Nvidia, no matter where you joined it, you were huge. And so that's another one there, including that last little reload. I'm going to wait to get something out at 125, but I'm not stubborn too much here. We only have, so now we have just under 10% left, so we don't have too much left. But at the same time, you know, every little bit counts, and we still have a decent piece on. So as far as share size is concerned, so we don't want to necessarily get out of it all, but I want to make sure that we do capture some more profit here if it does come near side 125. So I'm offering that 124.80 right now, not too far away. You know, if we lose this 124 right there, I could consider getting a piece out backside, but for right now, let's just keep on watching this trade and see where we go from here. The only other trade we have on is Rivian. All right, so the other trade there, but Rivian's P&L wise, I mean, Rivian's still real small. It's going to be like the number 3 name or so, number 2 name actually right now. You have a good trade on Intel, so we'll add the Rivian now. So he's out of Intel. Okay, so right now, just want to say good trades happening, and then also on the sticky note, completely ignored today by me because I wasn't really feeling Alibaba down there. We sort of did talk about some of the levels that Alibaba had, but right here on the sticky note, we wrote down Alibaba 94 long, and it's just. It came close, man. It came to 94.11s. Unfortunately, we're at 94.02. So that's not going to do anybody any good because we missed that long. But guess what? It's another banger idea right there off the sticky note, 94. I hope you guys had that. We don't. But that was it right there. It came back in 3 times, basically. And unfortunately, we were too busy looking, and not unfortunately, very fortunate that we were busy looking at Nvidia, but at the same time, that was another missed opportunity. We could have had that one. So, all right, that's what we're doing right now. Just really happy, obviously, with the trading today, and it's really nice to battle back. You know, you have that loss yesterday, but then able to sort of turn that frown upside down and come right back and do this. So, yeah, good day so far. Let's just keep it going. It's already 10:10. I'm going to go get a coffee in a second.
Yeah, get that refill. I mean, we're going to try to reload in these markets. We're past 10 o'clock, so the opening range has been put in. See nice 93 in the chat. Why do you sell Intel? You got to be talking about me because I was the only one trading it, obviously. So quickly going to show you. If you watch this show every single day, you'll know that when we get a breakout, I've been using trend lines for reversion trades for a while. The other way to look at a reversion trade as well, if you're, instead of looking for a place to go short like we were yesterday on, it was Unity in the afternoon, then you can be looking for them for a place to get out of a trade. So break of the high, it was 23.30. You got to find that on the 15-minute chart, not here on the 3-minute. When it broke the high, it dipped into this bottom. You start to connect the dots, right? So each 3-minute candle connects the dots in there. It crosses the trend line. I get out. I'm looking to trail at that point. Like every 50 cents or 25 cents every quarter, at 50, if it broke, I would have definitely taken some out there. When it got to 75, I'm looking for a place to exit that move. And when it breaks the trend line, I'm not punching short there because I think it's a strong stock today. But I am getting out and then looking for a dip buy. And everyone has to trade their own way. I always say, if you were flat, what would you do? If I wasn't in a trade and was thinking fade on Intel or reversion on Intel, I would short it. That means at least I would get out of a long. Speaking of the shorts, Rivian. Okay, so Rivian's not doing a heck of a lot anymore. Kind of going sideways in here at VWAP. I don't need this breaking back out above 40. I think it would retest the highs if it did. There's a bit of a rounded bottom here on Rivian, and keep in mind how low this thing is. If it decides to catch a bit of a bid, you don't want it screaming back to the upside. It doesn't have a huge short float, but it's still, anything this depressed is a squeezable name in my opinion. Not really watching much of anything else except for now Intel, Rivian, or Nvidia, we want to buy anywhere near VWAP. Tesla doesn't seem like we're going to get 250 at this point. It's double tapped the 256 half, 257 is yesterday's high. Maybe we can find pre-market low support. I'd rather it hold on to VWAP. I'd rather join a trend in Tesla if it's making higher lows than making lower lows. So if it can set that kind of a pattern up, maybe we join on Tesla here, but kind of flat with the market at the highs.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Nvidia is going higher. I just put a stop in to get out at 124 break, but that doesn't look like that wants to happen. We are just going to get out of half of what we had left, leaving us with about 7% of our position. But yeah, we'll stay on Nvidia. New trade possible here. Little sketch, but I mean, what about if Amazon takes this 193.20 right now? Market is huge, right? I remember when the market was down today, I said feeling bullish, which is why, I mean, so we'll just say congratulations to anybody that was with me on that one. Wait a second. Oh, no. I forgot to look at the TQQs, which is something else that we had. Oh, my. Again, guys, it's Sticky Note Nation. Stand up one more time if you have this trade. We do not. And that was just ridiculous. Sean, put in the stop orders, my guy, and then you don't have to worry about all this nonsense. But look what we wrote down here. 72 on the TQQ. 72 break. Long break there on the TQQs. And there it is right there. Does not go against you. 30 cents in the money. Damn. We should have had that one. Frustrating, but that's okay. There goes the NASDAQ, huge move up. We had that break as well. So there it is right there. That was
another one.
Hopefully you had that, but oh man, that's too bad. Nice break higher there on the NASDAQ. Again, putting the sticky note now at a 3 for 3 because I'm not going to count that bob along because we were sitting there bidding and we missed the bid. This actual break on the NASDAQ, you could have with unlimited amounts of shares. We just weren't looking there. 72, it does not go against you either. So good little break there. We'll wait now as the move might be a little extended. I don't know here on the futures, but Amazon was the one for me if we can break a little bit higher. Oh, it's starting to go right now. So as we just as we talk about it, are you kidding me, Amazon? All right, it's trying to break 193. I was looking at like this 193.10 area. But there goes Amazon just as we talk about it. Are you kidding me? Nice move to the upside there. Or AMZN. Let's just try it. We'll punch, there we go. We punched in a little bit at 16s. You saw some little bit of liquidity there. So now we are long Amazon into this trade. We missed it. I wanted that break right there, so we kind of got it. We should be long at 10s. Instead, we're long here at 16. It's Amazon. It's another one. Let's see if we can go.
Yeah, Amazon breaking out. Meta's just made a fresh high. So yeah, they're really running it into this event. I kind of feel like this could be. It's gonna be I feel like it's gonna be a trap on Meta specifically. The rest of the market, I'm kind of okay with. I'm a little skeptical about that one continuing. It's a long way to 1 o'clock though, so you have plenty of time. There has not been a big dip at all, and early on in Nvidia was giving you those dips. Now you're not really getting it. You're getting more resistance at this 124.5 than we've seen in a while. But if it does make a dip here, I think this would be the next available opportunity. As I said, I'm not going to just say VWAP or something like that. I am willing to pick it up anywhere it does a reversal candle. Forget about VWAP. It was great early, but we didn't get it because it never dipped into it the second time. So got to be a little bit more on the ball to try to catch the actual level and not just where the line on the chart is. Let's go to Brendo at the desk.
Just kind of hanging out today. Positive on the day, as you guys were mentioning, 0.3. But Bloomberg reporting at least 4 analysts have now boosted their estimates for Q3 delivery numbers, specifically going to China. So coming out of China again, Q3 delivery numbers expected to be better than initially forecast for Tesla.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan, for that one. We'll have to look at Tesla again because it's possibly ripping up. And we just put on Amazon, man, and we just took out 30 cents right there, getting 48 right there on Amazon, like as if it's butter, man, as if it's easy day. We talk about this all the time. Same thing as gambling, things like that. When you're seeing the board, we talk about that, man. You're picking those winners, seeing them right there, Amazon, good trade. We're out of 40% already as we just trying to play a break there. It's still weaker than the market. So if the market fades out here on Amazon, then it's not necessarily a name we want to be in because of the weakness in the name. So we'll just sit there, watch our money through Nvidia going back up there to the upside. Someone in the chat said that they took the TQQ trade based on what we had mentioned there. So we'll just say, where's my props button? We'll say props to you there in the chat. I don't know if it was Jay Lee or who it was there, but you tagged me on that. So I want to thank you for that. It really means a lot that you guys are trusting in some of these plays and looking at them yourself and putting your money to work. So, good trade on that one if you have it. Wish we did with you there, bud. But today, like I said, month makers today all over the place. And it starts and stops basically with Nvidia there today. Although, I think maybe we might have been on another stock as well. Yeah, Tesla was a big winner as well. So Tesla, Nvidia, the two monster wins here today, and it's continuing for Nvidia, right? I'm waiting for a break of this 50. So it's just trying to go upside. We're at 124.80. See if we can get out. And it's a good thing we didn't go for a coffee run, because we just put some more money in the bank there with Amazon. Looking to reload this down here in the teens if we were able to, and then dropping it out if we break back down through 193. But Amazon, what dreams are made of today? Nvidia and Amazon, and I mean, it's obviously we'll go 3 for 3. I mean, it's been a big day, but at the end of the day, Rivian right now trying to find its base. Hopefully we can break a little bit lower. We wanted to pick on this name. We saw the downgrade. We went for it, and it was pretty good. So yeah, so far so good here. I think maybe now I'll go get a coffee, but I think Randy might be coming with one.
Ooh, Randy reload. I'm actually getting hungry already, but the market is hungry for the highs.
Yeah.
So look, I showed you my plan of action to get out on the trend of Intel. Intel just tagged $24. So it just continues to go higher and higher. It's been a moonshot pretty much for the market. But you're only up 0.5%. Like, you got to look at the right name. Like, this is up 5 points. Nvidia's up 3 points. AMD right here is up 1.5. So you have a bit of a distinction in what you're looking at. I was trying to find relative weakness. I said I would look for it. SMCI was weak, now bouncing off the open. I just didn't see anything. There wasn't a single chip name when we got to that high and we started reverting off 125, at least for now on Nvidia, that even set up for shorts. I'm just not going to short anything. You don't have to. It is what it is. I do want to try to look for a spot in case there's a pullback on Intel. This is a big enough move that we've got to look for the next opportunity here. Look, the 50 period is broken on the daily. You've broken out the bottoming of the channel. If it just starts going up, obviously the breakout price is good at 23.30, but the odds of getting that again is pretty low. So I got to look for like the 23.5 type level as well for Intel. So this one continues to go higher. I know some people are going to diamond hands it. Congratulations. You always have to sort of do you. Like, what works for you works for you. Like, I'm not going to complain on a day like today. There is still, look, DJT. I said I wouldn't trade DJT today and just sort of look for any kind of pop and fade. We gave one level this morning. It was 1440. If anyone was listening to it, you might have been able to grab a bit of a win in here. It got right into key resistance and support. I look for confluence if it's out in the ether, like out in the middle of nowhere, and that's essentially what you had. But this wick, unless you were just Johnny on the spot, this is the one stock I'm trading, I doubt you're going to get that short trade. So it was a good level. I just don't see if you're focused on DJT. If you're not focused on DJT, you could have had that, and it's still upward trending. When this happens and it resumes trend up, I would never want to short it the second time at that same price. Not me, because it's still trending upside. Probably already got some people short in there. So if it continues to break, I easily think it can rinse a few people. So I'm not shorting that level the second time. I think you had to have it the first. As we're going to Brendan with a small cap recap. I wonder what Octo's doing.
Yeah, lots of little ones flying around this morning, guys. As I mentioned, the low float side of things coming into play. Some short names or short percent names coming into play as well. This one just popping up in front of me. A few people mentioning this as well. TNON, huge move up to 570. I checked a couple of sources here. I mean, Trade Ideas, shout out to them. 442,000 shares on the free float of TNON. Not much in the way of any kind of significant headline for that one, but a lot of low float runners so far today. This one had news after the close yesterday, 41% here for Motorsport Gaming, which is a video game maker. They had an update for their most popular game, I assume anyways. After the close yesterday, new version coming out. Positive reaction from the market to that. 150. If you zoom out to a daily chart, 150 right in the middle there, significant level for MSGM. This one, Octo, OCTO, 65% here. Financial update across the board said this quarter specifically going to be better than expected, and nice update for their forecast going forward as well for OCTO.
Yeah, Octo, big volume mover in the morning, and obviously today is the kind of day. There's days where it's a meme day. There's days where it's a low float runner or small cap kind of day. I feel like today was more of a kind of look at the chip names. And you led with it. I mean, Nvidia yesterday gave you the hint, and First of all, everybody, make sure you, if you're not getting the watch list, make sure you get the watch list. Because today was an interesting one where I was kind of filling in for Adara doing it, and MetaConnect was an obvious story, I think. And it would have been really easy to lead, hey, let's just put that at the top of the watch list. But I kind of just BS'd the chips and said semiconductors at the top of the watch list because of what happened in Nvidia yesterday. Like when this happens, you're looking at the chips the next day. And look, Meta's done a fantastic move. I'm not taking anything away from it. Meta's absolutely blowing it out. But this trend is just continuing to go up, and it's dragging it's like a rising tides to the upside pretty much everywhere. So I'm not getting in at any of these highs. I'm not looking to regain the trend at any of these highs. I'm waiting for pullbacks. I don't see anything that I want to short at this moment. Although Rivian's making a double bottom, so that's got my attention a bit here. Look, Rivian double bottom. I don't know. I'm probably just going to take this out and go for the VWAP trade on Rivian. If it cannot hold this low, if it does hold this low, I should say, if it cannot hold underneath this low because we're short, then I want to look to get out of this one, maybe at the 22 level. I feel like the early morning move might be done, and we got to look for the secondary play here on RIVN. Tesla's still not doing much of anything. Pinduoduo, no chance it's going to get high enough. Yeah, this sucker ain't strong enough to get to 115 for a fade, so I'm probably not trading that. I might go back over to Mara, but remember the level on Mara? We're right back at the same level, but it's higher lows into it. I don't have a reason to reload this trade. It's now trending up, going into that resistance, so the first short worked. No need to just stand in front of a moving freight train when this market is going higher. Let it either fail to break or confirm the move back into the downside before we get into this. We shorted on the back end, nice and patient, let it make the high, get it on the back end. I think that's the way to go.
It's going to sound like a broken record, but I don't know what else to say. All right, so Amazon, we just reloaded that. Wow. I went and got a nice little refill there. Come back. I mean, I don't know who's buying, but we aren't. We're holding. There goes Nvidia. Neil talked about, going station to station and things like that. That's, but when this stock doesn't dip, I mean, we had one dip buy right into there. So lucky to grab that. Not lucky. It's not lucky. Just fortunate, same thing, to grab that. And it's fortunate to be looking at it. Nvidia's 125 right now. We're long 122s. And it's an I mean, let me just check to see right now. Right. So we saw Max still in this. I mean, there's some traders behind us still in this name. This is carrying the day. It's Nvidia, and it's fantastic. I just ran into Yannick in the back as well, congratulated him on his big trade as well for Nvidia. And it's just like, this is what it's about, right? This is the Super Bowl today for this office. It's a great opportunity to come in here, trade, hit these names. And I mean, look at this. And again, it's believing in your trades, it's taking the shares, putting up a number, and dealing with it. Look what Amazon's doing as well. And again, remember we talked about in the wild, these guys talked about Adara and Sharif. We're putting trades on in the wild. We talked about obviously not having the opportunity to trade every single name on our watch list today, although the TQQs was pretty sweet there. Alibaba was pretty sweet, but we found Amazon. And it was just, honestly, was breaking this little shelf. I don't love the trade. It was great. The reload was great. The fact that we sat there and took it. And again, look where we're long here, 193.12. We said our out was a break of 193, so 12 cents worth of risk. Now it's pulling back, but we just got out at 38s up there. So well worth it as a risk to reward ratio. I'm going to take another piece out right here at 20s. There it is. We'll take another piece now and get that out. But again, Amazon really working out for us. Let's not throw back what we made. If it breaks lower, we're going to get out. And it looks like the market right now is trying to retrace itself just a little bit. So we'll put one more offer out on Amazon in the 20s and then see what happens. Despite market weakness, this plane is not landing, baby. It is Nvidia, and it is exploding money all over the place today. Again, Big day alert here for Nvidia. I hope everybody's on it. Look at SMCI, they say. Yeah, let's look at SMCI. This is that level 4. As soon as it broke that 457 area there on the daily chart, it was off to the races. My daily chart's not working, but SMCI, there it is right into here.
470 something.
Yeah, no, it was 450, 457, yeah. So the minute it broke this right into here, this level right there, it just blasted. I remember this day, this was yesterday or 2 days ago, went all the way up to 485, now trying to hold again. I feel like this is a great dip opportunity. We bounced off of 455 again yesterday. So far so good there on SMCI. Maybe that might have been the top for Nvidia. Might have been a good out. Still at 124.80 though, Brendan.
Great update, guys, from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about the PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier, $20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right. It's that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss the opportunity. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description for more info.
There you go, and shout out to Trade the Pool. I heard Sean mention maybe a little bit of a turn there. I feel like, when Nvidia doesn't break 125, Intel just turned at 24. If Intel gets a 1 in front of it anytime soon, it's because they did a reverse split, which they're not going to, by the way. The NASDAQ, there's no levels necessarily up here recently, so if you pull back, I think the more important thing would be on a pullback, this 2020 level, 2200 level, I should say. Clear resistance. If it bounces into support, that's going to be an opportunity to look for some dip buys. And again, maybe we get something like a VWAP on Intel, which I'd be interested in. If we get VWAP on Intel, I don't think we're going to get VWAP on Nvidia. Tesla is lining up to try to break out the highs here. But it's not that high. It's yesterday's high that I'm concerned with on Tesla. So yeah, you got a local pop in here, but it's a 257 level on Tesla. That's the one that has to go. I don't like breaking out into overhead resistance. So forget about this $0.50. It's the even. Actually, it's 257.20. It very briefly broke the even yesterday. We going to Brendan again. We got the crypto segment here. Early. That's fine.
Back downside a little bit here. I was just checking out both Ethereum guys and Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. That's IBIT. Yeah, these ETFs seeing inflows for the first time in a week. But looking for overall, if you zoom out to the month, still about break even either direction, in or out, as far as the money flows for the ETFs themselves. But what a move we've had. If you go to, this is Bitcoin on a daily chart, we're right at the top of, you can kind of imagine the downtrend. We're right at the top end of the range here, 64,000 still holding red, as I mentioned, so far today for BTC, but still pretty good performance since the start of the month, guys.
Yeah, we were looking at it yesterday here. Let's have a look at some more crypto names here, just real quick, just to have a quick update. I did, before I do this though, we got more Amazon down there at 193. I'm going to give this one now to 193.90 break. Sorry, 192.90 break. We just got we just bought. This isn't bought. We're long at 01s. This out is 23s right there. Look, there it is. So we will drop out. We had I was going to say we have half left. It just came out, so we'll drop some money down for this. We do right now. I don't know if we don't normally go to gas, but right now it is out. I will update you on the oil number unless Brenda wants to take it. I'll probably get it in a second. I don't have it yet, but okay. Brendan's going to talk about it. USO right now just a bit higher on the tick. Brendan, what's the numbers?
It's bigger than expected, actually. Negative 4.4 million barrels. So the forecast was negative 1.4, so bigger draw than expected, 4.4 versus 1.4.
All right. Yeah, so a good little move there. Upside right now, as you can see for USO. I actually filled up last night again. I got a great price, man, 138.9. I was like, okay, that's pretty good for a liter of unleaded gas. So that's not too bad. There goes USO to the upside. We can look at XOM. So remember, a liter, I think it's 3.8 liters per gallon. So that's still like $5 or so a gallon, I think. I have to look at that math. How many liters are in a gallon? We'll figure that out. And then it's Canadian dollars as well. So you got to take that into consideration. But XOM still continuing to move down, man. I don't know if oil prices are going to save anything right now. I mean, oil's been beat up. We just had USO for a minute. Light sweet crude has broken below. It's had a nice move back up. We talked about this a little bit with energy, and when we're looking at XLE and whatnot, it's had a good week and a bit, but yeah, it hasn't been great. When we had JC Peretz here, I believe that was earlier in the summer, maybe it was July-ish, he was liking XLE, and we can go over XLE just real quickly if it and when it loads, was liking that name in and around this area as well. So XLE $91, $92, nice little drop in there. Good buy zone down there, 83, 84 if you want to collect some oil names and you don't want to just invest in one singular name. Oxy, again, in the patch. Yeah, pretty bad, but it had already...
It is pretty bad.
I'll fix the necklace, my guy. No worries about it. That's a superpower. That's like where we get it from. But Oxy, again, held 50, which is what I was going to say. So, I mean, I think that's a good hold. I mean, sure, it breaks that one day to 49.80. I mean, who cares? Holding $50 Occidental. I still think this is not investable yet. I mean, you'd like to get it at least back up to this gap fill level, which is 55.50. Warren's definitely not saving this stock anymore. Maybe you wait for that next note about a buy zone there for Occidental. It looks like we're a little too cute maybe with Amazon. This happens, and this was another thing that I said to my wife, love you, Marissa, last night, was I have to stop being stubborn with plays. You know, once it breaks, do not get back in just because it breaks your bottom. It breaks it because potentially it wants to go the other way. And it's okay, Sean, you could be wrong on a name. We are not wrong. Amazon, your number 2 P&L name today, just off of this right here. So again, I know we don't discuss share sizes, but if you put on a little bit of share size and able to scalp it out, that's how you can make money. So I'm actually up more on Amazon right here than I am on what is a beautiful trade for Rivian. It's just we don't have our full default there. And we don't have the reload. We just have one move down. So again, I don't have a problem talking to you guys about names that we're up on, names that we're down on, how much we're up or how much we're down on different names in relationship to each other. So Amazon right there, again, just letting you know, this is a top, like we just put this trade on. It's 10.15 right now. And it's going to be a good name for me. So better so far than our friend Rivian. And again, just because of the share size. And I think Neil and I talk about that. Make your best opportunities, the best share size you have and or can afford to hold. And unfortunately, Rivian, we talked about it. It's on the sticky note. We wrote down 11.75. So our real shares were sitting there. We did have a piece of it right now, and we took 25% of the default that I would have been comfortable with on Rivian. So it's still a banger. It's still a winner. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, but that's thanks to Amazon, which is now coming back upside. So we did drip out a half there for 10-cent hit on that one, but you can't be perfect. Maybe take profits on Nvidia. Just real quick, and I'll throw it back to Neil, because I know I've been talking for a minute here. We've already taken profits on Nvidia. So we took it out right there at 124.80. We talked about it bouncing off of a key level, right? And I just said this to Yannick again in the back, and it was Nvidia yesterday was 115. Okay? Its market cap is $3 trillion. It just added 10%. It went from 115 to 125 in one day. In one day, in like 4 market hours, it added like $250 billion to its market cap, which is more than 98% of the companies that you can find in the S&P 500 in 4 hours. So there is love for Nvidia. And if you're not looking at it, you're making a mistake. It's been on the watch list. It's been the number 1 stock, both sides, up and down for this office for a minute. So good trading there on Nvidia. Please do not ignore. And as Fabian says so eloquently,
he does.
Do not forget to like and subscribe because I'm doing this every day. So hopefully you're back here tomorrow and we can enjoy that ride one more time.
The ride never stops. And look, there wasn't a catalyst today, but semiconductors were the top of the watch list for a reason today. And it was because of what happened yesterday. There was, and this is an important point. It doesn't, sometimes you've got big news on a stock. Sometimes the news is that it's just moving. And that should be enough for a trader. It doesn't matter necessarily. It could be an upgrade or a downgrade. Actually, a good example of that is like Rivian. Rivian was just a Morgan Stanley downgrade today. Some days we'll look at a stock and say, hey, Morgan Stanley upgraded, who cares? But the difference was this time Morgan Stanley actually gave a direction that we liked anyways. So it was a reason for it to do more volume. Now, speaking of Rivian, it's the only one I'm left in. I'm going to get to Intel in a quick little second. It's making on a 15-minute here. Oh, no. On the 15-minute, it's making a bit of a bottom. The last time it had a green candle, you pull back into the previous low and dipped. I'm now trailing. If it breaks that previous low again, like this one in here, I'm going to get out and look to see if we can get in about VWAP or the 35 level just for a little chance at a reload. Now, as far as Intel goes, when that last move down happened, it was on Nvidia, that last move down. Intel just sort of held the line here at 24. It doesn't seem to want VWAP. It's a super strong name in here today along with the rest of the chips, but the market's only up 0.33%. It feels like it really wants to put in a bigger gap, but you can see the selling underneath 24. Like there is clearly, until it breaks back out the high, I'm going to back off to either support or VWAP. I kind of thought we were going to get VWAP on that last move. It was heavy, but they're immediately retesting this 24. I think it's trying to set up a new trend, needs a break of the high, and then a little confirmation that we're going to hold above 24. Then I want to join the trend back in. Tesla, big time nothing burger on Tesla, unfortunately, here today. And then I want to go back to Mara. Mara still holding underneath that 16.7. So it is confirming, while the market's going higher, that it might be giving up the ghost at that same 16.70 price. So I think this is a chance to maybe get in one more time here on Mara. Don't really like much of anything else to the sell side outside of this, as long as Bitcoin's not breaking that 64 level, which it's kind of close actually.
Yeah, very close.
Very close.
All right, just hearing in my ear here, we are brought to you by the Benzinga Pro platform that there is some FTC is looking into deceptive uses of AI technology. You think?
No one would ever do that.
Yeah, no one would ever do that. No one would ever make like photos of like the president getting arrested when he wasn't, or photos of random other people. I actually saw Mike Tyson called Jake Paul fat, and he was, I don't know if it's AI or not, but he has this fat suit on. It's hilarious right now. But anyways, that was deceptive. Here it is right here. I was waiting for the program to come through right now. Jake Paul might just knock that man out. I really hope he doesn't. I really hope.
No, I don't want to see him get hurt, man. I just don't want to.
Yeah, and like I said, man, he needs a little more cash there than that Mike Tyson. All right, FTC launches Operation AI Comply. Yeah, man, even they're rhyming there. Cracking down on deceptive AI claims and schemes with 5 law enforcement actions targeting misleading AI practices. Brendan is on the desk. If we see any movement in any stock, specific names, we'll get that to you as well. For right now, I'm here to tell you I do not. I do not see anything happening in any of said names. If anything, Nvidia continues to hold highs. So I like that. I like that a lot. Let's wait to see what happens here with Nvidia now trying to get higher on those deceptive, schemy plays by the FTC. Remember, and I don't want to say this because some of you may work for the FTC, but the FTC got to get paid, and so do their employees. So, it's kind of like, if there wasn't crime, then there would be no need for certain professions. And obviously, sometimes these things are just manifested to give people something to look into. So we'll see what winds up happening. But deceptive AI schemes and claims being looked into right now by the FTC. And Nvidia says, appropriately, please hold my beer. All right, so that's what Nvidia is doing, man. We're really, I don't know if you guys can tell, but we're pretty much on cloud 9 a little bit here today with the trading. Great opportunities in Amazon, Nvidia, and Rivian. We're going to go 3 for 3 and then just sit there. Woo! Fabian wants me to be more excited. But no, honestly, I think that as we go and as the money becomes more real and we actually, I know all of you guys can see what I'm doing and stuff like that. So I don't really have much to talk about. I mean, the trades are there. They're speaking clearly for themselves. And I'm just proud to have them on and proud to be here every single day the market's open, that we're healthy enough to be here. I got to give a shout out to Fabian because I know he's not even feeling that well today. And he did come in because he knows where we've been undermanned.
He's chilling.
For a minute. So he's just chilling. He's feeling well enough to be here.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's just I know he put on his big boy pants and came in there today. So shout out to you, Fabian. Man.
In the shades.
Yeah, because he's not feeling it. You know, it's like it's all about that, you know. So we got to we can put on. We started seeing some, oh boy, did we make some money? And this all comes back. We didn't have a losing trade since noon yesterday, by the way. And now we go again here. So we're almost running 24 hours. We get that sound effect with these glasses now? Okay, I like it. But now here we go, man. We can see the market clearly now. And we're just sitting here waiting for something to pop on Nvidia. I know you had DraftKings earlier, Neil. That name continues to sort of hover.
It was an easy bounce right off. First bounce available to VWAP. But it's not, you see what, well, but I'm going to talk about Micron in a second. But you saw that Sean's chart there and there. So go back to Sean's chart if you can. I don't want to go away from mine for a quick second. Look, it's just not doing anything again. It needs to make a stronger breakout, maybe take out the highs. It was just a play off of Flutter's news. And we like that 40 level. It dipped in first available opportunity into VWAP, and it's not doing anything. So I'm not going to force a trade on DraftKings when it was a sympathy play. I got to shout out SP Williams. Thank you. You sent a few super chats lately, but you have one here for FXI. And then I'm going to get to, I was asked a question about Micron that I'm going to answer simply, and then I'm going to go to FXI. So thank you very much, SP Williams, for that super chat. But I was asked, Neil, you didn't take Micron. Why didn't you take Micron? I think the answer is simple. If we come to my chart for a second, Fabian. So Micron, yes. Did Micron continue the move upside and break it out? Answer, absolutely yes. So it's gone. It took out 95. I'm not going to argue with you there. The difference was Nvidia did this yesterday and had this breakout set up, and Intel did this last week and had this breakout which was setting up. So you have to prioritize. I just tended to think that those two chip names were better long breaks than Micron, and they're both stronger names today. So that's the only reason you try to prioritize. Sometimes you get it wrong. I can't tell you the number of times, like I'll pick, you pick Nvidia and AMD goes or something like that, but every now and then you sort of get it right. So shout out to SP William for the super chat, and thank you guys for the questions. That's what we're here for. Yeah, so as far as FXI goes, I mean, you're actually pretty weak in here. I wanted to pull up a weekly chart if I can, just very quickly. So here we go. Yeah, like if you look at what's going on with these Chinese names, I know we've been talking in the general sense about how they're breaking out. Michael Noss has mentioned this a little bit. All that's happening, at least as far as I'm concerned, is you're still on that bit of an upward trend. You got the good news the other day about the injection of funds and stimulus and all that good stuff. But you're right into a resistance spot on a host of names, BABA and PDD as well. So you're going into resistance on the weekly here. It happens to be at 30 on this ETF. You can pick any of the ones that you want. But yeah, you're just running into resistance on this move and getting a bit top heavy. I felt like a fade at really big levels on PDD that never got there. I mean, FXI, as you can see, a bit of a gap down with all the rest of the stocks. It's trending back up. It's deceiving that it's down. They're trending back up, but I think you want to short some of these at those highs. Specifically for myself, I was looking PDD at 115. Let's go to Brendan at the desk. Shoot, what was that about you, Steele?
Quick look at the overall market here for you guys. Pretty flat as we've seen. Overall, the market, though, positive coming from semiconductors. Once again, pretty good look for Nvidia today. AMD, QCOM, RTX, Micron there, green on the day ahead of earnings to come later in the day. Meta, nice move past couple of days, but going into this event coming up this afternoon, 1.3% to the upside. We had that headline early on this morning for Oracle, 1.6 here for ORCL, having a pretty good day. Salesforce quietly as well, more than 2% to the upside. Weakness coming from some of the banks up here ahead of earnings in a few weeks from them. We'll hear from them second week of October. October 11th, I believe, is the official kickoff. Pharmaceutical names under a little bit of pressure. Energy as well, as we saw. I mean, a move higher there on that oil number at 10:30, but oil names downside for the most part, guys.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Blue
you.
oil.
Very, yeah, nice to see Oracle there. CRM, that 2% move, that's a nice one as well. Nvidia right now at high a day. Professor, it's a three-bagger right now. $3 in the money. Three-bagger normally means 3 times. But there it goes, Nvidia, $3 in the money off our posted level and off our reload. We're $2.50 in the money off the reload. I just want to talk about Amazon one more time. I don't know, man. The market is right here at this bottom. Will we hold? Will we not? I'm going to try one more time here at 193. Just to see. It's bounced off a couple times. It's gotten back. I feel like the risk to reward, this is a trade that I'm not overly in love with because we look like we could be fading out a little bit. It's just the risk to reward here I feel like is worth it. 10 cents to the bottom, and we could get 30 cents higher. So we'll try it right now. We're long at 02s. Right now, if we can get a piece out anyways at like 12s, maybe we'll do that. Just to grab, that ratio that we were talking about here. So we'll see if we can get that offer right now. Upside on Amazon and just let it go. There is a bat book right there. You might have just saw that with 10,000 shares. It's gone now. We'll see. It was at 09s. We'll see if it's still there. But right now, Amazon, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. It's another one right there. We'll spend some more money right there again. And honestly, guys, this is what we talk about. We use more shares. We talk about this. We could talk about it, right? I'll use the most shares on some of these names, and that's the play. So we just went in and out there. It's 2-1 right now on Amazon. We got long at 02. We just took an 18 fill right there. And again, just scalping it out, right? Trying to scalp out, trying to get these fills going. So we got out of only 30%. It could still fall completely on our face here. Amazon, you know where the stop order is. We're just trying to play this. Maybe we shouldn't. Thank you for the credit on Rivian. It's been a big trade. We have the high of the day on Rivian. How we have that is just by sitting there. We got it. We took it out at VWAP. We took another piece out at the 50 period. We took another piece out at 11:30. We took another piece out at 11:25. And now it's breaking even lower as the market is trying to hold out. Rivian is already dead, man. We've already smoked this trade a couple times here live for you. And we're doing it again right now. It's going to be a 3-for-3 banger of a day. Neil's had a great day over here. We talked about it's probably the best day for the office, probably all month here as I look. I don't think we have a red sole. So, so far, so good right there. The only thing with red soles around here are my wife's shoes.
Ruby red slippers, maybe?
No. Yo, don't worry about it.
I'm not going to pretend I get that one, but yeah, Rivian's dead.
Where's Ramin at?
I'm on the bid. Rivian's about to tag $11. So if it gets to $11, I'm out. This is the next key level on the stock. You go to the daily chart. There's nothing here.
Right.
This is about 11.10, 11.20 or so for a breakout. It was a big move to the upside when it was here the last time. But I don't think you're going to get that big of a bounce. And if it breaks that, there's nothing till about 10 even. So I'm going to get out in front of $11. It's the last trade that we have on. I had a trail for this lower high. It never happened. So we're just going to jump out of it. I saw in the chat, someone was like, it's the most volume we've had on Intel in a long time. Yeah, probably. I'm not going to double check. I heard someone said since 2019. I don't know if that's actually true, that it's actually been this long since it had this much volume early. But it is pulling back. And the NASDAQ is pulling back as well. We're going into overnight highs, which, here we go. We're going into overnight highs, which theoretically, like resistance to support. So trying to catch a bid in here would make some sense. If we do get that, Nvidia could pull back to 24. I'm looking at Intel here at VWAP. Going to cancel this trend line. Don't really need it. So the pullback into VWAP is incoming. Rivian going to go to the lows. I'm getting out in front of that $11 level, which it's about to test. But I'm looking for places that we can dip by on this name. Tesla, I think, is a little bit of a nothing burger. And I don't want to completely ignore what's going on with Rocket Labs. So shout out to Michael Noss. On Monday, this was his pick. Some people were asking about ASTS. He liked Rocket Lab a little bit better. It's made the breakout. I'll have to ask him on Friday. I'm doing the aftermarket show on Friday, right?
Sure.
I don't know. I don't remember. We've kind of switched
last week.
So it should be me this week. I'll ask him if he got into it because you can say you want a breakout trade, but sometimes you get filled, sometimes you don't. I'm going to imagine that with the move here, there was ample opportunity for this to go and get you in. There hasn't been a red candle up. 13% is Rocket Labs, just for anyone in it. It's now broken the second level on the daily here at 8:15. And kind of a blue sky setup for them. Or I guess to the moon setup, I should say.
All right. Thank you for the love in the chat, guys. That was good there. And shout out to you. Enough respect, Neil says SP Williams. Enough respect for you, man. Enough respect.
You got to say respect.
Yeah, you gotta say, well, yeah. No point in having the T at the end there. All right, so Amazon put some respect on this name here as it continues to climb higher right there. We go 2-1 right now on this risk to reward. Post it up. I mean, we just talked about this. I broke this trade down. We're going to go long here. We're going to get out here if it breaks 10 cents. Now 20 cents in the money. We're looking for more on this trade. I'm actually looking right here at 25s I'm offering. I mean, we always offer these quarters, you know. Let's go. There it is. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So we got it there. 24 is there. So we'll siren that up as we get out, as now it's starting to go back up to the upside. Now a 3-1 winner right now on Amazon. So, wow. What a day, man. What a day. What a difference a day makes. There goes Rivian to the bottom as well. There goes Nvidia trying to pull back a little bit. We just touched 125 again. We have exactly 5% left. So no shares, no cry. We're fine on this one. We've had a big day there on Nvidia. We've got a big day on Rivian, and then Amazon's trying to help it out right now as well, climbing to the top of that flagpole. So far so good here on that play. Amazon, Nvidia, Rivian. So what else you guys want to talk about here today? We had talked about IBIT, the market. I mean, it doesn't look like Bitcoin wants to do too much right here. It's just kind of just hovering in and around 63, 64. So when we talk about what we like to trade in that space, it is IBIT, and it's not doing anything right now. Again, I did want to talk quickly about some of the other crypto names right here. So we're going to go to Money Talks in just a minute, but I did talk about this before. Just right now, in the last hour, pretty flat for all of these names, right? Minus 0.3, minus 0.4. There's Bitcoin right now. Last 24 hours up 1%. It's a nice little Bitcoin and crypto run the last week. Bitcoin up 6, Ethereum up 13. Tether obviously shouldn't, if that other moves, then we have a problem. Binance Coin 9.5. Solana, I like, but we were able to get out of that one much higher. We're going to do that again if it comes near $200. That's a good one there. I don't know what, that's a staked Ether, okay. Dogecoin up 8 as well. Our boy Cardano has been having a rough ride, but Rough Riders Unite, as DMX says, don't worry about it. We will be there for this trade on Cardano. So up 16% to 39. It's Money Talks. You can spend it on crypto if you like.
Overall, pretty quiet, guys, for currencies around the globe so far today as well. We mentioned if you were with us first half an hour of the show this morning, make sure you join us 8:30 every single morning. We're talking a little bit about the DXY. Downside overall for the past weeks and months here. This is a daily chart, but you got to go all the way back to summer of 2023 to find the next stop here, possibly. That's 100 again coming into play for the dollar index. We're just above that and holding above that right now, but it gave back that last line, December 2023 levels, going back to the end of the day yesterday for the dollar. Elsewhere, I mean, I was just looking off screen here. Euro downside, JPY to the upside 2 days in a row here, back to 144 for the Japanese yen. Our Canadian dollar, guys, downside ever so slightly right now as well, ahead of a non-confidence vote coming up today in Ottawa.
Man, we have confidence in Amazon right now. Bye-bye, Justin Trudeau. Whether or not that's good or bad, we'll find out very, very soon, as that non-confidence vote will hit him directly in the face. Okay, so here it comes right now. $2 in the money on Nvidia, pulling back. But we don't even care about Nvidia anymore, because what we're doing right now is 40% still in on Amazon. So like we said, man, we just picked on this one in the last half hour or so. Another huge trade. Alert for us on Amazon. We lost one time there. That was only on half. We now have 40% as we continue to go higher. Neil, we posted this. It's a 4-1 risk to reward right there on Amazon, just given to everybody 10 minutes ago. There we go. We'll take a piece out now at 38. There it is. We lock in that 4-1 risk to reward ratio there on Amazon and just continue to have ourselves a day. What a battle back it's been for me today. The one thing that we forgot to do, though, before we go on is everybody's favorite segment. But now that Brendan's here, I think everyone's favorite segment is when that guy gets on the screen. This is not something that you're going to be able to barbecue up too much, but it's rustic chicken cacciatore. So we go back to the homeland here with some rice pilaf, sun-dried grapes, and cranberries, a little bit of sweet corn. My daughter loves some corn. Then we have a baby spinach salad, I guess, with seasonal berries. Are berries in season right now? With julienne crisp vegetables and
like
feta cheese. I think raspberries.
know berries in season.
I don't think so either. With a raspberry vinaigrette.
Yeah, I mean,
There
raspberries.
is no regret in the raspberry today. So, Rivian, 50 cents in the money, man. And we just stone cold chilling for a banger of a day. One of the best days I've had in a minute here. So yeah, we'll just keep on talking positively, sharing the good vibes, shouting out the boys in the back. It's a big day alert here for the office. So congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations, everybody. Apparently, blackberries are in season. I don't know. I have no idea. I can tell you, BlackBerry, the phones aren't in season. That's for sure because they don't exist anymore.
Correct,
But we got raspberries yesterday, and they were hit or miss. But I don't know. The salad will be just fine. So I'm not going to complain about it.
We good.
The only new trade, we went for a dip buy in Intel in here. You know, it didn't really break out. Unfortunately, it didn't break out that 24 level. So looking for a continuation off the top's just not going to happen. So it pulls in. You have a little bit of a flattish trend here, like kind of higher highs and kind of higher lows. So I just played into this dip. We'll give it to the local bottom. I think if it loses the local bottom, you're going to VWAP. That's almost a full point away. So that's a separate trade off of VWAP. Tried to get more underneath 80s, didn't get it. But we just reloaded in front of 80s. And you know what? If it fails at 24, get out again at 24. It's now a double top. It could easily triple top up there. But the futures are trying to hold on to that overnight level. I'm out of, I said I'd get out of Rivian if we bounced off 11. It goes 11.05, made a bounce. I'm out. I'm looking for the next available shot here. If it does pull back up, there's always VWAP, but I want to observe this on Rivian. Forget about the wicks. I don't necessarily ever care about that opening wick for the trend line. It's at VWAP in here and then connect that last little dip. So if we break this trend line, I think you really have to wait, not just for VWAP, but maybe even 11.35 up top. But as long as this trend holds, the reentry can simply be a pop and consolidation. If it does this ever again, like that kind of a consolidation on this trend line, then I'm going short again. Pretty simple here for Rivian. It's a short till it's not. DJT, for anyone that took the 1440, great. It retraced into VWAP, but it's holding VWAP. DJT's up 8%. So yeah, it worked short 1440 if you took it, but it's trending into the upside here. So, you know, I'm not going to be shorting this unless it fails under VWAP. I need to see that happen next. We're just back into Intel. Still nothing burger for Tesla, unfortunately. Just not seeing a trade there. But DraftKings, on the other hand, I might have jinxed it just now, was setting up for it to break the high. But, you know, it'll get there. Really close to breaking out that top. It's making a nice little trend. Maybe a VWAP retracement at lunch here if it can bounce on DraftKings. Kind of thought we'd be taking out the top, but Flutter's not going anywhere. And this was only up because Flutter had some good numbers this morning. And Flutter going sideways. Probably have to wait till the European close when Flutter closes in London, and then maybe DraftKings will pick up again.
We had a big move here today in the market. We had talked a little bit about being bullish before the market opened. Made sure that these guys were turned around to bulls when Randy came over here. There's the market this morning. Straight upside. Took advantage of it, and that's all that you can do as a trader is take advantage of stocks that you see. We took advantage of Rivian today. We took advantage of Amazon right now, and we took advantage of Nvidia. So it's been a really, really good day. And I just hope everybody else continues with that love. We do have missing one of our members today because she is on vacation. So we've got some new traders coming through for you on the midday show in about 20 seconds. Are we just trading? Are we doing lessons? What are you talking about? Finding and adjusting price objectives. So hopefully you guys have had a great day. We're going to go for a little bit of a walk coming up soon. Go phone the wife, say what's up. My daughter has now completed, she's on the ice 6 out of 7 days a week. We've been having some good vibes. We went to see her both mornings and it was all good. Just an update on where my targets are before we go. All right, Nvidia, one more stop out. My bad, we ain't getting stopped out of Nvidia. If we just come to the chart just quickly, Fabian, then we'll go over there. All right, so we do have an offer up here at 125. If we're lucky enough to get that, let's take it, man. It's been there before. We want to make sure that we take it again. That's Nvidia up here, 125. We have less than 5% left, but that 5% is still a good amount for your boy, so we'll wait for that. This name, Amazon, we're out if it breaks 193. Target 200 period and or basically the high of the day despite the open. And Rivian, Nepa, no outs for Rivian. Let's see how far this name wants to continue to the downside. All right, man. Josh Allen's here. No stress at all. So
they're chilling.
We're using the Josh Allen thing here. From two really good football teams with the Green Bay Packers, who is starting, failed quarterback Malik Willis.
Super Bowl party, Bills versus...
Yeah, probably. Bills versus Packers. Yeah, that's most likely. I'm not sure. Look, I knew the Cowboys were doomed the minute that McCarthy was signed over there. I mean, honestly, man, with the talent, McCarthy couldn't win with Aaron Rodgers, like one Super Bowl.
That's a Hall of Famer, too.
Come on, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Dak's not a Hall of Famer.
It's not about the players. I think it's a coaching problem. You don't have that offense, back-to-back running games, running those guys over. Where's Micah Parsons? This guy's supposed to be legit. Where's that Dallas defense? Let's go, Mike McCarthy. Motivate my guys' boys over here.
Do you know
this guy's a happy guy. I don't want to see this man upset no more. I could get in a headlock or something. We do not want...
You have to be sad if you're a Cowboys fan.
Right.
But at least the market's making him happy. But look... They passed on the guy that's backing up Breece Hall and the Jets.
Yeah.
The Cowboys passed on this Braylon Allen kid.
Yeah.
Literally would be the perfect running back for their team. That just shows it's not just the coaching, the management as well. It's also the running.
Seventh or eighth back off the board. There's a lot of guys missed.
He fit their system so perfectly. Everybody was like, this is a perfect guy for them. And they don't take him, and the guy's already blowing up for the Jets.
Jerry's world, man, and we all live in it. So that's at the end of the day.
He's rich.
Guy's a billionaire. All right, back over to Sharif. Sorry to get you in this mood, my guy. But it is Thursday tomorrow, and they play the New York Giants tomorrow night. So there we go, man. Can you make Daniel Jones look like a Pro Bowl quarterback or not? We will find out tomorrow as Malik Neighbors catches 9 balls for 120 and 2 on Sharif's Dallas Cowboy defense. So here we go. Let's throw it over to Ezekiel Elliott and company.
Maybe 1 touchdown.
Now that we've been totally, whatever, it's okay. Welcome everybody to the Midday Show. That is Sate. That's not a Dara, but we already met Sate. Thank you for coming back on.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we're very excited to have you back on. Obviously killed it last time. We're gonna do our little roll call as soon as people start coming in. We have some OGs already in the chat. Shout out to a proper paradox and Matthew Booth coming out with a hell of an idea for my eggs. Shout out to you, Matthew. Thomas Kondo as well as Robert. We got Pitchbull and Mateus Lane as well as Jeremy Newman. Sharif's mom is in the chat. No, you don't. Gorev, my man. Shout out to you. 9 to 5 grind joining us as well. So is Sebastian in the Skips 8. Eli 7721. I hope you're not representing Eli Manning or anything there. Nunya Biz, we got Dan, we got Oliver Costaros, TH, Julie Beckwith, as well as Enjoy the Fun with Josie. I like that. Britt, Brandon, Picky Eater, Mary, S. Lyman, and Ari Pages, Stella 2020, Juan Alejandro Castillo. I know Chesney's going to Barcelona. Isn't that crazy? Love that. My man Zion Lala, Day Trader Cut, Charlie Young. We got Alton. We got Ron Heller, as well as Josh Aites, as well as Italian Honeybee. So good morning again, Thea. How's it going?
Good morning. It has been a good day, good trading day. How about you, Sharif?
Not too bad. Yeah, I start trading right now, but I heard a lot of people on the floor agreeing. That's obviously good for the office. I guess you're included. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so today I was going through a little bit of the Chinese names. So yesterday I read an article that the Chinese bank was cutting interest rates. And so I thought, that might be a little bit interesting for, Chinese-related stocks. So I had PDD in mind, BABA, NEO in mind as well. So took a trade on BABA, unrelated, but also took a trade on Nvidia, and so they ended up pretty well. You see these triangles over here, just above VWAP. Got in, got out. I'm a little bit sad about that. Didn't hold it for the whole move, but you know what? We're gonna tackle it soon.
I see top wick there. I don't know what you're seeing there on the left, but I saw top wick on the yellow. What is that on the left? That's your BABA.
BABA, yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah,
that looks real good.
It was
clean.
really good, but the thing is, I wish I held it a little bit longer. That's
Fair.
my only regret, but it turned out really well. So I can't hate too much.
Yeah, all right. Just can we make the charts a little bigger,
Yeah,
says
sure.
Fabian, because it's tough for people to see. But I want to ask you something. Do you subscribe to the theory that you're always angry as a trader? Either you don't have enough size, you never caught the top, you never got the bottom.
Always.
It's always that issue, right?
It's always, because the thing is, you're never always going to have the right size that you want. You're always going to be angry. I try not to be too angry. I'm happy with the fact that I took the trade off of the pre-market high and kind of, going off of like VWAP and just taking those trades there. But you know what?
Those are some ads too on the way up. I really like that trading. You did not let that off the hook. So you added, took it out, added, took it out. That's excellent.
Exactly. And so, it is what it is.
All right, cool. All right, we'll see how you trade, obviously live in living color. She's on today with us for 3 hours, Friday again. So if you like Sate and you like the way she trades, make sure to join us. Let's, though, start with the lesson du jour, Sate, so you get some time there to trade. All right, guys, we are talking about finding and adjusting price objectives within the context of reversal patterns. So we're talking right now how to figure out where to wet our beak on some profits and how to adjust the profit takers as new information comes to light, again, specifically within the context of reversal patterns. So let's get right to it. So to get a comprehensive understanding of how to determine these price objectives using reversal patterns and to explore adjustments based on additional technical factors. We'll also reference key insights from the CMT materials, Chartered Market Technician materials, obviously adding to what we've extracted from John J. Murphy's book, off which this lesson is based. So let's get right to it. As we always do, let's just introduce the topic. Price objectives essentially are critical components of technical analysis because they provide traders with a target level where the price of a security is likely to move either up or down after a breakout from a reversal pattern. So today we'll cover specifically, number one, the method for finding price objectives. Number two, how to adjust your price objectives using additional technical tools, and some of the insights that we don't typically see in regular TA out of these CMT materials. So let's get right to it, baby. Determining price objectives. This is the first topic, determining price objectives. So the key concept here is the height of the dang pattern. How many times have you seen me talk about measuring these patterns and projecting them up or down depending on whether we're breaking out or breaking down? So let's get right to it. Price objectives in reversal patterns are typically based on the height of the pattern. Let's take head and shoulders, for example. You measure the vertical distance from the top of the head to the neckline, right? So for example, if the head is at 100 and the neckline is at 80, the distance is what? 20, super easy. So upon breaking the neckline, you project that distance 20% up, 20 points up, 20 points down, depending on what the formation of the pattern is. Is it a head and shoulders or an inverse head and shoulders? Again, super operative here is the height, but it's not the only thing we're gonna base it off. So there it is. There's the head and shoulders pattern. You got your left shoulder, you got your right shoulder, but this guy needs to hit the gym because it's a bit of a asymmetrical right shoulder there. But as you can see, the neckline here is sloped upwards. So it's not going to give us that equidistant level from the neck to the bottom of the shoulder. So we got to do a bit of an incline. That doesn't change how we measure, though. We're measuring from the top wick of the head to where it intersects with that neckline trend line right there. And then you're taking this distance right here as depicted by the green arrow, and you're simply projecting it down from the breakdown level. Not from wherever you want to project it from the breakdown level. So again, the breakdown level is going to be that key close below the neckline. And I love how this pattern here shows how the price came back retested, I should say, the trend line, this time not as support though, as resistance. So the height, as we've been talking about, super, super important when it comes to double tops, inverse head and shoulders, rounded bottoms. It doesn't matter, the height is super important. There is, though, an alternate method. This one is being proposed by John J. Murphy, and this one measures the length of the first wave of the decline, and then you double it. That's it. So for example, if the first wave, let's just say from point C to point D is 15 points, just giving you any random number. all you're doing is doubling that 15, and the objective could be about a 30-point move downward. Let's talk also about the role of volatility in price adjustment. So the greater the height of the pattern, or the greater the volatility of the pattern, those two. So if you have really high patterns, really volatile patterns shown by zigging and zagging candles, the larger the price objective. So remember that these methods provide minimum targets, right? So the price can absolutely move beyond these price objectives. So what I'm trying to say to you is leave a piece for the dream. Some of the additions to this theory added by the Chartered Market Technician materials is that they emphasize logarithmic scaling for price movements in volatile markets, especially when they deal with large cap stocks. So it also notes the importance of price symmetry, which is essentially the size or magnitude of a price move in one direction. It often mirrors the subsequent move in the opposite direction. Here's what we're talking about. This is logarithmic scaling. So you obviously see a much greater distance between that $20 level and that $40 level than you see between the $80 level and the $100 level. The reason we do this is so that we can display the incline or decline of the price action over time, and being able to kind of see it without having to, switch down into a weekly or a monthly. We can see it on the daily, but the price here just a bit condensed or expanded depending on where in the chart you're looking at. So logarithmic scaling here for, ease of reference, visual reference. And this is kind of how it would look on a logarithmic scale, the bull flag, as opposed to how it would look on an arithmetic scale. So not one that I personally use, but one being suggested by the CMTs. And when we talk about price symmetry, this is what we're talking about. Like, look, this is the equidistant triangle, right? You're basically making moves down. And what it's trying to say is the move down or the move up is going to be met with an equally aggressive move up or down. So price symmetry, something that the CMT materials also stress here. But it's not the only way to basically gauge where to take your price objective, the height of the pattern. There are situations where we need to negate the height and account for other things. So let's talk about adjusting these price objectives. Support and resistance considerations here are super important. So it's important to adjust your price objective if there are key areas of support or resistance in close proximity to your calculated target. So for example, if a projected target for a downtrend is 62, right, but there's strong support at 64, you should be considering moving up your price objective from that 62, where the pattern height says you should be wetting your beak, and moving it up just a skosh into 64 to account for that key area of technical support or resistance. So if you, again, just to really summarize this point, if there are key areas of established support and resistance that front run your price objective, you should be moving up your beak wetter, your profit taker, to account for that. There's also the Fibonacci retracement levels. I'm not going to give you guys any material on this one. In bear markets, so the textbooks say, it is common to see these retracement levels come into fib levels like that 38.2, that 50%, that 61.8. These retracement levels provide possible zones, right, where prices might pause or reverse. So you need to be accounting for that. So if you're measuring the height of the pattern, Fabian, and basically you're seeing that there is a key area of Fibonacci support, let's say 50%, you really need to be accounting for your profit taker to, take into consideration that fib 50% level. There's also reaction highs and lows, previous reaction highs and lows that could be operative. So pay attention to the previous action lows in a downtrend or reaction highs in an uptrend. These levels often serve as, minor support or resistance points that could impact the fulfillment of price objectives. So if you don't have what this is trying to say, if you don't have a very well-established area of technical support or resistance, but they're just flash support or resistance, account for them, but you don't base your trades off them like you would in the first instance of established support and resistance. Let's talk about some of the additions to this theory added by the CMT materials. The syllabus there adds that advanced concepts known as Fibonacci projections. We haven't actually talked about that in our week on fibs. I didn't even know about them till I read them yesterday. So in addition to retracements, Projections help estimate the next likely price move, especially in the absence of historical data. What does that mean? Have we ever heard of a blue sky setup? Neil says it all the time. I say it all the time. Essentially, when we've never been this high before. So you have no resistance levels off which to chart. What do you do in that case? You can use these Fibonacci projections, and they basically gauge much higher levels. So it's particularly useful when the pattern breaks beyond existing support or resistance levels, forecasting a new price range using these extensions. Some of the more common percentage extensions are 127.2, 161.8. Yeah, I know we're getting into kind of uncharted territories, but that's the way it works. And here we are. So basically the way to do it, super simple. You're using your fib tool and you're going to draw two different points. You're going to start from your swing low and then draw the line to your swing high and then drag it to your retracement level. That's where the software is going to base everything off. So you're going to have that 61.8%, that 100% move, 138.2, 161.8, like we were just talking about. So this, again, is a blue sky setup tool when you've never been at these levels in the past. There's also blending technical tools. This is really stressed here by John J. Murphy. He emphasizes the importance of blending multiple tools in TA, in technical analysis. Nothing we haven't heard. We always say, don't rely on one indicator, look for a confluence of others and get that checklist under your belt. So he goes on to say price targets from patterns are just one piece of the puzzle. You must consider other technical indicators like trend lines, moving averages, volume analysis, momentum indicators, and the like. Do not rely solely on the height projection of the pattern. You got to be looking at some other stuff. The CMT also takes a bit of a different approach here than John Jay, which is cool because it gives us more to talk about. The CMT program expands on this recommendation by actually recommending a combination of trend strength indicators like the ADX, which is, I believe, the average directional index, and some momentum oscillators that we've talked about in the past, like RSI and MACD, essentially to validate whether the price is likely to reach that objective. So the idea is that multiple confirmations from different tools provide higher confidence for your objective. So just to kind of give you a look here at what the ADX is, we haven't done a week on ADX, so I'm not going to wax poetic about it, but it's typically depicted on the bottom end of the price chart there, just like where you would have your RSI or MACD. And to conclude, price objectives are primarily derived from the height of the reversal patterns, but these objectives should be adjusted based on nearby support and resistance areas, fib retracement levels, as well as reaction high and lows. And effective TA, effective technical analysis, comes from combining these various tools like, pattern analysis, technical indicators, and market conditions. And the CMT curriculum certainly adds value here by emphasizing the importance of these more advanced techniques like logarithmic scaling, Fibonacci projections, and multi-time frame analysis. So tell you.
Yes. So while Sharif was talking, I was trying to get into a trade. So I tried to get into Nvidia at 124.80, put my stop loss at 124.43. Didn't work out, unfortunately. What I was thinking for this trade was I was trying to catch the breakout here. I thought that there would be a lot more momentum there, but got stopped out there. And hopefully, if we see this high at 124.78 or even 124.90 going into that 125, I would want to take another stab at it again. So we're going to see here. What else do we got here? What else are you guys looking at? NVAX. But other things that I was looking at is Nvidia. Ford was also on my ticker list as well. This didn't really end up playing out as I thought it would. I thought that this would be a long if we could, go above this 1088 level. Just shot down. Another play of mine is the break of the pre-market low. So I could have taken it at 1059, but I was looking at other things. I was looking at Nvidia, I was looking at BABA. So I didn't get the chance to look at this one, but this one looks like a really good setup as well. Tesla has also been a ticker that I was looking at. It looks ugly. Look at this chart. It's just chopping around. It's not really making a clear direction. So I don't really like that. So I'm just going to leave that on the side today. And so QQQs, I was also looking at that as well. I really like this break of the pre-market high, but again, I was looking at BABA, I was looking at Nvidia, so didn't get the chance to look at that. I don't have 8 eyes, so I wish I did. But if I did, I would be looking at this as well. What else do we got here? And Micron. Micron was on our earnings today in the morning, I believe. Yeah, in the morning. And so, yeah, I really like this 94.74 level, breaking above at 9.49. Usually I like to take my trades after 10 a.m. Typically I find this is like a new trade setup and it gives me more confirmation as to if there's going to be a continuation. So I would have taken that as well. But those are some of the names I'm looking at. What are you looking at, Sharif?
I'm in Apple right now. I'm trying to defend 226 and it's not going my way. It was at VWAP, was at the whole dollar level. So I thought I'd give it the old college try here, Fabian, basically at 226. Looking for this one. I'm keeping my stop a little bit tight here, not going to take too much risk off. The jump with Apple, it's already negative, so this is a counter trend trade. Looking to get stopped out already here as it breaks down below 82s. But I am looking at a couple of things. Small cap gappers are chief among them today because there's quite a few running, and we did quite well on them yesterday, so I'd like to be able to repeat some of that good stuff again. But here, I wanted to mention that I forget the individual's name. Alejandro Fontana wants me to look at Upstart. Says Upstart's moving up a storm here. So let's look at UPST. Oh yeah, it's big boy volume on the day. Nice move up. Pretty much trading at the high here is UPST. I don't know why this is moving. Let's look at quickly here at the news blotter. See if there's anything. Okay, so looks like Mizuho gave them the nod today. Mizuho maintaining Upstart with outperform coverage and boosting the price target to 48 bucks. So that implies a nice little premium from where we're trading. 41.70 right now is the high of the day. So good look for Upstart, man. A lot of respect here for the 10 exponential on the 5. No real big down moves. This is the only time we've really broken through the 10 exponential since the opening range at 930. Let me throw in the ticker. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot you guys can't see my tickers. UPST 41.70. Let's go back a little bit here, do some charting, find out where to expect some resistance. Well, there was a very similar high that we encountered on September 19th. That took us to the high of 41.49. We're already above that right now, but we're actually printing 41.49 as we speak. So despite the fact that we took out that top, is it only just, momentary? Do we retrace off here? I'd like to see us take 42. If we clear 42, Alejandro, I think that we do have a real shot here at touching this 45, 45.50, which is the level that we got to at the end of August. August 29th, it looks like we were last up there. But good little uptrend for Upstart, essentially since the middle of the month, and it's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Yes, I did get stopped out of Apple as it did not hold that $226 area. There is some price action support at this area, 225 and 2/3 from the pre. It is on lower volume. Essentially, this is the area I'm looking at right here. I could jump in and give this one the old call try, but we're already 0 for 1 on it. So just going to pack my patience and keep an eye on these small cap gappers. But you know that we got that Meta Connect event that we're going to cover today at 1. It's on our show.
Awesome.
So Meta super in play at 1.
Tune in.
Yes, stay with us.
Yes.
Stay with us.
Have to.
So Meta, definitely going to keep my eye on that. Are you about that AR glasses life, or you're not about that?
I haven't tried it. I already have my specs on, so I don't know.
Imagine you could see like visuals, Satea. It wouldn't just be like regular old boring life. You could superimpose whatever you wanted to on there.
Imagine trading on that though.
Can you imagine?
That'd be wild.
There was some comments. I'm not going to repeat them because they're not PG and for the show.
Okay.
But there were some comments about what industries would benefit from these AR glasses. I think you can get exactly. We know exactly what we're talking about there. So good times. Yeah, so definitely make sure, Fabian, come on, oh, that's Ram. Okay, Ram. Yeah, no, because like Fabian wouldn't fail. But yeah, shout out to Ram. So yeah, make sure to be with us at 1, guys, because Meta I thought it was going to be a sell the news event. Maybe it still is. Maybe after Zuck comes on, drops hot lines during the keynote, we sell off. Who knows? But Meta's been a monster lately. Up 1 1/4 today, Satea, and it's like at all-time highs essentially. So good luck.
Awesome.
What are you looking at over there?
So someone said AMD in the chat, and I really like that. It's breaking through day's high at this 161.17. So I really like that. If we can stay above that and just consolidate, not breaking too much down, I would say that we have a good, we have a good chance of getting to this 163.06, 163, let's just say. And yeah, I really like that AMD. You also made me look at Meta, so I'm looking at that. I really love this one as well. I call it my VWAP floor. It is breaking, it broke above this 568.98. And so if we can hold above that, I really like that because we haven't broken through this VWAP. Like it touches VWAP and it just goes bang, bang, bang. And it just touches it and then it goes up. So I'm thinking that, 570 to this 572.84 around that day's high. I definitely think that we could get up there. So let's get up, let's get up, let's get up there.
Girl.
And so, yeah, that's what I think is a really good right now. Meta and AMD, they're looking pretty good. They look like they're treating the people well. So I like that. What else? What else are you guys looking at?
Just going to do a quick ad read.
Yeah, ad read.
Cool. All right, guys, are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're just too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. All right, sorry to interrupt you, Sid. Do you have anything to say or do you want me to move on?
Yeah, go on.
All right, so I'm going to talk about these small cap gappers over here because we've got quite a few of them on tap. Hopefully they stay active and don't give up the ghost. The first one that I put on the top left there, kind of giving up the ghost as we speak, breaking down below VWAP, is SBC. Just by looking at how the price action is moving right now in SPC, I can tell you it's already spready. I don't even need to load up the level 2. The fact that it's jumping from 52 to 63 down to 47 means it's spready as a storm, baby. So I'm not going to touch this one, and you do not want these small cap gappers being awfully spready. Look at that. It just bounced up into 1015 after printing 920 something, and now it's back down to 946. So awfully spready, awfully dangerous to trade, especially just getting in and out with the scalping. So tough on that one. I'm going to stay away from that one. This one looks good though. CAPR. So this one looks like it was moving yesterday, and it looks like it was moving the day prior as well. So this is a multi-day runner. I think today's the first day I've had eyes on it, despite the fact that it looked awfully good yesterday. It holds all of yesterday's highs, prints new highs. Now we're knocking on the door of that 12.25 to break through there. Let's zoom out a little bit over here and have a look at what the levels on this one have been. If the chart wants to load, it is not loading, so we're going to have to pack our patience. But CAPR certainly in play. Let's see what else is in play while CAPR loads. It's on its merry way. Yeah, there it is, and there it's gone again, ram. So too bad for me. This one, QH, a holdover from yesterday. I just left it up on the chart. We just took out yesterday's high at $1.60. This one's not going to give you much in the way of notional, but it's very directional. So if you do size into this, could be an opportunity. You saw the big boys looking at DraftKings on the day, and I'm going to keep looking at DraftKings as well because it's moving up real nice, doing the dance right now a little bit below the volume weighted average price. So we'll see if it can reclaim that level. That's also in play for me. Mara, the Mara indicator is back. He is not behind me at the moment, but he is in the office. MARA having itself a hell of a day, guys. Looking to go through 17, and it hasn't been above 17 in a hot minute. In case you guys don't know, Satea started out her trading career as a crypto trader. So if you guys got some crypto stuff, you know I'm completely not well versed in that, but she is a lot better than me. So throw your stuff to her in the chat. Let her answer your questions. She started off with ETH, but she knows her stuff. So tag Satea if you guys want any crypto stuff there in the chat. And just to finish off here, Satea, Poet is the other one I was looking at. I looked over to Neil. I'm like, Neil, Poet's going. And then Sean scuffled. He's like, we got bigger fish to fry today, boy. Don't worry about Poet and you and your little, go wax poetic somewhere else. No, but it's having an inside day, POET, certainly, but doing, a decent job here of respecting these moving averages. It looks like it is finding some support off the 20 at times. So we'll see if we can weasel into some of these small cap trades today.
Awesome. So I have been looking at Intel right now. I was actually looking at this on Monday, and I wish that this was the move that happened on Monday. So from the beginning, in the morning, 22.85, we rip, and we get up all the way to this 24.06. And so, wow, like that's amazing. That is a crazy move. Just like you could have got in at $22.87, you could have gotten at $23, and you probably wouldn't have been out of the money for more than a couple of seconds. So that is insane. But it is coming down now. We are breaking through this consolidation here. So I don't really know. It's also breaking below this VWAP. So I'm not really sure. If we break down here from this 23.65, we probably could come down to 23.40 and maybe even down to this 23. So I don't really like this for the continuation of the long, but if we can hold up and get above this VWAP again, hold this 23.70 and just consolidate, then this looks like a clear sky setup to me. But as of right now, it's kind of breaking down a little bit. So Intel, why did you do this to me? Why? So what are you guys looking at right now? I am interested what you got here. So ETH, yes. There's ETH. So am I okay to cover ETH? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
absolutely.
awesome.
Yeah. She's being added. Yeah, everything's good. She set it up from last time, Fabian.
Okay, sweet. Yep. So yeah, looking at this ETH right now, we are below VWAP as well. We're at this 2,614.30 mark. Not looking too great in terms of the daily chart. Let's just see here. So what I like to do is I usually like to put my trend lines here, support and resistance. So we got this resistance here at 2,704. And then we also have this support here at 2,588. So it's bouncing off. It probably will come down here. If we break below this 2,588, well, maybe, honestly, we might find us hitting this 2,500. But you know what? Consolidate, down, break. That is what I'm looking at. What else? What equities are you guys looking at? We got MSTR. We got Microsoft. What are you looking at Microsoft? Microsoft here. Ooh, Microsoft is looking.
I was
choppy.
just looking at that, but
Really?
it's at highs.
Yeah, it's
Have
at
you noticed?
highs.
It's like stronger than the rest right now.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. There probably could be some resistance here. If we draw this trend line here, I'm thinking that, this 432 could probably be a point of resistance. So looking pretty ugly there. But what I could probably see is getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down. I could just feel it just hitting through these trend lines and just trending up that way. But it doesn't really look like a great day trade, to be honest. Just more choppy, trending up, but chopping. So more, I would say, if you're long-term investing, maybe that would be a play. But day trading, looks a little mediocre there.
All right, I'll cover for a second. Guys, CAPR is having all sorts of issues with 12, so I've been scalping this while Satya was dropping hot lines about Ethereum. I got in at about 80, took it out at 12, looking to add again here to defend the quarter dollar. There is support. Here we go. I think I'm going to get filled. There it is. Let's see now what happens. I'm looking to defend the third of a dollar. Let's look to wet our beak and scalp quickly. While this one's a bit of a spready one too. So I'm a little concerned about this. Sometimes the spread on the $11 name is opening up a little bit more than I like. And bang, there we take it again. So 2 for 2 on this one. Let's see if we can do a little bit more. I fat fingered the first first exit. So this out over here, I took out the entire position because I suck. And I couldn't do as well as I wanted to on this one. Now let's see if we can defend that $12 again. Going to look to front run it with a bit of a beak wetter in front of 12. Can we get it? And we get it again. Yes, sorry, I'm really excited. Can you tell us, Taya? Yo, if you don't bring the energy, I'm like, why are we here, right? So I love trading these small cap gappers, man. It is small cap gapper season. I won't be convinced otherwise. These bad boys continue to run. We get some midday. They don't only show up in the pre. You don't have to get up at 5 o'clock to trade these bad boys and get around that halt parameter. They are running midday as well. CAPR. I didn't give anybody the deets. I just noticed on CAPR. So let's go. It's not, the smallest small cap gapper we've ever seen, guys. About $390 million market cap. It's done a fair amount of volume on the day. 18.5 million shares traded. The float's respectable, but not tiny. 29.1 million shares. And let's shout out the NOS boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas and have a look at the float. Okay, so this one, I'm getting a bit of a larger float, about 31 million shares, but look at this, guys. This is the operative number. Almost 25% of those 30 million shares are being borrowed for short. I love that because that means we can go parabolic. So we'll see exactly where if we get parabolic. But yes, 1 second. Let me just do a little bit of charting over here to see where the daily has been on CAPR, but the daily has been making me wait for a hot minute. So I'm just going to do the ad read because Fabian will get upset if I don't do it. So we're going to do that real quick over here. We got VinFast, baby. VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000. That's a 101% increase year over year. Wow. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3, VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. So we're going to shout out the good folks there at VinFast. And I was actually looking at this one with Brendo in the morning, and that VF9, man, is a looker. I don't know if you've had opportunity to go to Yorkdale because they got a store at Yorkdale.
I haven't been to Yorkdale in a bit, to be honest.
Okay.
But on a side note, I actually just got my license.
Ooh.
Yes, I got it last Friday, so hopefully I'll be looking for a car soon. Maybe like a Tesla, maybe one of those.
I like it. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I'm not making any suggestions. Have a good look at that.
Yeah, for sure. I will.
It's a nice looker. Make suggestions, says Neil. Just stick to it, says Neil. Yeah, I don't like to impose my opinions, Neil. I gotta let the woman decide for what she wants, obviously.
Fair enough.
CAPR, this is a respectable looking daily chart, Fabian. Wouldn't you say so? I mean, this is a breakout, baby. Oh, baby. This is 3 days of big boy movement on CAPR. Okay, so I gotta say something here. The 25% short float that I just waxed poetic about on CAPR could be fundamentally different now. Now we know the short float is about 14 days lagging, 2 weeks, give or take, okay? In the last 3 days on CAPR, we have moved 150%. I'm willing to assume that a lot of short sellers have been pushed out in this latest 150% pump. What does this all mean? Well, essentially means that 25% could be far, far less because people have been pushed out of their positions they've been forced to cover. I'm not saying that that's the case, just making, some guesses, I guess educated guesses is what I'm trying to say here. So CAPR, definitely a larger short float, but knowing that that data is delayed could, bamboozle us somewhat. Nonetheless, it's looking good here. I want to see if it can clear 12 on a closing basis. If it does, I'll look for it to come and test 12 and we'll take it long again. We're getting all sorts of dark pool prints on CAPR, which usually means there is institutional I don't want to say involvement, but action behind the scenes here, because that's who uses dark pools, institutions, and we're getting dark pool prints, which obviously are not reflected currently. They took place prior, but they show up on the time and sales whenever they want, really, or if I don't know the rules behind them. In any event, this shows me that there could be some institutional interest in CAPR. What's your look over there?
So I'm looking at two things. I asked the chat, what are you guys looking at? And someone said SPY. And so there is, see, it's not doing too much. I am seeing this 570 support, and I'm also seeing this 571 resistance. So moving about $1 on the day, nothing too crazy. I would say that if we could break, like, I want a decided move. If we could break below 570, I would say looking like a short, breaking below this pre-market low. If we are going to go above this 571, then I would say that this would look like a nice long. But right now, there is no volume, just chopping, just churning, not too much going on there. But one thing that looks really exciting, it was on my trending ticker list, was Rocket Labs. So this actually looks really interesting. It moved up. It broke through this pre-market high, and so it moved from 770 all the way up to 863, looking nice, looking great. This 865 is looking like a point of resistance though, but as long as that we could hold above this VWAP 830, then I would say that this looks pretty good. I would just like to see more volume. What's the RVOL looking at? 3.38 in RVOL, so looking pretty decent, ascending upwards, so I really like that as well. So yeah, that's what I'm really looking at as of right now. Would love to see more volume. Let's just see here. So yes, so that is what I'm looking at right now.
Sounds good. Yeah, I was just looking over to Neil because there's a lot of stuff, larger cap squeezing as well. Softy just got to 433. This is kind of crazy here on Softy. This is one big boy flat top breakout, ascending wedge. As you can see, higher lows all throughout, but there was a bit of a flat top in and around 431.50. I know the IB high takes us to 2/3. That was the candle that printed at 935. So the implied balance high, 431.68. But look where the closing prints are, all at the 50 penny level. Respective of that, we get higher low, higher low, higher low, respecting the 20 exponential, and then boom, quick as you like, squeeze through 431. Now we're knocking on the door. In fact, we did already knock on the door of 433. We'll have to see if we can get going. But look, I mean, this is not the best we've done. We were higher than this yesterday. We were higher than this the day before. So the high of the day on Softy yesterday, the IB high from yesterday, takes us to 433.75. And there goes 433. This thing is squeezing, and I don't know why. I just know that there was a complaint filed by Google against Microsoft today in the EU for anti-competitive practices. Doesn't seem to matter to this market one bit. The thing's printing highs. Now, above that 433 3/4, we've got the previous day's high with which to contend. That takes us all the way up into 436.5. Something tells me we likely don't make that high today. Topping tail candle coming in right now on the soft one. Look at that. That is ugly. Prints 433.12. It's down to 432.70. Let's see what this candle does. Just because it's showing what it's this pattern right or this look right now doesn't mean it closes out that way. Doesn't mean the subsequent candle doesn't make a new high. Lots of zig and zag right now. I didn't expect big boy selling to come in at that 433. I was anticipating something along the lines of the $250 level to take advantage of that IB implied balance high from yesterday. But Microsoft is moving up a storm. Also, Neil was just telling me that AMD was breaking through highs as Nvidia was at the volume weighted average price. So this is the look right now on AMD, basically consolidating a little bit below 162. Sure, you have this candle over here at 35 after the hour that wicks into the $250, but you do not have a closing print north of 462. Sorry for these moving averages here. They're convoluted. They're not right. This is kind of a tab that I don't use all that much. I will load up AMD on this screen instead because this one will give me a better look and I'll be able to use my indicators a little bit better on it. 5-minute look here. There we go. Okay, so the 10 exponential sitting at 161.40. But the better level for me in the range that I think we've been established in, this $0.50 range, 161.50 seems to be the low end of this bull flag, and that obviously 162 and change, the higher end. You also have support at 161 owing to this area crest here in the 10 o'clock to 10:30, let's say, time slot. So 161 could also be an interesting level of retracement, a former area of resistance, looking for it to be support this time. AMD having itself a big boy day with most of the microchips. Very, very few semis, chips in Redsville today. I'll tell you the ones that are: SMCI down a third, Broadcom, AVGO essentially flat, down 0.07. And the other ones you guys probably don't know too much except Marvell. Marvell's down 0.5%. Everything else, including Intel, Micron, ARM, AMD, TSM, ASML, AMAC, QCOM, everything in Greensville right now in the chip world. So good luck for them, Satya.
Awesome. So someone said Starbucks in the chat, and I took a look at this, and this looks really great. So I was looking at the previous day high, and it's breaking through that previous day high at 95.81. So that looks pretty good. I would want to see what the ATR. What is the ATR on Starbucks? So I'm going to go here on FinViz. Starbucks. Look at the ATR here. So it's usually $2.22. 94. So I would say that we could get to 96 pretty comfortably, but we're reaching that high, and so I'd really want to see what it does at this $96 level. If we just wick at that 96 and retrace down, then I don't really like that, to be honest. Like I said, I would like to see this consolidation here, but it's kind of looking like for the day, it does look a little topping there. So I would say it looks great. Looks like if you got in early, then you were printing, you were making that moolah, you were making that money. But as of right now, if you're trying to catch the move and just jump on the train, then I don't know. That looks pretty ugly. So, but I don't know. We'll see. You know, I'm not a fortune teller, but we'll see. What else are we looking at here?
Stop, Ram.
Ram? What is
Ram's a menace to society, bro.
What is she saying back? But what else do we look here? What else?
It's Fabian.
Meta was doing pretty good, but right now it's just consolidating right now from this 572.40, retracing back to VWAP. So, you know, it doesn't look too ugly. It's just bouncing off that VWAP still, but in terms of volume, we'd want to see more volume coming in there. What else are we looking at? I was also looking at NEO. NEO still not doing too much. Not doing too much there, no. DraftKings was also another thing on my trending ticker list. I mean, I don't know what they're really talking about here. I guess the volume is there, but it just looks very choppy. So that does not look very great either. Between this 40.22 and this 41.29, not really doing much there. PDD was also on my watch list as well, trending up here.
Oh, Nvidia VWAP.
Nvidia VWAP. Let's see.
Your VWAP, what do you call it again?
VWAP floor.
VWAP floor.
Yes. So yeah, it's coming in hot to this VWAP. I do want to see some consolidation. If it just breaks through this 123.50, then I don't know. It's not looking like a VWAP floor, because with my VWAP floor trade, I want to make sure that it holds, like it's a floor, so it shouldn't go through. But then if it breaks through this VWAP, then what I usually call it is a VWAP ceiling. And usually that's when I initiate.
Love it.
Yeah, I usually initiate a short from there. And so I would risk above VWAP just because I feel like if it goes above VWAP, then, you know, my trade is wrong for the short. But if we could stay above VWAP, I'm still looking long. But again, if it breaks through this VWAP, I'm looking short, risking above, maybe 123.68, maybe 124.17, if you're trying to give it a lot more room. But I like to keep the risk a little bit tight. But let's just see what we do around here. And I'm going to bring it back to Sharif.
All
what
right.
Are you looking at?
I'm in CAPR again, Satay, to defend 12, but I got to tell you, there's about 5,000 lots, maybe a bit more hanging out at 15s. We've ascended a few times to 14s, never able to breach that level vis-a-vis this big boy seller waiting here at set 15. So I'm looking to defend 12. There's some good buying coming in here right now on AAPL, but we're gonna give this one not too much room. We're gonna have to defend that 90 penny level. Or, sorry, not defend. We're gonna look to get out, stopped out if it breaks 90 pennies. There was all sorts of support at 90 pennies earlier. If it doesn't hold, I want no smoke. By the way, Softy, nice topping tail candle, big hammer, well, not hammer, big red candle after that. But look where it's holding up. Oh, baby, the 10 exponential having that magnetic effect that the OB, he is the one that Knob talks about all the time, where, you know, the price seems to have this magnetic attraction to these moving averages only to find support or resistance, depending on which way you're looking at that level. So Softy coming in almost to the dang T at the 10 exponential bouncing up, but let's not put too much stock into one candle. Let's see what this one can give us. Back to CAPR. Here's the seller that where I'm talking about, sitting here at 15s. You're not able to see the other 2,386 shares. I'm assuming that this is the same seller because the quantum of shares being posted on two different gateways is too similar for them to be not the same seller. And I talked about this, about how Bookmap and other software try to make guesses, educated guesses, that different people are moving their orders on different gateways through different price levels to reflect the price action. And so this one is not able to show you, I'm not able to show you quite yet because it's got to get closer to 15. But trust me, there's another seller, not just on EXB, of the same size or similar size to 2,386 lots. I said shares, I was incorrect. Those are lots. So I'm waiting to see, number one, can we take out that seller? Number two, is that the only amount of shares there, or is there a big boy iceberg that I don't know about as well at that level? So we're in the money on it now, but not by much, and it's gonna have to defend 12, otherwise I want zero, or not 12, 1190, excuse me. Otherwise, I want no smoke. Keeping an eye on Microsoft, keeping an eye on Tesla as well as it gets into the higher end of the range, and keeping an eye on Nvidia because it is at the volume weighted average price. I see you, Adam. Adam saying, you know, focus on Nvidia. Absolutely could not agree more with that. Keeping an eye on the side charts there on NVDA. I'm also cognizant that the Amazon is coming into that LOD. That is 192.50. Technically on the day it printed 46s, but in my humble estimation, it is that 50 penny level that will act, if it acts, as support. So we're awfully close, printing 57s right now. Softy looking real ugly here, similar to Apple, but I would submit to you, Softy uglier than Apple right now because it's near lows. Sit
Awesome. So someone said Visa in the chat. So this is looking pretty bearish. We rejected in the morning off this 274.20. Haven't retraced up there at all. And as it hits VWAP, it just hits VWAP, bang down. Hits VWAP, bang down. So this is what I would categorize as my VWAP ceiling. So we have that ceiling there, and as it approaches VWAP, then it just bangs down from there. And so I would say that if you are initiating a short, I would say a nice short here would probably be around this 270 mark, wait for it to get to VWAP, and then hopefully break down, continuing down. Another thing that I was looking at, AMD. AMD, we love it. So it's approaching this high, and it broke through this high, and then it's consolidating. I really like to see that as well. I could see it retracing down to this 161.18, maybe, you know, consolidating a little bit there, and then on the way up. But it's looking pretty good, looking pretty clear skies up there. And then another thing that I was looking at is Rocket Labs. So this is really nice as well. This is approaching 859. And so it's also, so it rejected off this 865. And so that was day's high. Retraced down, hit VWAP at this 825, and then it's just truckling up like a little train. It's just going up, but up, but up. And so it's doing that. And so hopefully if we could break through this 860, this looks really nice as well. I would look at the ATR just to see how much wiggle room we do have for the day, but it's looking pretty bullish for a longer term, looking pretty bullish as well. So I really like that. What else do we got here? Nvidia. Ooh, Nvidia, what are you doing? You were supposed to hold VWAP. What is this? What is this? So I don't really like that, to be honest. I would really like to see, let's just switch on to the hourly to see where it might go. Ugh,
What
that
happened?
looks nasty. Let's just look on the 30-minute. Yeah, it just doesn't look too great. I would say, we have to see what we do at 123, then 122. And if we break that 122, then maybe we might see 120. But I don't know. It's still around this VWAP, so still not a clear indication of whether it's going to be like a full move down, but it's not looking too great as of right now. So, join Tesla. Tesla, what is that looking like right now? Tesla still not really doing much, to be honest. Like, it's just chopping, it's just churning. No clear direction here. We have this top at 250. 650, and then we have this support here around 253.30. So still not much action going on. We really want to see volume. If you're a day trader, you want to see volume coming in, and we are not seeing that at all. So we're on to the next.
Like it.
Yep. And so what are you looking at? I see you zooming in there. What are you?
The dark pools, Satya, the dark pools.
Oh, they got you.
They got everybody, man. Like,
man.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to adjust that on Softy, but I'm still in CAPR. I'm still watching that monster seller at 15. Here we go, a little bit closer to 15s. I really like to be able to show you the double post on different gateways, but we got to get closer to that 15 penny print. I'd say we're defending 12 well, but I'm going to stress what I always say. But there it is. Look, 2390, 2390, one on EXB, one on EdgeX. Tell me that ain't the same seller, bruh. Like, that's gotta be, right? And this is what I'm trying to show you guys, this bad boy right here. So looks like there is a bigger seller at that level that's preventing us from ascending. I have a bit of a lofty goal or price target, beak wetter to test that high a day. This high a day breach here at 1118 was a quick wham bam. Thank you, CAPR, and right back down it went to range between 12 and 1210. I'm trying to take advantage of this range, and the breakout, it's looking awfully bull flaggish at the moment, but again, the bottom can drop off these bad boys at any time without warning. That's the nature of small cap gappers. You don't like them, you don't like that, don't trade them, but that is part of their DNA. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on Softy because now we have 3 uninterrupted red candles right now on the 5-minute chart, and they're also coming in to the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute. And why do I care about that level on Softy? Well, look, have a look over here. We were very respectful of the 20 exponential on the way up. I don't need to be first. As my friend Neil likes to say, I can get this on the back end. There's plenty of room based on where it's trading right now for me to weasel my way back up into 433. So Softy certainly on watch right now as it weasels its way down at 431.5, which is again the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Back to CAPR, still unable to take out that seller at 1215. And there's really no point in me wetting my beak at all here. We're talking about pennies that make no sense. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
I mean, we came back, we're still short Amazon.
The Katina, I was yelling about Amazon while you were gone. It printed low of days and it printed a new low day. The Katina man is still short Amazon 193 flat. So shout out to him. Did you do a walk and talk? Yeah, I like it. So the walk and talk has been posted. Get on to the gram. Get on to X. I was about to say Twitter. Messed up there. Sorry, Elon. Yeah, get on to X, yeah. And listen to that walk and talk. I love when the Katina man drops walks and talks because he's just dropping hotlines.
For sure.
What are you looking at?
So right now I am looking at Nvidia. So usually what I like to do is I like to look at the QQQs as kind of a leading indicator as to what Nvidia might do. So because the QQQs are breaking down through this VWAP and Nvidia is also kind of following suit. Oh, it's retracing 485.62. I don't know. It's showing me kind of contradicting things. But what I am looking at here is it looks bearish to me as of right now, with the VWAP just retracing from there. And so if the QQQs can continue to break down here, I also think that Nvidia will follow suit and also break down with it. So I'm just going to look at what the QQQs are, and whatever the QQQs do, Nvidia will do, right? I don't know, who knows, but that's what I think.
Fabian?
And so, yeah, and so that's what I'm looking at as of right now. Another thing that I am looking at is Rocket Labs. Ooh, this Rocket Labs, it is not slowing down. It's just going, geez, to the moon. And so it just keeps trending up, and it's great. Look at that trend line that I drew, did not draw, I don't know. But
You got
it just did not break that trend line here. So as long as we could just follow that, it might come down a little bit, 860, but as of right now, it's just trending up, breaking highs, and yeah, I like to see that. So another thing is, what else are SMCI running strong? SMCI. What is this looking at? So, ooh, SMCI, this is looking pretty bearish. Right now, though, so you see this candle? This is looking like a nice rejection here. So if you were going long, I would say that you could risk, off of this 459.29. But I would say that if we break this 459.29, then I'd still think that we are going to continue with this bearish trend. So I'm just going to draw that trend line there, looking, and it comes up to this trend line, breaks down. And so if we could break this trend line, who knows? Things might go up in the short term, 461 to around 469. I could see it going up, through there. But as of right now, still looking pretty bearish. What are you looking at, Sharif?
We got the print. We got the print, man. Pumped about this. Yes, CAPR, we get the break of 1210. I took a bit of bigger position on this one. We defended 12. 12 kept showing you that there was a big boy dang buyer. Took the first out at 15, second out at a quarter, the third beak wetter at 35. So I'm happy with this trade. I probably will be angry in a second because it's going to continue to run. And then I'm going to tell you how badly I did on it. So CAPR certainly in play, baby. Small cap gapper season. I will not be convinced otherwise. Breaking through. Here comes 50 pennies. So this one took out that seller like he didn't even matter, or they didn't even matter at 12.15, and that had been in place for a while there. So that person gets taken out, and it looks like we are on the way up. But I did get, sadly, stopped out of my position on the soft one here. I was trying to defend the 20 exponential. It had been showing me some respect for the 20 exponential Microsoft, and it was directional, was strong, this, that, and the other. I got stopped out. Sadly, I suck. I tried to take this 20 exponential. We were talking about how this level was being defended, but yeah, it's got to give it up at some point over here. So Softy up 0.51, but the fuge, as you can see, as Stay was pointing out, look, we have been putting in these lower lows, lower highs, or in a bit of a downward channel, essentially since, what time was that, 10:15 or so, we started putting in those lower lows and lower highs. I think 10:15 is 10:15 is actually when we put in the high, 20,000 to 271. So mistake by me on MSFT. I'll look to do better next time. I'm still going to keep my eye on it because a quick wick breach of the 20 doesn't change my mind entirely, but I don't want to get caught up on it, right? So I'm going to continue to watch. Now 4 red candles in a row on MSFT on the 5-minute chart. So looks like it's retracing. Now, if it's not the 20 on Microsoft, I'll be looking at 431. It's increasingly looking like it's not going to be the 20 exponential as newer lows come in as I speak. The volume weighted average price on MSFT is in and around that 431 area. It's also been respectful of the volume weighted average price. So yeah, we're going to give this one a try. I'm going to, in fact, put an alert at the VWAP. I sound like Obi, the VWAP. Essentially a little bit below 431. So that's what I'm looking at there. 041 on Softy here, but we'll look to do a little bit better. Tyler, ATX, Sharif. Looks like the next major resistance on CAPR is 23,000 shares at 1250, then 24,000 shares at essentially 13. Yes, you are right, but look what CAPR is doing, my friend. These dang things are around for a good time. They are not around for a long time. Have a plan with these ones and have some resting orders, guys, because, you could be looking at it 1 second, it could be printing highs, and then you look at it the next and it's doing this. But we are now going to stop talking about these small cap gappers, and we're going to send you over to the hotline dropper himself. It's Neil's lesson of the day.
Awesome.
Welcome. Lesson of the day brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. They are revolutionizing brain health by making its FDA cleared brain network analytics technology available to medical professionals in support of providing better outcomes for patients with brain health disorders and illnesses like depression, dementia, anxiety, concussion, and ADHD. The company's proprietary technology is built on extensive research and the world's largest standardized database of over 17,000 patients across 12 disorders, including clinically normal people. Shout out to Firefly Neurosciences. Neurohealth is certainly important. Brain health, very important. If you're actually looking at patterns, I feel like today had an interesting one. I ran track, in high school as a track and field athlete, university. I ran track. One of my favorite event, actually, 100% my favorite event was always the relay, because I feel like it's the one time when you were running where it's a very personal sport, kind of like trading. You're just sort of doing it yourself. You're grading against yourself. You're trying to do the best you can. What you do doesn't necessarily affect anybody. In the relay, it's a totally different story. You got to get that baton around. And what's interesting is a pattern like that emerged here in the market, where it was almost as if in this bull run today, you were passing the baton along. And we've seen this before with the meme names. I feel like the last time there was a discussion similar to this, it had to do with some of the meme stocks going, and you'd go from one to the other, or it'd be small caps, and this runner's going, and when it pulls back, then the next stock then finds its way. Well, today, something like that happened in the semiconductors, and I want to show you, if you're ever watching an entire group, this can be a good opportunity for some continuation plays. Now, I'm going to start with Nvidia because this is where it all started. Nvidia, big move yesterday, no questions asked. You had a bit of a double top just underneath 122, and then like a clean 122 top for Nvidia. So it was absolutely screaming. It didn't run into, I'd say, major resistance. I trailed at 123 half here, but I'd say major resistance didn't come till it got to $125. So it's about in here, first at about 10 o'clock, and then again right in here about 10:24, where it starts to find some resistance. This dip back was about 9:51. Now, when it started to get into these levels, it was clearly the strongest move at that particular point, right? Like it had gone over a point to the upside. And then something interesting happened. That first move, essentially right when I trailed out, the first dip in Nvidia was right around that same time, just before 10 o'clock, that Intel took off. And that second move up, like first move from 930, biggest percent move was going to be Nvidia. At that point on, from 954 on, Intel took the baton on the next leg, and it decided to have the big move. So it went 23.30 all the way into 24 even. So it went a 3% move to the upside. It runs into a little bit of resistance up top here, just after 10 o'clock. Now remember, just after 10 o'clock, Nvidia was making its next high. There's your pullback. There's another dip here about 1040. So double top here on Intel. And all of a sudden, the next one started going. And it's going to be AMD. So right when you were failing a top on Intel, all of a sudden AMD, which was still in an upward trend, it decides just after 11 that it wants to break out, and it starts going to the upside, and then it's the big mover. So you have 1, 2, 3 back to back to back, Nvidia, Intel, AMD, where you find a definite high or at least a little bit of a pullback, and the next one takes off for the bigger move. Now, they're all in an upward trend. There's no question they were all in an upward trend. But notice here, when I go back and look at, we'll look at the Nvidia chart. I'm just going to pull it up on the black chart so you guys can sort of see this. All of a sudden, like, which one's holding on? Nvidia, first to go, consolidating under VWAP. Intel, which was second to go, it's under VWAP, consolidating as well, but kind of going in a downward trend. And then last to go is AMD, trying to hold on to VWAP. Now, the fun part about this, and I don't necessarily know the answer here, and we're going to get to observe this in real time, all of us, for the rest of this afternoon, is as AMD potentially holds on to VWAP, if this can bounce off VWAP and it starts to go first, can we have that same pattern happen in the other direction? Can now AMD bounce off VWAP being the stronger one, drag Intel and Nvidia back up with it? They're all up on the day. But what's so interesting about this is it's not like you had to turn over 1,000 stones to figure out what was going to be next. These are, Nvidia AMD is an easy connection, I think, for a lot of people to make. Intel was a clean breakout level that the second something else wanted to go, it was a clean breakout level on its own. And the other thing is, like, there's a few other names that you might have put out there, and I'll go out to SMCI. And what makes it relatively easy is in this moment where if you're looking at, okay, what's going to go next? So here's, if you're picking between SMCI and AMD, what's the difference? SMCI at that same moment, right around 11 o'clock, it's coming into a support level. But what does it look like there? Lower highs, trying to hold an uptrend, but lower highs into a flat bottom. AMD, if you're trying to pick what's going to be the one to pick it up, higher lows, higher highs into a mini breakout and the consolidation above VWAP. So as you're looking toward, okay, what might be next? Does it have a bullish setup? And is it a good sympathy play? There's nothing wrong with SMCI as a sympathy play as a third to go, but it's making lower highs and lower lows into a flat bottom. AMD was making higher lows above VWAP, set up for a breakout trade. It's the same thing with going from Nvidia to Intel. Intel was blasting up early, and it had that clean breakout setup on the 15-minute chart. So it was a natural place to look. If you're going to find what is the next thing to go, you don't just want to pull it out of the hat and say, oh, well, it's in the same sector, it's going to continue the move. It's just going to play some catch up. No, it has to actually be bullish as well. And that's why I don't think SMCI at any point fit that bill. AMD certainly did. And we're going to get to see if it can do it again as AMD tries to bounce off VWAP and Intel and Nvidia are back underneath. So it's a bit of a unique situation where you can be long any of them. You can be long all of them. You can be long SMH. But the timing of this, I think, was pretty amazing because I can tell you at the exact moment that Nvidia trailed out, it was breakout in Intel, then Intel went 2.5 to 3%. And when that made a double top and started to reverse it, AMD joined the party to the upside just as we're ending that morning show. And picking between AMD and SMCI was simple in terms of it being an up pattern still in AMD, and it wasn't an upward pattern in SMCI. So why would you look for continuation? If anything, SMCI was showing a reversal. So when Intel started to lose a bid and Nvidia started to lose the bid, you actually could have maybe looked for short in a relatively weak name like SMCI. I just found it easier to try to pick what was next to go into the long. So passing that baton today were the chip names from one to the other. Let's see if they can do another lap around the track this afternoon. That's your lesson of the day.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, excellent, and just outright awesome as always. Just helping Satya set up her charts, but we will get to that in a hot second. Let's just see what was moving over here. So it looks like we did break decisively right now on NVDA at the volume weighted average price, which is an issue, but there is seeming like for whatever reason here, the 50 exponential moving average featuring here on NVIDIA. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles on the 5-minute chart that have, for the most part, closed above the 50. We are, though, still putting in lower highs. So we're still curling down like this. So I'm unsure what to make of the monster. NVIDIA is still up 2% on the day. Let's put some respect on this one's name. But I'd like to see it prove itself rather than guessing that the 50 is going to be an area of support wall. Why? Because this happened to me on Softy. But look at this. The respect for the 20 is real on Softy, but the wicks are getting me in trouble. I'm going to get back in on Softy here. It's the right thing to do. Let's load up MSFT. Now, do we have a bottom off which to work? 431.50. Okay, so this one is it putting in newer highs yet or no? No, and it's not putting in newer highs. So we're just seeing, this is what I'm seeing on Microsoft, guys. This is why I'm interested in getting back in. This is the 20 exponential moving average, that yellow line. Beautiful, right? It's holding all the closing prints north of the 20, but the closing prints don't matter, your stops. You're going to get stopped out if it breaches the 20 and then pops right back up. So I'd rather wait on this one. There seems to be something afoot with Softy today that I'm not really aware of, nor do I care, but I'd like to be able to take advantage of the price action if it does move back up. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye here on MSFT to see if it can weasel its way back up. Tesla did some stuff while Neil was dropping said hot lines over there because look at this. It printed a new high of day. Now we are knocking on the door of 257, and we've been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 since 11:30. So going on the better part of 45 minutes right now, the wicks all finding support at that 10 exponential. And here's the thing. Here's why I said Tesla was doing new things. Because number one, all the wicks had taken us to 256.50, then rejected. With the closing prints all being south or at 256, now we're closing almost at 257. So do we now use 256 as that level of support? That's what I would ask or submit to you guys. I think that would be an interesting look there. TSLA certainly in play here. Definitely on its way back up near the highs, 256.91. Good look there for TSLA. So lots of stuff to talk about. I mean, we only have about 45 minutes left until the Meta Connect conference. So Zuck is supposed to be the keynote today. Widely anticipated to be the launch of their augmented reality glasses, baby. We already saw the Meta glasses earlier this year, and you can kind of record and hear some stuff. Did I tell you the story? I didn't even tell you the story. I told it there.
What's the story?
I got a buddy. I like him. I like the guy. He's a good guy. He's got a good heart. Some of his actions, though, Satea, a little cringe.
Okay.
So we go out to the club, right? Not even really a club. Like it's more like a bar. And
King Street?
King Street. Yes, in fact, it was actually King Street. Thank you for that. So this guy, he's bringing out his glasses. At first, you can't really tell that they're glasses. They're a little bit thicker than yours, okay? But there's this light, Satea, on the top of the glasses. And it turns white when you start recording.
Oh.
So my man's walking through the club and the light's on and everybody's looking. So I'm just like, yeah, you can walk a few steps ahead, bro.
Was he just streaming while he was just
He
walking
wanted to take the club experience and kind of record it so he could, like, I don't know, social media and after. He's in the digital advertising game, so he's like always doing that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Anyway, but it was an experience to walk around the club with someone recording stuff. People aren't used to that kind of stuff yet. It's a little cringe, you know?
It's a little weird. It's just like, why are you recording me without my permission?
There you go.
It's a little strange.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, these glasses are great, but like, people gotta get used to them, right? Like you can't be recording every which way.
No, that's a little strange. That's a little weird. Tell him to just chill a little bit, you know?
I told him, Satea, you don't listen. Anything you want to mention before we start to listen to this?
You actually took the words out of my mouth.
Go.
I was looking at Tesla
Nice.
Before. So a lot of you guys were like, Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. And yeah, it's just rejecting off of this 257 and it's coming down. So I really think that today is just going to be a range day. I would not expect anything like a move up or down, really. I think we're just going to consolidate. And so I would just say, if you're banking on Tesla, just move on. It's just an X that you need to dump. Like, it's just not today, And so yeah, bang, bang, bang. And so yeah, you need to move on to something else. Yeah. So what else are you looking at, Sharif? I'm
looking at CAPR. It took a huge flush, as you can see. They're depicted on the red candles, one after another. Call me crazy, but it's at VWAP. I know, right? Everyone's calling me crazy. I know. It's at VWAP though, guys. So I'm looking for, believe it or not, another long here on this big boy flushing stock, 11 1/3. I want to see 11. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long Nvidia 123. 123 flat, man. 09. I stand corrected. 123.09 NVDA. I happen to love that. We're waxing poetic about the 50 exponential. I know for a fact you've got the 50 exponential on your charts. So shout out to the Katina Man there, support and resistance trader. You want? Okay. I thought you were going to show us. There it is. As you can see there, he's entered. There it is. And he's wetting his beak already. So shout out to you, Katina Man. Print up multiple storms there and let us know how it goes. All right, I'm probably going to join you on that, man, if this CAPR doesn't hold. So I'm looking again, still at CAPR here. I don't want to be first to jump into this because it's actually breaching VWAP. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one, and I'm going to see what it does. But I do love the look right now on these large caps. There's a lot to trade. I'm still keeping my eye on Softy because it's still putting in higher lows with the closing prints respecting the 20. Meta, though, ladies and gents, Meta. This one's been a rocket ship as of late. It is now coming back down into the volume weighted average price, and just take a gander at what it had done with VWAP earlier. Hold, 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 hold. You want to guess what it did over here? It held. I like when I get crowd participation. Yes. No, seriously, though, it's really holding here. So Meta coming into the volume weighted average price. We're not that far away from it right now. It's showing up at 45 or 50s on my chart. We're printing 67s right now. So the Zuck train on the way down into the volume weighted average price, and it behooves us to load up this bad boy and see if we can execute on it, hopefully positively this time. Let's load up META, and we're gonna look to see what we can do here. So we are at VWAP. If I was to get in here, the area low prior to that is the breach of 569. So I would literally have to give it to at least 569. That basically means that I've got to give it about 60 or 70 pennies. Let's see if we can get in here. It's not letting us in. And it's just too spready. The Zuck train has no room for me, it looks like, at the moment, because the spread is just too wide and it's going without me here. 20 penny spread is at 30 penny spread right now on META. How can I enter here without chasing it? I don't use market orders. So let's see if it can dip down, possibly get me wicked in, so that I don't have to chase this stock. What's the bid printing? 60s. I should be getting filled maybe over here. I don't want to chase it again. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if I can get the fill. And now we do get the fill. Okay, so now we're going to have to defend 569. So that's what we're going to do there. And we're going to give this one the old community college try and see if we can execute on it. There we go. So the stop's in place. We're long 66s. Let's see what we can get possibly in the mid 90s, somewhere in and around there to de-risk, and then possibly move back in to 571. There seemed to be a lot of resistance on META, at least intraday, at this 571 area. So it's been an interesting day today for Meta, certainly very strong. We got the Meta Connect event, lots to talk about today with respect to Meta. Hopefully it won't be a dud. But I don't know, are you predicting a sell the news event on Meta like we usually get with some of these, bigger headlines that end up, you know what I mean?
That is a possibility, to be honest. I was looking at Nvidia, but let's just pull up Meta.
Sure. Hey, Katina Man's printing on that.
Print.
Shocking. What do you got? Oh, you're loading it up? Okay.
Yeah. So on Meta, right now, yeah, like we're at this VWAP right now. I feel like the event is really going to be an indication of where we go. If we break below this VWAP, then we are probably just going to flush. But if we can hold above this VWAP going into the event, then I think that it could be pretty clear skies. I would say my price target would be around 572.64 at those highs and go from there. But I am redirecting my attention to Nvidia because Sean, he made me a little bit interested in it. So I'm looking at, I have an order here at 123.68 to 123.70. I'm looking to get filled there as well. I'm going to put my stop loss around this 123.10. Maybe I don't want to get stopped out, so I'm going to do 122.99, and hopefully this trade goes up and we see where we go from there. How about you, Sharif?
Meta is a beauty. I keep almost saying Adara, but you got to give me like a day or so. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best.
You're trying. That's all that matters.
I got Meta. I'm happy with this trade, Katina, man. We took 66 pennies like that. We're not going to hit the dollar club because that would be unwarranted, but we got in. You saw exactly where we got in there. We got in at 65s. Wet my beak there at 33s, Katina, man. I do appreciate you. We're going to look to trade Meta again. Okay, if it comes back into the volume weighted average price, has been very respectful of VWAP. So META, wait for the setups. I love that, man. Wait for the setups. Like Katina, man, doing his absolute most and his patience today. Shout out to him, man. Great day for the morning, and great day for the floor, and great day for the Katina, man, and Neil. We're gonna shout them out. Big boy trading, real trading. Shout out to real trading, the best dang prop floor on around these parts, I should say, excuse me. Keeping my eye still on Meta, but I promised Nicole Harris I would, and shout out to Hotlanta, by the way, that I would look at Let me just make sure all my stops are cleared here because I don't want to get short when I shouldn't be getting short, okay? So just let me clear up my stops and then I'll look at AI. So Nicole Harris wants to have a look at AI, C3 AI. Oh, baby, this is directional. Okay, so it looks like it was, what are we up on the day? Why are we only up 0.22%? This looks like a hell of a move. This can't be right, nah, bruh. Okay, let me just move down. I don't think it's updating. C3 AI, I think where do I have it there? Oh, yeah, C3 AI is up 3 1/3. I knew that was wrong. My platform wasn't updating. Okay, so this has been awfully respectful of multiple different levels over here. So I like the double bottom in and around that VWAP area, Nicole, 233.55. That was a nice little test there before you broke highs. Now, it looks to me, Nicole, like we're defending that previous area of resistance. Look at this double top crest over here at 10.15 on the 5. So let me throw in the ticker. I apologize there. Just put AI. All right, so this is what I mean, Nicole. Double top in and around there, 23.80. Sure, we reject. We come back down. We do a double bottom over here at 23.55. But look what happened. Once we broke, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I apologize for your eardrums. But 23.55, once we defended that and we broke through 23.80, we started defending 23.80 as a level of support. I love this. It's awfully respectful of previous area of resistance coming in or flipping to support. This one looks really good. It's essentially off 23.80. My suggestion, Nicole, is possibly using 23.90 now as your level of support. Look at how many times we rejected. And this is the 5-minute chart, Nicole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before we broke it here at 12:15 on the 6th. So 23.90 dip trade possibly here, and it's breaking through 24, so you know it's going, baby. Does this thing have any news? No, man, this thing has no news. 123.76.
It's going meme crazy now. Where you go? I'm telling you.
Nvidia? The offers are being lifted like crazy, says the Katina man on Nvidia, and it's absolutely moving back into 124. We're going to shout him out there, man, because this is one hell of a rounded bottom. And I know Big Spile hasn't been with us lately, and he's taking a bit of a break. Shout out to him. We miss him around these parts, and he's going to be back soon. But, he's not the only one that can appreciate these rounded bottoms. I can appreciate them too. We get the break through the volume-weighted average price, and this looks like it could be moving up through 124 again, Katina man. So you're going to let me know how it goes, because this is rounding up, looking to move up back, possibly into those higher days. The Katina man is taking some out here at VWAP, by the way. What's your look?
So I got filled at my Nvidia trade at 123.69. So I'm hoping that, we can stay above VWAP and continue forward. I have my take profit here at 124.48. I would put it at 124.50, but I feel like if it wants to reject off of that level, I may not get filled. So that is what I'm doing. We're a couple pennies in the money, so that is looking great. I have my stop loss here at 123.23, 123.25 and 123.23. So giving it, 2 cents. And hopefully I might, as we go forward, I'm going to put my stop in at break even. That's usually just how I trade. As it goes in the money, I want to make sure that I'm not losing on the trade. So that is what I'm going to do. So shout out to Sean for calling that out. I hopped on board. It's at this Nvidia, this VWAP. So I really like that as well. And so, yeah, I'm just going to take a couple pennies and get the heck out.
I love it. Sounds good. All right, we're going to start the lesson du jour because it's about half past right now. Guys, we have been talking about reversal patterns all of last week. We continued with that discussion into this week, hopefully giving you some good content. Today, we're going to continue with the discussion about reversal patterns, but we're going to take a bit of a different take. We're going to talk about adjusting and finding price objectives based on these reversal patterns. So let's get right to it. So the objective today is to provide you a comprehensive understanding of how to determine price objectives using these reversal patterns. And we're also going to look to explore adjustments based on additional technical factors. So we're also going to look at things in the CMT materials, the Chartered Market Technician materials, to enhance the learning experience. But as we always do, let's introduce the topic de novo for those who haven't joined us or are joining us for the first time. Price objectives, essentially what that means, is that, well, what they are is a critical component of technical analysis, which provide traders with a price target where the price of a security is likely to move after a breakout or breakdown of a reversal pattern. So today we'll look to cover the following. 1, methods for finding price objectives. 2, how to adjust the price objectives using technical tools, and some insights from these CMT materials that add more of a bit of an advanced twist. So let's get right to it. How do we determine these dang price objectives for reversal patterns? Well, I'm going to submit to you that the height of the pattern super important in these reversal patterns. So price objectives of reversal patterns are typically based on the height. So let's take the case of the head and shoulders. In the head and shoulder, you measure the distance from the head to the neckline, okay? From the top of the head to the neckline, and then you project it downward. So if the head is, say, at $100, okay, the neckline is at $80. We know that there's a difference of $20 between the top of the head and the neckline. All we're doing is taking that same 20 quantum and projecting it down from the neckline, which is 80, so it'll go down to 60. That should be our first beak wetter, our first profit taker. Super simple, right? Super simple to do. So basically you're projecting that distance upon the break of the neckline. And here's what I'm talking about. Here's a head and shoulders pattern. There is the top of the head. You can see, we talked about this yesterday, sloping necklines. If you joined us yesterday in the lesson, you'll understand what this is. You basically measure the distance from the top of the head to the neckline, and then you take that distance and you project it down from the breakdown point, not from wherever you want on the neckline, from the breakdown point of the neckline, and you project it downward. And that's what this over here says, your minimum target. That should be your first beak wetter. There's an alternative method to this. It's by John J. Murphy in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. He doesn't go into too much depth, but he basically presents an alternative method for just measuring the height of the pattern. What he says is you can measure the length of the first wave of the decline and double it. So for example, if the first wave of a decline on Nvidia, say from point C to point D, is 15 points. Let's say 15 pennies. It's not going to be $15. Right? 15 points, whatever. Then the objective could be 30 points downward. So basically, you're just taking the first wave from C to D, and you're basically doubling it in value, and then you're saying, that's my beak wetter. I personally haven't tried it, can't vouch for it, and again, John J. doesn't go into too much depth about it. The role of volatility can't be understated as well when it comes to these price pattern price objectives. So the greater the height of the pattern, the greater the volatility, the zigzagging of the pattern, the larger the price objective. Remember that these methods provide you minimum targets. So when I'm telling you, wet your beak here, take profits here, that's your first out. It could go higher, it could not go at all, quite frankly. Now we know that that's to be the case. This is a probabilities game, no certainties here. Some CMT additions, chartered market technician additions to this theory. The CMT curriculum emphasizes logarithmic scaling for volatile markets, especially with the large caps, right? It also notes the importance of price symmetry. I'll show you what I mean by those in a second, which is the size or magnitude of a price move in one direction typically mirrors a subsequent move in the opposite direction. So here is a look at the logarithmic scaling. Not sure which stock this is, but you'll also notice quite simply that the distance, actual distance between $20 and $40 farther than the distance between 60 and 40, 60 and 80, etc. The point of this is to show you the bigger moves without having to narrow down the time frame from, say, like a daily to a monthly. You can encompass it all on the daily, but you have logarithmic scaling, at least in the initial starts. So just wanted to show you that. This is kind of the difference of how it would appear when you use the log scale on the left versus the arithmetic scale on the right. This one gives you a more, I want to say a condensed view. While this one obviously is IRL, you're going to have to zoom out a little bit to be able to see the full picture. And this is what I mean by price symmetry. So typically when you get a big boy move down, like from point 1 to point 2, you're going to have an equally or similar to bounce from point 2 to point 3. That's all it's really saying. It's telling you to look for symmetry in these markets. So we've waxed poetic about, measuring the height and how to adjust your price targets based on some, objective methodology. But there are situations where we have to forego that methodology and adjust our price targets. And the first reason we do that is if there are key areas of support and resistance in and around our price target. So it's important to adjust your price objectives if there are key areas of support and resistance levels in close proximity to your calculated price target. So for example, if a projected target for a downtrend, let's just say $62, but there's strong support at 64, it behooves you to move your beak wetter, your profit taker, up from 62 to 64 to account for that level of support or resistance, okay? So keep that in mind. You should also look to adjust your profit targets if you're at key fib levels, especially if the instrument you're trading has shown its propensity to respect these fib levels in the past. So let's get right to that. In bear markets, so the book says, it is common to see retracements to Fibonacci levels like 38.2, 50, 61.8. These retracement levels provide possible zones where the price might pause or reverse. So keep fib levels in mind. And as well, previous reaction high and lows. Now, these are not well-established support and resistance areas. They're reaction, meaning that they didn't hang out at that level for all that long. But pay close attention to previous reaction lows in a downtrend or reaction highs in an uptrend. These levels often serve, as I said, as minor areas of support and resistance points that could impact the fulfillment of your price objectives. So it's going to really be incumbent upon you to decide whether these flash points are worthy of you adjusting your price target, or you're just going to look the other way. Some CMT additions to this theory, they talk about here advanced concepts known as Fibonacci projections. Essentially what these are, in addition to retracements, projections help estimate the next likely price move, especially in the absence of historical data. I talked about this initially. Neil often uses the term blue sky setup, as do I. What does that mean? That means we've never been above this level before. Case in point, Apple. Has it ever been above $238? Like after split adjust? No. So if we were to base these fib projections on Apple, anything above 238, we would not have anything off which to chart. We would need to use these fib projections. So it's particularly useful when the pattern breaks beyond existing support and resistance levels, forecasting new price ranges using these extensions like the 127.2, 161.8. Here's how you use them. So you have to basically start at your swing low, using your tools, obviously, in the computer, and you draw the high to the swing high, and then you drag to the retracement. It's key, though, that the retracement is above the starting point, and then you're basing it off this, okay? You're dragging your fib tool off this point here, the retracement, and then you're gauging it up. Prior to this over here, there had been no price action. Okay? There had been no price action here. This is just to kind of depict so you can get the idea. As you can see, 161.8, 138.2, et cetera, et cetera. These help gauge when there's never been price discovery at that level in the past. Okay? Blending these technical tools, though, is really pumped by John J. Murphy in his book. He emphasizes the importance of blending multiple technical tools in your analysis. Price targets from patterns are just one piece of the puzzle. So he says you must consider other technical indicators like trend lines, moving averages, volume, momentum indicators, etc. The CMT takes a bit of a different approach to this theory. Basically what they say is they champion trend strength indicators like your ADX, average directional index, and using that with momentum oscillators like your RSI, like your MACD, etc. The idea here is that multiple confirmations using different tools helps provide higher confidence for your price objectives. And this is not an indicator we've ever talked about on at least this show. ADX is going to typically be shown at the bottom of the chart like your MACD, like your RSI. We're not going to go into a dissertation on how to use it now. Maybe we'll do that at a future date. But this is what the CMT materials suggest. So to conclude, price objectives are primarily derived from the height of the reversal pattern, but these objectives should be Nvidia's going, says the Katina man. But these objectives should be based on nearby support and resistance levels, your fib retracement, as well as your reaction high and lows. And effective TA, technical analysis, comes from combining these various tools and indicators and mixing it with market conditions. And the CMT curriculum really adds value by emphasizing the importance of advanced techniques like logarithmic scaling, fib projections, and multi-time frame analysis. I like that. How you doing over there?
Yes, so I was just in Nvidia. So I had it at 120, where was it? It was 123.70 initially. Got out because I got a little bit scared. And then I took a couple of pennies. But you know what? It's zooming up now. I'm a little bit sad that I got out a little bit early. But you know what? What are you going to do? I'm just still trying to figure out, how to be on the show, how to trade at the same time. So I feel like I get a little finicky, like, let me just grab my money now. But it really looks like it's moving, though. And so if, I had, the big kahunas to get back in, I would. But it looks great. It looks amazing. So shout out to Sean for that.
Get it, Katina, man.
Yeah, awesome. And so, yeah, it's holding that VWAP floor, and I really like that. And it's going above. Let me just bring this chart over here. And so, yeah, it's breaking through this 123.82. And so I really like that. And so if we even go on the hourly chart, see, it wicked off of this 123. And I like the fact that it's like near that even dollar level. So as long as we don't break through that 123, it looks great. It looks amazing to me. How about you, Sharif?
I'm staring here at Tesla, and you were analyzing this quite well earlier. I got to tell you the truth, Satya, but it's right back at VWAP, and after it made a new high.
What was it? What were you looking at, sir?
Tesla.
Tesla. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it made that new high that you and I are talking about. It knocked on the door of 257. But look at this, uninterrupted to the downside on the 5 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red candles in a row. If this one closes red, it'll be 8, but right now it looks green. Anyway, it's technically still a higher low, and it's at the 50. Look what it did at the 50 prior. 1125, 1130, found its footing at the 50. We've been talking about the 50's been featuring more with these large caps for whatever reason. I don't know why, because there are periods where the 50 doesn't feature at all on the 5. I'm talking about the 5. And then there are periods where it seems to come back in vogue, and I have no idea why. But right now, there is precedent on the day to show you that it did find its footing at the 50 exponential. I don't need to be first into the trade. I just need to, be able to discern that and possibly get in maybe if it makes a new high above the previous 5 minute candle, that is. 255.25 would be a new high above this red candle over here, which, as my friend Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end, getting it as it prints a new green candle to show you that the buyers are actually stepping in, not guessing that the buyers are going to step in at the 50. So we'll see. But I'm keeping my eye here on TSLA, awfully interesting. Goggles is eek. Goggles looks ugly right now. Look, Amazon and Apple don't look great either. But Goggles is a big boy U-shaped retracement. And quite frankly, I think it's looking at making lows. It's doing that umbrella hockey stick pattern where it makes a big move down, kind of sideways. You can call this a bear flag. It's equally relevant as well. Rejects off the 10 and it's coming back into lows. Sure, it's above the IB low. Fine. That's at 161.20. But this one looks awfully weak. And again, kind of the opposite of what I thought would be on the day, Satya, because I don't know if you read the headline, but Google it's hot in the kettle. It's so funny. Google is accusing Microsoft of antitrust actions in Europe. Obviously, Google is always in focus for antitrust as well, with that digital ad sales and stuff like that.
For sure.
So I thought it would be Softy who'd be selling off and Google going up. No, not at all. It's the exact opposite. Google down 0.46, Softy up 0.63. So there you go.
Reverse.
Anyway, so keeping an eye right now on Tesla, keeping an eye, obviously, on the monster Nvidia. That goes without saying. I saw you guys in the chat yelling about CAPR. Oh, baby. This one held 11, and it's curling back up. Okay, so this one is holding on, right? It did breach VWAP, and it did actually trade below VWAP for almost 20 minutes. But, you know, that shows you that rules are made to be broken, and it's right back up. I'm going to say keep your eyes on 12, guys. We had a lot of resistance at 12 initially. We used it as support once we broke through, but it could act as a resistance again. CAPR, there's a lot to talk about, man. These small caps are moving. Look at Donkey Kong, DKN Dang G, uninterrupted to the high side. Let's load up DKNG on the side chart here because it's not updating on the chart. Donkey Kong is almost up 7%, and it's done 10 million shares, which is not bad. 41.83, nary a red candle on the 5. We haven't had a red candle almost going back an hour, well, except this one. This is a doji, that doesn't count. So this one's looking real good. Obviously, I'm not going to punch in at highs. Jay Lee, in my humble opinion, the only right play when Google and Microsoft start suing each other is to get long on the corporate law firms. You are absolutely accurate on that, Jay. And let me tell you, I am sick and tired of seeing the same law firm show up on my news blotter trying to solicit shareholders to sue different companies. It's always the same. I want to put this shareholder, this law firm on blast if I can find them here. Yeah, Bronstein, Gurwitz, and Grossman, they always show up a lot. And there's more. Katina, man. I know, but why are they suing so much? Anyway, I guess that's what lawyers do. That's their job. No, but seriously, though, your point is very well taken, Jay. You're absolutely right on that. 2 New York cents. Google is about to retrace down to 157. Let's have a look. Maybe you're accurate. I'm kind of bearish on Google right now. I don't know if we see 157 on the day, my man, but certainly it could be one that we get in the near future. I'm going to send it to you while I set up for an ad read.
For sure. So right now I am looking at Uber because someone said Uber in the chat, and it's breaking through these highs, looking great. 77.97, clean break off of that, and we are holding. So if we could hold above that 77.97, this is looking great. Great to the upside. I like the fact that it did this consolidation before the break, which gives me more confirmation that we are going up. So shout out to Uber. That is looking amazing. So with the take profit, I would say, you know, we don't want to get crazy here. We don't want to get too high and say, you know, $85 today. No. Let's just say 79, I think would be a good target, $79. And yeah, that's what I'm looking at as of right now. Another thing that I'm looking at is Meta. Meta is breaking through this VWAP. Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, so it's breaking through this VWAP as of right now. I know that we have that what is it called?
Event, yeah.
Connect event coming on at 1, so 15 minutes, around 15 minutes till that. So I would wait until that. I would say that getting in a little bit early, you know, you may be caught offside. So I'd say wait for more confirmation, wait for that 1 p.m., and hopefully that will give us a better, clear indication as to where this is going. But as of right now, it's breaking through VWAP. So yeah, that's what it's doing right now. In motion. DLTR, what is that? Let's look at that right now. DLTR breaking above VWAP. I really like this. If we can hold above VWAP 70.64, then this is looking great for me. I would say if I'd be getting in around this time, I would probably be looking at this 70.45 to risk off of, just because I feel like if it breaks that, this is like a clear resistance, you know? And so if it breaks through that, then I'm thinking, this trade is not what I thought it was. But as long as we could stay above that, I think this looks great. This looks amazing. Tesla about to test the 201 minute and VWAP above that. Let's go back to Tesla. Tesla is a hot topic right now. I mean, it's still looking pretty bearish. I feel like we have a point in which we can risk off of. So this 256.90, call it 257, is a good point to risk off of, around $3. So yeah, but if you don't want to give it that much room, I would say even 255.49, 255.50, and risking it for that short, because this is looking pretty bearish. It's not like it's just hitting that ceiling. It doesn't want to go any higher than that. And so, yeah, I would definitely think that this is pretty bearish for Tesla as of today. So that's what I am looking at. And then Are we ready for the, yeah?
We are.
Okay, awesome.
Becoming a funded trader, Satya, means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Are you ready to become a funded trader? If you are, join Trade the Pool, scan that QR code on your screen, or click the link in the description for more information. Shout out to this Catman over here who was on with Breno, and I think he did a hell of a job talking about TA. Shout out to him, and shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank you for sponsoring the show. All right, goggles continuing to make lower lows, guys. Here we go, 161.34. We talked about the IB low, the implied balance low coming into that fifth of a dollar. I believe it bounced exactly off 20. I'm wrong. It bounced off 21. It is putting a bit of a hammer candle now. This, qualifies for double bottom-ish levels. We were talking about how double tops and double bottoms don't always have the exact same level off which they're rejecting. So if Google wants to curl up here, possibly take out the 10, I'll be looking at it that way, but going to pack my patience there. Apple has been rejecting off the volume-weighted average price essentially all morning since we broke down below it at 11.10. Amazon, I didn't see this in the cards today for Amazon. I didn't really think that there was anything bad news headline related for Amazon, but it's selling off. It's down 0.8. It's the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day, not by much. Apple's down 0.77, Amazon 0.8, but if I had to choose a chart that looks uglier than the other, I would choose AMZN because it just printed lows. 192.36 LOD. It's been very respectful of the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Every single pop into the 20 exponential subsequent to 10:55 a.m. has sold off. So interesting look on MSFT if you want to get short that. Satya brings up a very valid point that Meta, for the first time on the day now, has actually closed the 5-minute candle south of the volume-weighted average price. So I took a long on Meta at VWAP specifically for the reason that it had been respecting VWAP. We'll see. It's not a big breach, right? This is a almost $600 name now. Wow. Do you believe that this thing was $88 in October 2022?
It's insane.
$88.
$88. I know the people that had it at that time and they sold off. I know you guys are mad. You guys should have held. I know, what else can you say?
So true. It's so true. Thank you for putting that in such eloquently. I know you guys are mad. Yeah, because how could you not be mad, right? Like, because if you were holding the same position that you sold at 233, you didn't sell anything? You didn't trim the position at all? Yeah, the Katina man, he's still holding from there. I took out the entire thing well below anything. Eh? Yeah, it was a good day, Katina man. It wasn't a bad day. Yeah, it's okay. I know, but bro, I mean, like, it is. That's a $100 club says. Shout out to the Katina man. Always good vibes, Katina, baby. All right. Let's get back into trading over here. Softy zigging and zagging and making me look like a dang fool because it is no longer respecting the 20 exponential. Looks like I was just dreaming when I was seeing that. For whatever reason, it is finding, though, some support at 431.5. And yeah, you see some breaches there by wicks. But the closing print's all above that 431.5. And that's funny because 431.5 essentially was a bit of a top earlier. Now we use it as a bottom. So I wasn't alive to that, hence why I didn't get in. But MSFT, it's been impressing me on the day. So we're going to keep tabs there. Tesla back above the volume weighted average price again. And we are now only 8 minutes away from this Meta Connect conference. And that's going to prompt me to look for it on the YouTube. Do I sound 100? The YouTube? My old man always says the YouTube. I can't help it. I know. I just gotta start dyeing my hair white. But yeah, we're gonna load up Meta Connect. Let's see if it's available on the YouTube. Yes, it is. Okay, so it's already on there. It's already being broadcast here. I think it is being broadcast by other individuals. I'm trying to find the actual guys. Production team, can you help me find Meta Connect event? Oh, thank you, Ram. Sorry, I wasn't plugged in, Fabian, so I couldn't hear you. Oh, thank you. Ram, can you send it to me, please? So that No, she doesn't want to send it to me. Okay, in 8 minutes. I have to be disciplined like a child. They're going to send it to me in 8 minutes.
Okay,
when it
8
starts.
minutes on the dot.
This
on the
is the
dot.
adult speaking.
Yes, MetaConnect event, guys. Be careful with this. Oftentimes, what ends up happening is it becomes a sell the news event. That's obviously, presupposing that no new announcements are being made. We know that they're going to announce likely augmented reality glasses. What I'm saying is if something that isn't predicted gets launched. Thank you, Ram. I do appreciate that. I'll load it up in a hot sec. MetaConnect event, guys, 7 minutes away. Meta will be a permanent resident of the trading screen. We're going to see exactly what we get on META, and then we'll talk about that. I'm just going to set up. What are you looking at over there?
Awesome. So I'm looking at the QQQs to kind of see, what might Meta do? What will Nvidia do? Because right now we're just kind of hugging between this VWAP. And so the QQQs, they're below VWAP. So it could, yeah, for sure. So it could look pretty bearish as of right now, but, we'll see. So we have Meta here, not really doing too much. We're going to wait for that 1 p.m. mark. So that's what we're going to look at here. But I'm really staring down this Nvidia. Nvidia, we're beefing right now because I really want it to go up. It was at that VWAP, holding that VWAP. Now it's just precisely at VWAP. And so it's just zigging, it's just zagging. I don't really know what it's doing right now, but I'm hoping if we can get below this 123.10 or 123 just for that even dollar, I feel like Nvidia could be, pretty bearish for the, remainder half of the day. So this is looking pretty decent for the short. I would probably be risking 123.87. But I want to see if it gets down to this 123 and get to that breakdown of 123, because I feel like that is, a better indicator of where it may go. Join BA. So let's see what Boeing is doing, because someone in the chat said Boeing. So Boeing, looking pretty ugly. I wish I looked at this today because I would have taken this below this pre-market low. This would have been a nice place to risk off of this 155.08. I would have risked above VWAP because usually it shouldn't go above VWAP in my trading strategy. So 156.18 would be my place to risk off of. But as of right now, because, we're in that moment right now, it's looking pretty bearish as of right now. I think what it could look like is, I'm just going to draw this downtrend here. I could say maybe we may trace up to this 154 if it goes up, but I think it's just a little, a dead cat bounce. I don't think it's going to be, a clear trend up for the rest of the day. I definitely think it does retrace up here around 154 and then bang back down. Unless we get some catalyst, maybe, there may be some momentum there, but I think this is pretty bearish for the rest of the day. BA is a short today. Yes, John, it's looking bad. It's looking ugly. And so what else are we looking at? Pfizer, what is happening to Pfizer? I actually didn't look at that today, so let's look at that. Pfizer, PFE. So yeah, oh my, what is happening to Pfizer? That is just banging down as well. So if we look here on the 1 minute, it got up, so the high of the day is 29.70, and then at VWAP, it's really been rejecting around this 29.37. It just keeps going down and down and down, and so I really want to see where's it going to stop, because we need to see, where we could take profits. If we go back, dating from Thursday, September 12th, we see here that it bounced at this 28.76 level. So I think that this would be a good indication of whether or not we bounce off this 28.76 or we continue down from this 28.76. So I think that this would be a good pivotal level to kind of dictate that. So yeah, Pfizer, do you know anything about Pfizer? Why it may be? Did you hear any news about that?
Nothing today. Well, let me have a look because maybe I'm speaking too soon because I didn't look at the news blotter. All right. All right. There's a couple of news headlines here. Pfizer versus Moderna COVID vaccine patent battles to go to appeal UK. Oh, yes, I do remember this. So Moderna has been suing Pfizer for stealing the mRNA technology.
Okay.
Right? So it was their invention. Then obviously Pfizer weaseled in, took it. Well, again, I shouldn't say that because it hasn't been decided yet. But anyway, it looks as if maybe selling off on that news. I know Pfizer was the user of Moderna's technology, so it's Moderna who stands to gain from this lawsuit and Pfizer who stands to lose. By the way, this is in England. I don't know how much applicability that has in North America. It's not binding, obviously, in North America, but it could be persuasive to the courts here. In any event, I mean, that's all I see. But I was thinking actually about getting into Pfizer. I was looking at Neil the other day. I'm like, because they've got an oral GLP drug on the way.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't like injecting themselves. It's just not what they want to do, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm scared of needles, to be honest.
Likewise.
Like, yeah.
Likewise. And so if I can take an oral GLP and lose weight, obviously I think that has a lot more market. But
100%.
they've already had 2 GLP canceled studies that didn't do well. Either it was like really bad in terms of side effects or it just didn't do anything. So we'll see. They're 0 for 2 on this. They better get this one right.
They better get their stuff together,
right?
Because the people are waiting.
People are waiting. I love it. All right. So thank you for that, Ram. I do have now the Meta Connect conference there. It will begin shortly. Says this. Are we allowed to show it or no? Okay. All right. Just making sure. Sorry, production team. Don't mean to upset you. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Scheduled to begin technically in 1 minute, but we'll see when that actually does start. So Meta Connect conference, super important because while they're releasing new products and Meta all of a sudden has become a hardware company. Not all of a sudden, obviously, they've been doing that for a hot minute, but they're really expanding their hardware offerings. Okay, back to CAPR here. Shout out to the individual who was telling me in the chat about CAPR moving again because, wow, what a recovery here for the small cap gapper du jour. Going through that 1220 again. There was no seller this time at 1215 for 5,000 some odd lots. So we're moving pretty steadily. We did whiffle and waffle at 12 for a hot minute. That is until we continued up. Nice U-shaped recovery here on CAPR. Put some dang respect on this one's name. 34% and even off the highs. It was up a little bit more. We talked about the short float on this one being awfully big. However, it's been very strong the last 3 days. So I'm submitting to you that a lot of shorts could have already been pushed out. Therefore, that old number, 28 some odd percent or 25 some odd percent, could be a little bit lower than what is being reported by Trade Ideas. Why? Because the short interest on stocks usually around 14. Is it 14 trading days or 14 days? Do you guys know what I'm saying? With the short interest, Katina Man. Like, you know how it updates every 4? I thought it was 14. Yeah, Katina Man's going to look it up. Shout out to him. What are you guys yelling about back there? Why are they saying there it is? All right, so CAPR. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not looking at the large caps. Thank you for that, Neil. Meta just dropped. What is this gap? There's not supposed to be gaps in an intraday chart, bro. What's going on here? There's a gap. All right, it's getting bought up though, but shout out to Neil. Thank you for calling that out. I didn't have eyes on Meta. It dipped aggressively into 568.32, being bought up though into 569. Wow, that was a gap intraday. You don't see that often. At least I don't see that often. Usually you see that reflected overnight or on the daily chart, but there you go. Intraday gap there, no trading in between those levels. Big move down. And Microsoft did a flash drop as well. Look at Microsoft dropping into below the volume weighted average price, breaching that 431 support level we were waxing poetic about. So we shall keep a look there. The Future also took a bit of a nosedive. The NQ now is now negative, albeit very barely negative, flat essentially, 0.02% in negatory land. 20,168 is the closing print from yesterday. We're below that. And we've been putting a lower low, lower high channel essentially all dang morning on the Future. So we had a nice move up there in the earlier trading day, but this has been a lower high, lower low channel on the NQ December contract now for the, so when did we start? 10:15. We've been making lower lows and lower highs since 10:15. Interesting. I'm keeping my eye, guys, still on the Meta Connect event. Nothing coming through over here quite yet. Satea.
Right now, I am looking at Nvidia. So I said that I liked it around this 123. I'm going to put my stop in at 123.22 to 123.25. And so hopefully we don't get stopped out here. So I'm just going to put that real quick. put that in. There we go. Is that in? Yes. So I have my stop in. Ooh, it's bouncing off that 123, and we're at 123.12. So I don't know. I thought I had a good look on it because, you know, it was below that VWAP. But, you know, we're still seeing what it does from here. So hopefully we don't get liquidated. I mean, stopped out. But I'm hoping that we continue this downtrend here. I'm going to go look on the higher time frame.
I can't hear you, Ram. Who's?
Is it showed? Is it good? Okay, so yeah. So I'm looking down here. I'm gonna look on the 5 minute. So on the 5 minute here, looking pretty decent. Again, this 123.70 would be an ideal place to risk, but I don't really want to give it that much room. So we're just gonna keep it at 122 and 123.22, and hopefully, and it's going down. It's banging down. So hopefully, yeah, it's in the money. Is it in the money? Yes, it's a little bit in the money. So yes. Yes, this is what I was waiting for. So let's put our target profit. I'm going to do, you know what, I don't want it to go up from here. So I'm just going to do 122.70. I definitely think that it could go there. So I'm going to put my take profit at 122.70. And let's just hope for the best. Let's just, you know, pray and hope. And hopefully it gets down there. How about you, Sharif?
All right, I'm trying my hand here at a 12 defend on CAPR. We're going to give this one a little bit of room. It broke down aggressively off the highs, off that 2040 touch. I'm looking for 12 to act as a bit of a shelf. A support shelf, that is. So we're going to give this one the old college try over here, see if we can defend 12. 12 has been an interesting level all day on it, but the moves north of 12 have been troublesome for some. So I'm giving this a little bit of room. I'm looking to wet my beak, maybe in the mid-teens here, with ultimately the last piece for the dang dream. We're going to hold this one possibly into that high a day, like 1240, something like that. It's a spready one for a cheap name, showing 15s on the ask and 9s on the, there we go. We get the print, baby. All right, so pumped about this one. Looking for more, though. I'm greedy. I'm kidding. I'm actually not a greedy guy. So we're going to put the next beak wetter at the $0.25 over here, hence why it's a red with a circle. Again, this all presupposes us defending 12. CAPR has been, I don't want to say predictable, because when you see this kind of stuff, it makes you saying predictable. It makes me saying that it's predictable, makes me sound pretty stupid, because I definitely didn't see that one coming. But where it held up here was kind of predictable. Not this down move, but where it held up. This area here is volume weighted average price. So we wet our beak there, de-risk, looking for a $0.25 to test again. 12 is the area I'm looking to defend on CAPR. I gotta tell you, it's ugly though. Topping tail candle prior to this candle over here. But have we exhausted the selling in and around this area? This level from, let's just say, 12.15 to about 12.50? Because every time we go up into this area, we topping tail. So how much selling is there going to be around here? Let's see. Maybe we can exhaust and overwhelm the sellers. I'm going to take my chances with this one, and we already have the stop in place. By the way, guys, I'm still waiting for the Meta Connect conference. It's still saying Meta Connect will start shortly. We are 6 minutes late. Technically, obviously, we'll see exactly when it starts. Obviously, right when 1 o'clock hit, there was all sorts of market action, I'm assuming likely to do with the Meta Connect event, but we don't really know. So keeping my eye here on CAPR, looking for this 12 defend. I do need to adjust my stop because my stop is based on the full size, and I no longer have the full size. So I'm going to send it to you as I just put in my stop.
For sure. So I'm not really liking how Nvidia is looking, so I am just going to get out here. Don't look that. So yeah, let's just see, 123.09. Actually, I'm going to keep it. As long as we can, you know, stay below this 123.10, I'm looking to stay in the trade. But as of right now, it looks like it's rejecting off of 122.74 in the short term. So I just want to see, you know, what we do from here. 120. You know what? I'm sussing. I'm gonna do 123.18, and if it gets up there, then I think I'm gonna get out, just because it didn't give me the action that I was looking for. You know what? I'm just gonna get out. Just get out. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't like that. I thought that we would, you know, So I thought that we would, have a resistance here and then continue to break down, but we are breaking through this point here at 123.16. So it didn't give me the look that I was looking for. And then obviously we had this wick here at 122.75 right at 1 p.m. So usually when the new candlestick forms on the hourly chart, I usually respect whatever happens during that time. And so, yeah, I just don't really like it right now, to be honest. Nvidia, yeah, you let me down today, to be honest. But you know what? It is what it is. We're going to move on to the next trade. What are you looking at, Sri?
I want to report, Satya, that we did have the 5-year note auction. And that's an oversight on my part. 5-year note auction dropped at 1 o'clock, hence why we wicked up and down like that. Again, I don't have the 5-year on my side chart. I don't follow the yield on the 5-year, so I can't make a comparison to what the auction result was versus what it was trading at prior to the auction. That's how you make the comparison. Oftentimes, it's incorrectly compared to the previous print. That is not the comparison that we make. We make the comparison based on the auction that dropped at 1 o'clock relative to what it was trading at prior to the auction. I don't have that, sadly. In any event, the actual 3.519, we'll keep an eye on that. The market doesn't really seem like it's doing anything right now. I mean, it had that flash. I don't want to call it a flash crash, but a flash dip, and it got right back up. So the NQ positive again, essentially flat, technically 0.04% in the green, so not really doing much of anything. I'm still locked in here, guys, on CAPR. I'm looking to wet my beak, Fabian, at around 12.25. There does seem to be that seller again at 15 pennies. The only thing is, though, this time's a little bit different. He's not posting on, he's not showing, or they, I don't know who's on the other side of this. Here we go. Okay. So it just got taken out. 18 showing up now. I'm waiting at a quarter, baby. Let's go. Let's squeeze, man. Let's go, capper. I'd like a print, please, at a $0.25. So what I was about to say was I felt like the hidden seller was at 15s again, just not posting onto the gateways this time. So we get back into that same level there, 18s. But we do take out that mid-teens seller, hidden or otherwise. Let's see if we can print anything above 20s. I've been waiting for a hot minute on this one to wet my beak at the $0.25, but it may not come in, on my timetable. So keeping my eye on that. Finch Jane, you're right. Flash crash or flush. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, though, Finch Jane. He's one of the OGs in the chat. He knows exactly what we're talking about there. So keeping my eye over here, we're making, okay, here we go again with 19s, possibly showing 20s now on the book on CAPR. I'm waiting at a $0.25, so we'll pack our patience with that one right there. Still waiting, guys, for that Meta Connect conference. I do have it live, and now we are about 11 minutes late or so. It's obviously taking place in the West Coast, not that that matters at all. Keeping my eye on some of these large caps. They've been largely consolidative. If I can show what I'm looking at here. Consolidative for the majority of the afternoon. But ironically enough, the Fuge has been making lower highs and lower lows. Like look at the chart pattern on Nvidia. Okay? All right, sorry, on the NQ. December contract. You're not really seeing that lower channel reflected on any of them, really, except Nvidia. Nvidia has been making lower highs and lower lows. So if we could kind of draw that, it's not as clean as the one on the futures, but certainly has been kind of locked within this downward channel range here, like the NQ. So pack my patience there, have a look there. CAPR still lulling me to sleep at that 12.10 area. What are you guys looking at? Adam, it's coming in for you. Here we go. Are we starting? It says beginning shortly. Nope, not yet. We'll pack our patience there. I totally forgot to mention that you guys need to vote. The afternoon segment is nothing without the viewers. It is Neil. It is Sean. They take over at the big boy desk and they look at the tickers as decided by you, but only the top 5 tickers make it on, Satya. So they're going to have to talk to their friends and basically bamboozle them into voting their way. If you want to see how Katina Men traded Nvidia, throw it in there. Neil, what did you trade today? DraftKings, Nvidia, AMD, little AMD. You want to see how Neil traded those? You want to see what he did on Donkey Kong? And Donkey Kong's a dang rocket today. Throw DKNG in the chat. It's super simple, Satea. Exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Every day, Neil and Sean, they do the absolute most in covering those. And I'm very happy that I got the print at the $0.25. So I'm really happy with my trading today on CAPR. I think I really waited for my opportunities. I love trading these small cap gappers today when they're in vogue. But nary is that the case, man. They always give back the go super quick.
Damn, I don't know much about, small cap gappers. I try to stay away from them. I like the larger caps, usually $100, above $100 typically, maybe 50, if I'm feeling a little bit risky.
Hey.
But nothing lower than that. How do you get around that? Like the $, $2, like how do you know when like it's going to gap? Like what is your...
Honestly, I use more support and resistance. Like this really was nothing super complicated. They kept bouncing off 12s today. So I'm like, let me get in and bounce off 12. Let me get myself to 90s. I'm going to risk 10 pennies. We've had 3-1 there because it broke into the 30s. I love these ones. I started off my life as a trader, just like you with crypto.
Okay.
I was a DJ trading the small cap gappers that were up 300% on the day. And the thing is, during COVID, there was like 10 of these a day.
Ooh.
Yes, there were. Every morning you get up at 7 a.m. There was like 3 or 4 names in 100% or over territory.
I could just see you punching keys, just like, let me get that.
I was a wild man. I had no idea what I was doing, right? I'm like, okay, I got to get this. But yeah, I really love these small cap gappers. They're exciting.
How do you identify them? Sorry for interrupting.
Scanner.
Okay.
So I have 3 rules essentially for these scanners. I'm looking for a certain amount of float, volume done on the day. You're going to have to print above 500,000 shares.
Okay.
2, you got to be above 85 pennies. I used to have it as $1, but Neil told me that, having it at 85 pennies gets you to know which ones are about to reach $1. Because that dollar trade is a whole trade. You can take it as short, off, or if it clears $1, you can use $1 as support. So there's
at that even dollar, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Understood.
So I filter it out to 85 pennies, and also you've got to be on the NQ or the NY. I won't trade you if you're on the Amex for a small cap gapper. Don't ask me why, but. Too many bad experiences with that. But CAPR, man, absolutely great trade today. Guys, get into the chat. We don't have enough votes yet. Throw it up in there. 30 seconds. Oh, yes, thank you. I saw that, Katina, man. Thank you. So the Meta Connect event, almost with us, almost in time right now. So if you want to see how the big kahunas view Meta, or how they may view Meta after the Connect event, throw Meta in the chat. Neil and Sean cover these for you guys every day at around 2 o'clock. What are you looking at?
Awesome. So I was looking at the Nvidia, and I'm really sad. I feel like it's been the narrative of the day that I just get scared and I keep getting out. And so it did what I wanted it to do. It rejected off of that 123.10, and it's going down, and it's it's consolidating a little bit, going down, making a leg down, consolidating a little bit, and then I feel like the next leg down. And you know what? I'm really sad. I could get in here, but that really wasn't my idea. My idea was to get in up here. I got a little bit too finicky, got out, and so I just need to grow a pair and just stay in the damn trade because that's what's gonna make me the money, And so, yeah, any suggestions, to stay in the trade, stay convicted, because I see these little movements, and I'm trying to engage, I'm trying to see, what the next trade is, but what would you suggest?
Honestly, it's a really good question. I'm still a bit of a paper-handed trader as well. Like I always wet my beak far earlier than I should. So I think probably me giving you advice is not a good idea here. But I think that if you have convictions behind your levels, and I don't know how you feel, but I feel like more screen time gives me a lot more experience. The Zuck, okay, here he is. Oh baby. He's got the curls.
Different.
He's got the curls, girl. He's got the gold chains. We were betting on how many gold chains he'd have on today. I like the baggy shirt. He's looking bigger, isn't he?
He's in the gym.
Yeah.
He's in the damn gym.
He's doing that MMA. He's doing that MMA. And he's got a lot of money to throw around for good coaching. So let's be real about it. Yeah. So Zuck, he's on the stage right now. He is the keynote, guys. He's talking about future of computing. All right, so live captions, I'm putting that on so that, Ram, are we able to do that nice trick where you It's not, okay, fine. Ram sometimes puts in the captions on the screen. She'll screen capture that. Okay, so Meta Quest, there's a new Meta Quest that's being launched right now. He took it off the screen. Meta Quest 3S, okay? Oh, it's got eye ports this time, but it still has those joysticks, Sateo, where we know that the Apple Vision Pro uses your hands based on, you don't actually need those joysticks. What's going on over there, Katina? We need the play-by-play. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, it's only $300? That's ridiculous, bro. The course is cheap. That's ridiculous. Others $3,500. Okay, so $350. I didn't actually get to see that. I didn't actually get to hear that. $299, Katina, man. US, obviously Canada gets shafted. Because it's always higher here. To the multiplied by 2, Katina, man. It ain't, Katina, man. They take advantage of us. Go and vote, yes. Exactly. I'm having a good time on the show today. All right, so we're basically showing you mixed reality. We already knew these glasses they already have augmented reality. Hand tracking, okay, so it does have hand tracking, touch plus controllers. Don't know why it's using controllers if there's hand tracking. Thousands of apps, which obviously it has ahead of Apple's Vision Pro, which still has a bit of a weak app library. We'll keep you guys updated on that and everything that is happening with the MetaConnect event. As I show you though, Chilean Nightmare, that Meta has not really reacted yet. We're obviously below VWAP. We've been selling off, but there's been no flash reaction right now to META. Hold on tight, because that could change if the Zuck train wants to kind of throw us a curveball here. Mark Zuckerberg on the stage, delivering the keynote right now, introducing the new Meta Quest 3 with a price of $299, Sateo.
Yeah, so I feel like we predicted, a pretty decent flush off of that VWAP from, what was this, 1 p.m. So yeah, we kind of, had an idea that the direction might be validified, during that time. And so we're seeing a little bit of a flush. Like Sharif said, anything can change. Whatever Zuck is saying, maybe he has big innovation coming in soon to tell us. But as of right now, I don't know. The market is not really liking what he's saying. I'm not sure, but it's flushing a little bit. And yeah, let's just see what else it does. What about you, Sharif?
Nothing. Just listening to the Zuck drop hot lines about how his product apparently is better than Apple's. Calm down, bro. But yeah, look, there's multiple versions of it, starting at $299, going up to $500. There's the Quest S, and then there's the Quest 3. There's different size. One's 256, one's 512. Okay, so now they're showing the multi-use aspect of it. Multitasking, says the Katina man, because I couldn't hear because I was talking, but keep feeding me that stuff because you can hear it, I can't, right? So look, he's got Spotify on one side, he's watching a movie. I don't know why you're doing that, but what is that? What is that?
Prime Video in the morning, like a chat group.
Prime Video there, like a chat group, says the Katina man. So it's looking awfully, and this is a live demo he's doing, by the way, or somebody's doing it. He's gonna have them on. Someone in the back or something like that has got a live demo. I want to hear if they have eye tracking, because we know that, what's it called? Apple Vision Pro uses eye tracking. So we're going to keep tabs on that. What happened, Ram? Tell me in my ear, because, or tell the Chilean Nightmare to tell me. What else is happening here? Yeah, just keeping an eye on Meta, obviously. This is the event. Okay, so it's some dude in the front row. Eh? They had a tech snafu. Oh no, we've never seen that, like glass breaking on a Cybertruck or anything like that. That's normal. That's normal. We're gonna have these little snafus, but Zuck, yeah, great for watching Netflix. Fantastic. I've seen a lot of these YouTube videos about people completely spacing out on packed airplanes, putting on their Vision Pro, putting on their Quest, and being like,
that's allowed?
Yeah.
But why can't you have your phone on and then you could have your goggles on?
You gotta wait until you take off, or put it in airplane mode.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Interesting.
Yeah, and apparently the Chilean Nightmare is saying they don't really care about airplane mode anymore. I don't know if that's...
Oh, I guess I haven't been on a plane for a very long time.
No, but seriously though, like imagine being on that packed flight where you hate everybody,
yeah,
right? And then wanting to zone out. I mean, I know it's not a big use case, but for those who fly a lot, it's not bad, right?
Yeah, just locked in and you just forget, the person beside you. That's awesome. That's great.
What does his shirt say? Says Mary S. Lyman. I don't know. We're gonna have to zoom in.
It's a Kanye one.
It says Zuck, bro. It literally says Zuck on the right side of his shirt, left side if you're standing on his side. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so he's just still showing off some of the features there, guys. Fix the tech. He did fix the tech. Okay, so they're good to go. Oh, now he's got his laptop in front of him. We've been seeing a lot about that. Multi-screening using your laptop. Oh, and he just did that. Wow, that's pretty cool. Apple can do that too, but that is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. For a lot cheaper, you can do it on. So basically, you can have virtual displays. You can use your laptop, and then all of a sudden, you can display virtually your laptop screen. That's pretty cool. I think that that's really cool. And I think that is going to be in what the thing is, though, form factor. Does the form factor bother you? That you have to have a shoe, stuck to your face?
I feel like that would make me a little bit like uncomfortable, to be honest. Like, I don't know. And sometimes I used to do like VR and stuff, and it would give me a headache. So I feel like I wouldn't be the right market, for something like this. But
I agree.
It looks cool. It looks amazing. And like, imagine seeing us right in front of your face, like Trader TV Live, or right. Sharif's in front of your face, Sean, Neil, just right there. You could like pretend to touch us, like.
No, but seriously though, wouldn't the form factor be a lot better if they were glasses like that?
Absolutely.
But like they don't have to have the spacing. Like you can cover, like people who have glaucoma, they have those thicker glasses that block out the light from the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could take that form factor so you can kind of be immersed, but not have a shoe pasted to your face.
Yeah, it's just it's a little bit much, to be honest. It needs to be a little bit more discreet. I feel like it would sell a lot more.
I agree. 100% agree with that. He's still showing off some of the games right now. That's a virtual world. This I'm not sold on, okay? I don't need to be in a virtual conversation with you. I can just talk to you on FaceTime, okay? I don't want virtual real estate. I'm not interested in it. He seems to think it's the future. He's a lot smarter than me. He's a lot more money. So clearly he may know something I don't know, but I'm just not a fan. I don't need to be buying virtual real estate and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe
for the kids,
Clearly,
the kids love it.
They do, and I know that they do that kind of stuff in Roblox as well. You know what I mean? I get that.
Roblox stock, I feel like would jet up after this type thing.
Well, just they're jetting up based on how much a Katina man spends there per month. He gives out allowances. You got allowances, right? How much they can spend per month on Roblox? Yeah. Is it? He gave me the look, which means there isn't an allowance. Put it this way, this will be in my house very soon. This will be in his house very soon. No, the reason I was asking Katina man is because my sister gives them max, right? So
like the $13.99.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I was just about to say. So shout out to the Katina man. I know, guys, we haven't been taking a lot of trades right now. The market's been awfully flat. Google, though, let's put some respect on Google's name, Fabian, because it's retracing off the lows 161.34. It is on its way back. It looks like here to 162. The volume weighted average price, a skosh above that, 162.10. The Cybertruck as well, Tesla, curling nicely off the volume weighted average price, knocking on the door of 256 HOD, essentially that 257 minus 9 cents. So Tesla, definitely not at highs, but certainly working its way back up. Meta continues to stay below the volume weighted average price. Look at this. Okay, Amazon waking up. Amazon as well, curling back into the volume weighted average price after printing lows at 192. Nvidia, says the Katina man, he's long there. He's long 123. It's moving back up. Excuse me, I think he's actually a little bit shorter than that. But there it is, curling right back up, knocking the door of that $0.50. VWAP is at that 2/3 of a dollar area. So good look for that. Let's flip to some of these small cap gappers, see what's afoot. Really, the only one that's running right now is CAPR. It's at highs and it's not really breaking through that 12.25. And Donkey Kong, DKNG, Just Dance. What is this, bro? I don't want anything to do with that. This is cool. Okay, so now you can like virtually box and stuff. This is sick. That's called Deep Saber, Fabian?
That's already available.
The Katina man says that's already available and his kids already have that. But I think that's really cool because like you can actually be physically active there. Yeah, that's amazing, bro. Yeah, you working out. Absolutely. So more stuff still coming in for Meta. Again, the Quest 3S, $299 starting price. The bigger one, the Meta Quest 3 is $499 starting price. That's US dollars, obviously. He said AI. Okay, so now we've heard the word. Here comes the AI. All right, now this is what people want to hear. We want to hear about the artificial intelligence. And here he goes. Now he's starting to talk about it there. Anything you're looking at while we listen to the Zuck train over
Yeah,
here?
for sure. So I was just looking at some tickers that I had I looked at in the morning. And so I was looking at NEO. And so NEO is looking that it's breaking through this 580 and it's breaking through this high. So I really like that. I don't know exactly, how much. So actually, let's look at this. So usually I have like a chart here that I look at the average volume, the ATR. So with NEO, it typically moves 35 cents. So today, where did it go? Today, okay, let's go back. Oh yeah, NEO is right here. So usually moves 35 cents. So it's at this 556. So yeah, I would say we're at this high. So I don't even think that it's going to break, to be honest. But I thought it was really interesting that it was at this day's high. To go forward, to trek up, I don't know. In terms of a day trade, doesn't look too great there. It may reject. But I just thought it would be interesting to look at that. But Meta is really what we're looking at. And Meta, listen. Meta, I thought that with everything that Zuck is coming up with, that people would be pretty bullish on this. But as of right now, I feel like people aren't on the train yet. And so we're just going down. We're at 568.43. And I feel like we can retrace down probably to this 565.19. Unless, Zuck has something great to say. Capper, long again, long a Meta. I mean, if you want to get in early, possibly, but as of right now, as a day trader and the parameters that we have getting flat, at the end of the day, it doesn't look too great in terms of the long as of right now. But, it is what it is. You're going to do what you're going to do. So Nvidia up. Let's switch to Nvidia.
Okay. The Katina man is long Meta. What are you looking at, Stay? I don't want to interrupt your.
No
Oh,
worries.
wow. What the hell did Meta do there?
Yeah.
He's long 569 at this level. Meta, big move up. Sorry to interrupt you, Satya, but
worries.
Meta just did a big boy move.
Oh.
From that, I think we had some support at 568, rocketed up into 570 and a fifth. It's getting real active right now, though, as he's starting to talk about what happened to my screen? Oh. It's on, I have to show it on all desktops. Sorry about that, guys. For a second, just keeping my my Meta Connect video up on all screens over here. He's talking about AI. Now we're talking about the AI voice. So we already heard about this. They have contracted with certain celebrities to be able to, kind of use their voice. Remember the debacle we had with ChatGPT and Scarlett Johansson? Meta learning from that, actually getting the contracts for these before, annoying them and causing all sorts of problems. So it looks as if right now he's doing a demo with Llama. It looks like he is using Llama. Is he using Llama? He's talking to it right now and he's getting the voices. Technical issues, okay, potentially embarrassing, okay, good. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you do live demos. That's just the way it goes. So he's trying to use it right now. It looks like he did get.
No. He's asking it if live demos can go bad.
Oh, he asked it if live demos could go bad. I'm mistaken there. So looks like it's working well. So he's using now Aquafina, an individual's voice. I think she's a celebrity. They're using her voice right now to kind of make the point there about this new deal that they got. So shout out to Zuck. But guys, there's stuff moving in these here markets, man. Tesla's on the way up, and now it took 256 on a closing basis. Google is continuing to move up into the volume weighted average price, and Softy has also been putting umpteen amount of higher lows. Softy did bamboozle me. It is my only negative stock on the day. But, ex post facto, looking at this after the fact, look at the umpteen amount of higher low situation looking to curl back up right now. Good look. Now he's got somebody else with him on stage doing a demo. I think this individual might be a creator because they're talking about creators. Don Allen Stevenson III, he's a creator and an author, says his title there. So we're going to keep an eye on what he's saying and what the market reaction to that is. Satya.
Yeah, so when I was looking at Meta, my screen must have been stuck because I was looking at it and it was around this 568.17. So I was looking at short, but damn, it is looking nice. And so if we can hold above, this 569.48, I would be really interested. But I'm thinking of posting because I want to make sure that this is really decisive. Like, if we're going to go up, we're going to stay up. So I would say 570.18 is probably where I'm going to post my post order and hopefully go for that long. But we'll see. I want to see more volume in there. I'm also going to look at the book and see what the book is looking like. So the spread is pretty crazy, though. It's around like 50 cents. So I don't know about that. I wish that there was kind of like a derivative of Meta. I'm not aware of one. Do you?
I'm pretty sure there is.
There is?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. We can do a quick Google search there. That's like TSLL.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? I'm pretty sure
like
there
those
is,
derivatives, because I don't want to risk too much on it, with that, especially with that spread. That is a little ugly, a little bit too much risk for me. So, yeah, I would definitely want to look at that derivative. But Tesla is looking nice. We are bouncing off that 567.38. And I really hope that we break through this 570 because I feel like with more momentum and with the stream still going on, Zuck talking, I feel like we could definitely approach these highs at 572.80s there.
All right, chat. I'm gonna ask your assistance, guys. If you guys know of a Meta derivative, tag Satya or I in the chat. I just did a quick cursory look, but I don't want to waste time on the show, obviously, talking about that. So if you do know one, please tag Satya or I in the chat. Let us know which Meta derivative you guys. METU, someone's saying there. Freddie, the friendly guy. Let's see if that's a troll or if it's real. No, direct daily bull. There you go, Satya, $33. Not a lot of volume. Doesn't do a whole lot of volume, 137,000 shares, but it's METU, direct daily meta bull, 2 times. Shout out to Freddie, the friendly guy. Thank you for that, Freddie.
Buddy.
Guys, Donald John Trump is on the move, Katina, man. Not the individual, but... He's the stock is on the move, Katina, man. It's having a whole lot of trouble with $14 right now. It did weasel its way up off the double bottom there at 13.5. It's up a decent amount, 9.15%. Obviously, the holdout period or the lockout period, expired as this one maintained its price above 12, so it did have that earlier expiration. It's having trouble with 14 right now. If this one clears 14, I could certainly be interested. I'm interested at the moment right now because it is making its way onto the side chart for me over here. We're going to keep tabs on this one. Not very respectful of the volume weighted average price. Clears it, then just drops below it. We're going to give this one the old community college try at 14. Where are we long? We're long 14.02 is not the best price I'd like, but I'm going to give this one a lot of room, probably down into the volume weighted average price at 13.80. I didn't take big size. I'm just going to do this to get involved and have a merry old time here on the show because we got a special guest today. So I'm going to be looking to add at 13.90 and I'm going to defend into 13.80 because that's where VWAP is.
Okay.
And we're going to trade Donald John Trump. Maybe something happens over here and we move up again. He so jokes. He tweeted today. He's like, I'm surrounded by more guns and men than I've ever seen in my entire life. I guess he's got new protection. Congress gave him new protection after he almost... we know what happened a few weeks ago. Yeah. So that was the look there. Long 14.02. Resistance, from what I see, the last attempt there, 14.18, 14.90, something like that. I'm going to look to wet my beak around that or front run that for a profit taker. We're going to hang out here at 15s and come what may. What are you looking at? Satya,
me?
What do you have?
Oh, sorry.
No,
you said A, so I'm just like, who's
hey.
A? Oh, he probably meant Adara. So I am looking at this meta. Oh my gosh. I was just about to put in my entry point here at 570. It's kind of blasting through there, but I'm still going to take a try. 569.73. So I'm just going to do that. And so, you know what? Because I was looking at the derivative, and the derivative isn't moving too much, to be honest. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a try. So I'm going to put my stop here at $1 a little bit much. I'm just going to do 569. And if it breaks down there, then I'm going to get out. But 569 to 568.95, that's where I'm going to put my stop here. and we're gonna hope for the bust there. But I'm thinking that it looks pretty good, and so it's going up. It's going up. It's going up. It's going up. You know, and so you know what? I'm gonna take some cash because
There you go.
You know, a little scalp, a little scalp.
I like
That's
it.
all we need. And so, yeah, shout out to Meta. Thank you for that money. I love it. Yes. So thank you. And what are you looking at?
I'm looking, well, right now I'm involved in DJT. I'm also looking at Donkey Kong, DKNG. Unreal. It's up 7% today, knocking the door 42, Katina Man and Satea. And like, let me tell you, when this one dipped down into the 10 exponential, I was really close to buying it at 41.75. Now shows you how, you know, I did that one. I could have done a little bit better there. 41.95 now, 97s now. DKNG knocking on the door 42, baby. Donkey Kong having itself one hell of a day today. DJT having all sorts of resistance at 14. I'm still planning my dollar cost average at 13.90. Wow, that was a big move up into 8s. Okay, so let's see if we can wet our beak. We're waiting in mid-teens here on Donald John Trump. I'd like a print in and around there. Reason I'm taking it out there is to front run this area resistance level over here. Right there. So I'm assuming maybe we get some resistance in and around there. If that's the case, I'd like to de-risk, lock in some profits, and then see what we can do there. I'm still keeping an eye. Oh, there's a big seller here at 14.10 on DJT as we work up into 9s. I'm still keeping an eye on the MetaConnect event. Watching to see if anything new is coming out. All right, here we're at 10s. We take out that seller. That seller at 10s just got decimated. 11s are showing up now on the ask. Spread opening up to 2 pennies. All right, now it's tightening up. Let's see if we can continue ascend. I'm going to submit to you. There's a hidden seller at... Oh, come on. Give me the print, bruh. Give me the print, bruh. Bruh. Give me the print, bruh. Well, it hasn't crossed 15s. A bit of a seller at 15. I'm waiting at 15s here on DJT. I'm just too stubborn to take it out. Before that, I'm going to wait and look for another attempt, hoping it doesn't flush on me and making me feel stupid. 15s again showing up here on the ask. 12s on the bid. Spread 3 pennies. Not sure 2 pennies now. Still haven't printed. So there's a seller certainly of note at 15. Haven't been able to ascend above 15 right now on DJT. Meta, the Katina Man is yelling about Meta. Nice move into 571, Katina Man. Are you in that too, Satea?
No, I got out of Meta. I see these hands are not diamond hands. Like, they need to be diamond hands because it looks like a long and it's going to continue forward. I definitely believe that. But as of right now, I just need to have conviction, and so that's what I'm working on. But shout out to Sean. He's probably holding that right now. He's great. He's awesome. So I really need to get better at that, to be honest, because I would love to print, but you know what? It is what it is. What about you?
Can I ask you,
Yeah.
what about it? Is it the size that you're uncomfortable with? Is it the price action because it's a monster, is moving dollars at a time?
Yeah.
What's the sitch?
Usually, because like the spread is like something that I'm concerned about. Usually, I like a spread between like 2 and 5 cents typically on average. So, you know, 20 to 30% spread is like a little bit much for me.
I feel
and
that.
Usually I'm like in and out, like in a scalp, like when I'm trading at my own desk, I'm just in and out, in and out, in and out. And so I find that, like, you know, being on the show, I turn my head for a little bit and I turn back and I don't want anything that I wasn't expecting to happen. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm keeping my wrist tight. And so that's why I feel like I'm getting out a little bit early. But hopefully as I progress on the show, I will be holding on those winners for a long period of time, a longer period of time, more than a couple of seconds. But, you know, that's just, I'm just a little bit scared, but we're going to work on that.
I want to echo your sentiment because we call Meta, we call it spread up.
Spreader, yeah. It's a big spreader.
Yeah,
Dara says that a lot.
Dara always saying spreader, right? And there's a reason, because it's awfully expensive. And even when it was like $300, guys, this thing was always kind of spready. It's part of its modus operandi. So that's a look there. Meta AI glasses are like your own assistant, says the Chilean Nightmare or Ram. Thank you guys for keeping me up to date about what's being said, because it's hard to talk and hear Zuck at the same time. But I got to tell you, man, I'm really excited to see like how these are being reviewed online. Like someone like MK HD. Marquise Brownlee likely going to get his own in the mail, and he's probably going to drop a review on that super quick. So I want to see what the big boy objective reviewers say about this, but so far so dang good, man. I mean, how can you argue with that price point? Apple's like, what is that? It's $3,500, one's $500. You do the math. All right, I wet my beak at 14s here on Donald John Trump. There's a seller of note at 15s, and it's not being reflected on the book because the size here on the book at 15s is not enough to prevent this from ascending. So I'm going to submit to you there's an iceberg order or a hidden, well, same thing, a hidden seller at 15s. Funny, I mean, I just put 15 there to front run the size. I didn't anticipate there to be a seller. Meta's on the way up, says the Katina man, and it's been knocking the door of 571 for a hot minute. So the market likes what they hear so far from Meta because we haven't sold the news. Not yet anyway. Maybe we sell the news later, but it certainly hasn't come in yet. Outfit. I know you like the outfit, Fabian. Meta AI glasses has live translation. It gives you outfit ideas. That's brilliant. Okay, I think that's a real selling feature. As long as it's good though. Like imagine like it doesn't have any style.
No,
you know what I mean?
like
yeah,
green top, yellow bottom. Like no, it needs to match. It needs to coordinate. But the fashion girlies are gonna love that. They're gonna be spending their money.
Fabian's like, imagine it roasts you. You try on an outfit and it's like, yo, what are you wearing, bro?
Yeah, what is that?
Take that off.
What is that?
Take that off. All right, so we have an individual.
Live example.
Okay, here we go. Now we've got a live example. This Spanish UFC fighter right now with glasses. Zuck's got glasses on. They both look weird, but that's all good there. And now essentially one person speaking in one language, the other person listening and speaking in another, and you're getting live translation. This is brilliant. This is really good, and this has real world applications. Yeah, and he's responding to him back in Spanish, man. This is fantastic. Chile, is that you, Ram Ram, or is that the Chilean Nightmare? I need to know who's doing it. It's Ram Ram. It is. I knew it.
Who's Chilean Nightmare?
Hey?
Who's Chilean?
Okay, so Fabian is a Chilean Nightmare.
Oh, okay,
right?
gotcha.
Well, because you tell he's from Chile.
Okay, awesome.
It would be weird if he wasn't.
I was always wondering. I hear you guys in the back saying Chilean Nightmare, and I'm
well,
like,
because
who
you
is
should
that?
fear him. He's a nightmare, right? Like, he must be feared. Right there he is. Shout out to Fabian.
Fabian.
I love it. He's got the shades on today. He's looking very suave.
How's it going, stream?
I can't hear you.
I know, but the stream can.
You're not pressing it right.
Stream
there
can
it is.
hear me.
The
But you
stream
can't.
can hear it. Oh, got it. I love that. I love that. They have their own mic now, their own camera, because we always engage with them, right?
Yes.
So like, yo, why don't you guys have your own cameras so you can go riff
Okay.
back and forth with
They
us?
definitely should.
They did it. Shout out to Ram Ram. Zoom the camera in right on Ram Ram to annoy her. Aww, okay. Donald John Trump's coming back into my entry here, Satea. So $14 coming in. I'm long 14.02. It's going to have to hold 14. Otherwise, I want no smoke. I took some out at 14s. This ain't the plan. If it breaks 13.95, I'm gonzino. It's showing 99s now. Let's see 14 acts as a level of support. It certainly has initially acted as resistance or thereabouts. So if we bounce off 14 here, I want the smoke. If we don't hold 14, I want nothing to do with it. Back up we go here on Donald John Trump. Looking at some of these Mag 7 names, guys, there ain't a whole lot to be positive about. Apple on the way down, Amazon on the way down, Tesla on the way down. Even Nvidia still really not making those higher highs. So it's been more of a negative afternoon on these markets, but that's okay. You can make money both ways here, baby. Keeping my eye on Google. I was waiting for a 162.10-ish retracement on Google, which is the volume weighted average price. Doesn't look like it wants to make its way up there. It's already topping tailed a little bit there. So we may not have a trade there. Let's flip to some small cap gappers, bring it in the side screen and see what's what. Meaningless Atology aside, CAPR, certainly a roof there, or a shelf, I should say, at 12.25, despite the wicks. So much selling at that $0.25 on CAPR. Donald John Trump getting a bit of a double top here. That's my concern at that 14 and a fifth, you know, a little bit, maybe mid-teens. But if we do hold 14, I'll hold on to this for a possible top break. We'll have to see if that manifests. FAAS. I was scolded by one of the traders in the back for mentioning this yesterday. He's like, you yelled out FAAS, I got in, and then I got out, stopped out. I'm like, bro, I did well on it. I mean, I didn't tell you to go in. I didn't tell you to go in at the level that you got in out after. Anyway, FAAS, day 2 continuation, started moving yesterday at around noon. This was a midday mover here, FAAS. Good move today, definitely higher highs, but been very kind of consolidated the majority of the day, hanging out above $2 for the most part though, hugging the volume weighted average price. Nothing for me to do on FAAS, guys. What are you guys watching? Right now, I'm still keeping my eye on this Meta Connect event. They're introducing, guys, the new Ray-Bans. Okay, so my friend has a new pair to wear to the club and make everybody cringe out and make me feel.
These look cool. They seem like more discreet. Hopefully, it doesn't have that light on there.
It's gonna have it because they want people to know you're recording them. They do it on purpose.
Okay,
you know.
fair.
Yeah. So you know.
But it looks pretty cool. I would get those. My birthday is next week, so mom, you better buy me those glasses, and then hopefully I'll put them on for you guys.
What does this mean to you over here? You just told me your birthday. What is this?
Libra.
Libra scale. Air
Libra
sign gang,
season.
baby. Air sign gang. Love it. Yeah. Ram. Nobody's talking to you. Right. Love Ram. Just kidding. Yeah, no, seriously though. What was it? Yeah. I told him, I'm like, Doug, why couldn't you put like a piece of like plaster or something? Hide the light, man. Like I did, Satea. He didn't listen. I know.
Tell him I told him.
I will.
Stop
I'm gonna
scaring
actually
the girls.
extract this video and send it to him and be like, there you go.
Yes.
You got it from somebody else. We're still keeping an eye here on the Meta Connect event, guys. Lots of stuff to talk about. They're talking about Elixir Luxottica, who they're actually doing this the Ray-Ban glasses with. So we're keeping an eye on that. Mido CR7 says you is selling off hard. Unity Software apparently selling off. Oh, you're not wrong there, my friend. Look at that big boy drop on Unity. Not really sure what's going on. Nothing coming in my blotter yet. Just someone saying watching Unity Software. Benzinga reporting watching Unity Software shares seeing sharp spike in volume to the downside, and there it is. You're absolutely accurate there. The closing print from yesterday on Unity Software. It could be. I mean, I have no idea. I don't even know what Unity Software does from the hardware perspective. Growing a real-time 3D content experience. Oh, you're all right. Yeah, AI, augmented reality. Okay, so I see. Yeah. So this is a competitor here to Meta. So this is Unity Software. Let me just put in the ticker U. So they're quick, but that's a big drop there with 22.20. Now it's trading at 21.20. So nice move down. Good call out by you. Nothing by you on you. You get that? All right. What are these glasses, Katina, man? These ones look thicker. These are bifocals? I'm not listening to you anymore, Fabian.
He lied.
These are big, thick glasses, though. These are a little unusual, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Like, are these the new Meta glasses, guys? Yeah. These are the new ones. Okay, so they look a little bit bigger than the other ones, very thick. And so I'm assuming that there's got to be some new stuff in them because my buddies are not that big. Interesting stuff there. What are you looking at? Anything catching your attention?
Yeah, so I was looking at NEO. So
augmented reality.
Yeah, so like an hour ago, I was saying that, we might form this top here around 581. It did blast through it, by 3 cents, but it is coming down. And so I would say if I'm, initiating a short, I would say risking off this 584 and then getting in around 580. I could see it retracing down to VWAP. Definitely, how long that may take, I'm not too sure, but it looks pretty bearish as of right now. But then we also have this uptrend here. But for right now, because it is like near that ATR high, I'm thinking that it's still pretty bearish. So I'm thinking pretty bearish on NEO. Yeah, it is rejecting off this 579. And if we could break through this 576, then I could think, again, tracing down to this VWAP around 567. Anything that you're looking at?
Yeah, so these are augmented reality glasses.
Okay.
So they actually superimpose images, but they're kind of like, they're thicker than your glasses, obviously, but they're not the big shoe on your face.
Yeah, and you were talking about
So
that.
that is cool. Apparently, Mary S. Lyman saying that's a prototype. Shout out to Adam. I didn't know that Adam's birthday was on Saturday. All right, just a heads up. Just a heads up, Adam. Shout out to you, my man. Can't wait to see you IRL. Obviously, we'll know that his birthday now is on Saturday. So shout out to the other Libra gang member, Adam DeLuce, baby. One of the best in the chat there. Yeah, guys, he is talking about the augmented reality glasses. This is kind of what we were talking about, Satya and I, before he actually introduced them. Apparently, they're a prototype. Sharif, real glasses with AI integrated. Shout out to Mary S. Lyman, man. She's keeping me updated about what's being said. Thank you, Mary, for that. These are cool. This gets my attention. These are regular form factor glasses that we see people wearing every day. They're just a bit thicker. That's fine. This is huge, bro. This is, oh, the Katina Man. I thought you were talking about the glass. Yeah, well, there you go. I think the market's liking this Katina Man. Absolutely, because I'm liking it as well. 571 just broke on Meta. Okay, this is really going here. So the market is really digging this, and so am I. Quite frankly, I'm digging this too, man. Let's load up Meta over here. Where the hell is my Meta screen? There it is. All right, so let's get ready here. We might take some trades on this if it becomes parabolic. Let's see if this one gets going here. 571 having issues with that. Should we look for a dip trade? Possibly to get bottom wick, maybe off 60s. You did? Eye tracking, like that, because we know that Apple was doing that. Actually, when Zuck reviewed the Vision Pro, he actually commented positively about the eye tracking and said that that is something they had been looking at. Unsurprised there. There goes Meta, baby. Big moves up here, Katina, man. The market digging whatever the Zuck train is selling right now because we're moving up big. Big volume spike coming in. Still, 572 does remain an elusive target. I would submit to you that we've been rejected a few times today off 572, but that looks like it's going to be a distant past. 572 seller, guys, hidden seller it looks like, and there they go. Jeez. This is big stuff right now on Meta, guys. Big moves. $4 in the money. Katina Man says we're going to take it with you here. Hopefully we won't get rinsed up here. We're going to wait at 69s because what's life without whimsy? We're going to put it up there. I hope we print on this. And there is the print. We're moving up, baby. We're long 42s. Let's see if we can get $1 and join the Katina Man on that. And there it is, Katina Man. We get the $1 with you on that. Very exciting today, man. Very exciting. Very happy that got in today. What? What happened? Jensen? Where's Jensen? Oh, I didn't even see. Sorry, I was trading. I'm sorry.
Jensen is loving them.
I don't even see. Yeah, I'm looking at the screen. I don't even see Jensen. I'm waiting. I see a whole bunch of people other than Jensen. A guy, oh, there he is in his black jacket. Welcome, Jensen, welcome. Jensen always. What an OG.
I don't know who that is.
Jensen?
No.
The CEO of Nvidia. He's a founder.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you know who that is.
How he watches Trader TV live on them.
He does, Katina. Oh, I love it. Jensen is talking about how he watches the show on the augmented reality glasses. That's fine. Trader TV Live, absolutely. We would love to have Jensen on. I know I would. So shout out to the OG Jensen. What a day today, guys. What a day. It has been a good one for you today. We got your girl Satya. $6 in the dang money, Katina. Man, can we spend the money, please? Yes, well, we're going to do that right there. There he is. There's OG Katina, Valeria, the Brendo, all being spun around there. Do it, Jensen. Do it, says Willie. All right. Monty, the bruh. Andrew says, whoop. Apple Fritter says, let's go. Hog Rider, Jensen, cameo on Meta Nvidia to the moon. Yes, Nvidia didn't moon, but certainly Meta did. What a day it has been. Satya joining us today. She's going to be back with us on Friday. Can't wait to have her back on.
Awesome.
We're going to have Joe tomorrow with another options lesson, so pumped for that. Make sure all my options traders out there, you want to get some hot lines, join us tomorrow on the show. Joe's going to have those hotlines ready for you, and you're going to have a lesson ready for us on Friday as well.
Yes, on Friday, yes.
That gives me 2 days. I don't get to do the lessons.
You're good.
It's awesome to be me for the moment. We're having a good time over here, guys. We're having a good time. Any final thoughts? We've got about 3 minutes left.
Meta, I am so sad that I left you because I knew that it was going to hold VWAP. I knew. But I'm going to work on these diamond hands. On Friday, I'm going to work on holding it to the moon. And that's all I have to say. I'm going to have a lesson on Friday for you guys regarding trading resources. And so, yeah, definitely, I'll see you guys soon.
We're pumped about that. We got a few minutes left. We're going to throw it over to the big kahunas. And then, I'm going to weasel up to the green screen, gesticulate wildly, as Adair likes to say. I don't even know what that means, but it's all good there. Anyway, guys, I want to mention that there's a couple of trades here that we didn't really talk about. And one is Amazon and the volume weighted average price. Not sexy, it's not exciting, but it is predictable. Amazon has been weak today. Don't know why, and I don't care. Pardon me? $2 super chat from the OG Willis Addison. Notice how Nvidia is stalling out while Meta pumps. Yes, sir, made note of that. Thank you, Willis Addison. Absolutely an accurate observation there. Meta doing Meta things. Is this all-time highs? I believe it is. Let me just flip to the daily here, Katina, man. Yes, it is. It goes without saying. This day over here was a sell the news kind of event. Where do we get to? South of where we are now. All-time highs on META, $575.35. I'm willing to bet that probably gets taken out by the end of the day. The market really liking what Meta is selling at the moment. And we haven't even had the opportunity for the big money purchasers of these sovereign wealth funds, the hedge funds, the pension funds to digest this, go through the buying committees and actually start punching long into Meta. That is going to happen over the next week or two as these buying committees make their decisions. So what we're seeing right now is a flash reaction, and I'm willing to think that, or I personally think that we probably run up into 600 maybe by the end of the year on META. What a show it's been. Yeah, well, by giving myself like the leeway, probably by the end of the week. Right. But generally, I'm just giving myself a little room. Katina, man, cut me some slack, man.
600 by end of year.
End of week, says the Katina man. He says end of week, we're going to be by 600 on META, 575. And to be honest with you, the way it's been moving, can we really, say that that's beyond the realm of possibility? Probably not, because it's moved up pretty aggressively the last few weeks.
Yeah, it has.
All right, guys, it is almost time to send you over to the big kahunas. It's been a blast hanging out with Satya and I. She's going to be back on Friday again. So all my Satya fans there, make sure to, join us tomorrow as well, but join us Friday. We'll have Joe in tomorrow with the options lesson. But for Satya and I, we're going to send you off. Any final thoughts you want to drop?
See you on Friday, and give Joe a warm welcome for tomorrow, because he's great. He's awesome. Peace, guys.
Take care, guys.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the afternoon show. Look, obviously, the event is still going on. I'm probably going to, I'm not going to listen to it. I have it in front of me. I can pay attention to it if I want to. If they say anything significant, obviously, we'll let you guys know. But the market loving what they're hearing out of this right now, the Meta Connect event, and it's continuing to ramp up. Oh, okay, now all of a sudden it's a little bit of a pullback, but it was continuing to ramp up, now a little bit of a pullback. They're not done or anything. Zuck is still on the podium. Cole's notes, Meta went up, Unity went down as they were getting basically slapped with a competing product here, so not necessarily good for Nvidia. There's actually someone already asked in the chat, is Unity along? I actually tried Unity on the initial bounce, and it just was not holding a bid when I was in. It since has made a bottom off 21. I feel like it's calmed down a bit, but they got shellacked, giving up all of yesterday's move on this Connect event. So this is what happens when you compete with big dogs, and big dogs come out with a new trick, is you tend to get slapped around a little bit. It does happen from time to time. So not good look for Unity. Pretty much the opposite chart of Meta. I don't wonder if maybe it'll be a bid when they finish this. That could give Unity a bid, but yeah, not looking good for them. Down 7%, Meta flying to some fresh highs. I don't think it'll take till the end of the year. I tend to agree with Sean in that. The end of the year, 600? Maybe next week. I don't know. We'll see. It might pull back into VWAP as we speak here. Oh, what's this? Okay,
the end of the day, great product. Let's just wait to see what happens right here. You talked about big dog. I mean, this is it. This is big dog trading right here. 569 long out 573.50 on that last break. We don't have 575. We could have waited for that. This is $5, $4.50 right there on Meta while we're just sitting here talking about it. Not only that, we gave you some of these ideas when we were watching the event. We really liked it. Then Jensen came on and this happened. Happened a little bit before that. They love those new glasses. That came through. Meta finally right there. I mean, into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. We just stay true to who we are, man. And there it is right now. It's a big move up there for Meta. Wow, we're short Amazon and Nvidia. Amazon and Rivian right now. We just got stopped out on a little trade there for Nvidia. We were shorting it up into the 50-period, and then it broke out. I was kind of the same way. I thought we could break lower there. So we still may. I mean, Nvidia is by far the #1 name. We talk about that all the time today, and we will talk more about it. But we just lost a little bit there, gave back about 20% of the day, trying to go short there on Meta. But hey, man, we made a heck of a lot more. Sorry, going short on Nvidia. Made a lot more going long there on Meta. So that's real trading, man. Follow realtrading.com if you want to be able to take advantage of that. We just come in here, we sit down, we've been here for a minute. We just made back, you want to talk about lunch money? I mean, boom to the upside right there. Huge move. Want to thank everybody for joining us again. I don't know when the event's over. I'm back on the show now, so you guys can pay attention to that. But man, oh man, was it a money-making opportunity for myself. So you got to get aggressive. You got to know the style that you trade, and we like to trade. There it is, Meta, adding some digits to the P&L today. So that went well. I think it's a success. Meta probably my #1 holding right now. I really think it's blue skies ahead. This is a huge name. Huge move. Let's go Meta.
Yeah, like I said, they're still going on right now. They have like I don't know, it looks like a director or producer guy up there. He did Kick-Ass. I don't know the guy, but it is what it is. We'll let you guys know what's happening. There was also, by the way, there was a move in DJT was going a little bit here. I want to get to this. I know Sharif's getting ready, getting locked and loaded, so we can go over some of the names that you guys wanted. Trump had a rally. This was trying to rally. It was unable to break out that 14.4. So I'm still, this is still the level to watch after, resistance, support. It's trying to consolidate here and break higher. Not a heck of a lot of volume left in it. My gut would be this might want to wait. It's up 10% today, but it might just wait until the event is done, right? Like all the eyeballs are on Meta right now. So I think, when the event is done, if this is still languishing or consolidating, I shouldn't say languishing for stock is up 10%, but if it's still going sideways when the event is finished, maybe look for a secondary push on DJT. That 14.4 is kind of a big one. Relief rally day 2, I suppose, for a DJT. So at least for now, this thing isn't headed to $10. For a couple of days in a row, it was able to bounce. Good for them.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. As you saw, Neil and Sean are locked and loaded, and they're ready to take the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Let's start with a look at the futures. The NQ is the only indice that's green right now, guys. The ES is down about 0.5%. The Dow down 2/3, and the Russ absolutely getting Merck today, for lack of a better word, about 1% down for the Russell 2000. But the first ticker, as decided by you guys, NVDA, and it's been a big mover, selling off a little bit as the day goes on. There is this headline, though. Nvidia expected to produce about 450,000 Blackwell chips by the end of this quarter. That's a potential $10 billion in addition to the revenue they're already generating, guys.
Yesterday, Tesla was the #1 stock here for trade. Today, it's Nvidia. Okay, and it's basically the exact same thing as we scroll down into here. This is your #1 trade of the day, a 122 long break. I was talking with Yannick and some of the boys behind it. It was like nervous because it was happening immediately during the day, right? But we took it right away, right off the break. There's the move higher. Let's go over there. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean. There's the walk and talk. I want to thank everybody for your comments. A couple nice discussions throughout the day as well. Go find me there on X, and I hope you won't be disappointed. But all right, let's go over to Nvidia. An absolutely perfect day without any blemishes until now. We just went short there on Nvidia and lost it our short was we lost about 20, 30 cents or so, about short 85s, out 15s. But there it is right there. It's what dreams are made of. We already talked about this. A lot of traders behind us make their months just on this play again right there. We battled back perfectly on this play. Nice take. There's 122 breaking. There's the huge long. There's the reload. There's 122, 124.80. And then we held our last 5% as we left you guys. And we talked about that. And there was a break of 124. So on our last 5%, we take 250 on it. It was a great 150 on it. It was just great trading here today. Nvidia, raise it up, man. It's a trophy kind of a day on that trade alone. We're really proud to have that. Make sure you guys double check. Sticky note every single day, man. Bangers like this. I mean, there's even more on here. I'm sure we'll get to it as we continue, but yeah, we're over the moon one more time.
Yes, sir. They're still going, by the way. This is they're doing some like superhero stuff with Cena, and they got like I'm talking about the Meta Connect event, and they were just doing some parkour. Basically, the high wire stuff with the glasses on, some first person. It was really cool stuff. And Meta just made a fresh high while that was going on. So Cena came on there. They had a couple of other people I didn't really recognize, but I mean, it is what it is. Cena's the guy that I knew out of that group. So it's still making a power move. And the lesson of the day, we're talking about, first things first, it was the breakout on Nvidia. It was number one on my note. I think for a lot of people when this broke, that was it. When it curled, this is 950. I trailed out of Nvidia at 950, and at that moment, Intel made the break of the level we mentioned yesterday. So this is Intel's level, 2330. Since the announcement, the Qualcomm rumor, I should say, the Qualcomm rumor was at 2330. It broke out, got all the way to $24. Actually pulls back in here and trying to hold support at that 2330 level. So it looks like the breakout level has turned into a bit of support on Intel. The other thing running, AMD is doing a bit of a power move to the upside as well. The chips are looking strong. It's not all good, however, in chip land. Whoops, SMCI. Why does it always go blue ocean first, the overnight market? Yeah, I don't know why that's number one in the draft. But it isn't all roses, right? So this chip name, red, SMCI on the day, like everything else it was going. But when the shift happened and all the others started to catch up with Nvidia and make their own moves, it was SMCI losing the bid here. Red day for SMCI. I didn't trade SMCI. I actually went over to ARM. ARM was relatively weak as well. So I was looking at the short in ARM. I had one short on trend with ARM when everything else started to lose VWAP there in the middle of the day. I just kind of took that one from 46 half to 45 half. It was like a one and done trade for me. ARM actually bouncing a bit when SMCI can't do anything. SMCI does have that split coming up next week. So they're doing the reverse split on effective October 1st. Oh shoot! See, I don't have it in my. I'm not listening to it anymore, but I'm still watching it. It's not done yet. Like they are still going,
Ramin,
and it's still going even higher.
There's the dip buys for not even dip buys, man. We started liking what we were hearing, and we started buying some Meta there. Unfortunately, it breaks 574, and we wind up getting out. But there it is, man. 576 highs coming through. This could have a 590 on it by the time the day's over with. And then 600 will be tomorrow. I mean, it's only $15. Like, we're up $7 in the last hour. I mean, you can easily do this again. It's going to be, so your number one net trade today, and again, you can ask me, you can ask Neil, any of us, any of these questions, we'll let you know. Nvidia right now, by far the number one. The number two right here is going to be Meta now. Number three is hopefully going to be Amazon. And then we'll wait to see Rivian. I'm still in this one. We should have reloaded Rivian. We'll get to that in a minute. It looks like Tesla. Tesla's actually for the office, the number two P&L stock today. So let's go find out more about Tesla.
Yeah, I got the nod today, Sean, from Piper Sandler. Their analyst, Alexander Potter, maintaining Tesla as an overweight, but raising the price target from 300 to 310. We also know that 15 days from today, we're going to get the launch of the Robo-Taxi event. That's going to be October 10th. We also have Q3 deliveries that come in focus, and the market's been waiting for those, especially with some of that China weakness.
Yeah, so just should have mentioned this already. Obviously, Apple with a competing product here might catch a bid when the event is finally over here. Just keeping an eye. They're still going. Tesla never gave 250 today, and it never broke out the top. So unfortunately, I didn't have any trades on Tesla. The only EV name we traded today was Rivian, which I think we all know. And 250 to the downside, never even came close. It feels to me I mean, this is higher lows on a 15-minute. All you have is a series of higher lows into a potential break. The last time it did a bit of a double top, you had to wait a day, and then it broke it out. That was a couple of days ago through 40. That's like 244, a half in here. So that's what it seems like this 257 might be waiting for. Just a little bit of a nudge, and then we can take out this multi-day high. Kind of an inside afternoon, but hey, man, everyone's kind of paying attention. If you're not related to the Meta right now, you're not moving a heck of a lot, right? Like the futures are in a bit of a range. Most of the Mag 7 are in a bit of a range. You can see Tesla's in a bit of a range. It's Meta breaking out and Apple breaking down and a few related names that are essentially moving, probably until the event is done, I would say. But yeah, Tesla, strong day, just couldn't take out that 57 top. Nothing wrong with a consolidation day. Sometimes it makes the breakout even better.
Oh, man, I'm still feeling some kind of ways. All right, we got out of Meta at 574, so that's okay, 576 and change right now. All right, we did not have Tesla. Yesterday we had Tesla. It was a banger. It was one of our best trades. Was the best trade yesterday. We talked about that early. It was breaking this 255, was the number one stock. And today the break on Nvidia number one. This could have been it again today. Look at this break right there, right off the open. 353, 253. I don't think this will get to 253, but 353. That was a great break right in there. The pre-market, boom, gave you $3 immediately, came back in, resisted, and then bang again right to the upside. Tesla's an absolutely beast of a stock. It's the second best day trading stock, in my opinion, right now. You got Nvidia number one, you got Tesla number two. This will be on watch tomorrow. We have to trade these names. Biggest trades of the month were both on Tesla and on Nvidia, and I promise you there's more to come. As long as I'm looking over here, we'll be looking at these names to go. Tonight is Micron. That could be a fun one to trade. Let's go find out what Micron's doing, a name that I haven't looked at yet, but we'll analyze the charts live with you.
Make sure to check out the Micron earnings with Neil on the market recap show. Micron going to report earnings after 4 o'clock. It has been a tough little while for Micron since basically making all-time highs. The market cap is down to the tune of around $70 billion. With respect to what they're expecting to be earned here by analysts, $1.13 per share for profit. Compare that to this time last year when they lost $1.07 per share. They're also expected to print about $7 2/3 billion in revenue on the quarter. That's also up markedly from last year when they printed about $4, guys.
Expected moves is just a hair shy of 10%, double digits tonight. Well, that's the expectation. They should report at about 4:05. So right after the bell, we'll be going right into Micron earnings. They're the big one. There's like Jefferies Financial or something that's also reporting. But Micron,
Nvidia.
like what's annoying about Micron is like you have this like clear distinction between Nvidia and Nvidia, AMD. Intel was super strong, and then you had ARM was weak, and then SMCI was kind of weak. Micron, I feel like in the middle today, up 1%. You would think, and this is why we didn't trade it, because going into the earnings, do you expect it to make the big move? It did a little mini breakout the other day. It's just consolidating higher. And I think this is actually a good thing for Micron if we're going to hopefully delay a move. I tend to think when it's trading to the downside like this, and you can, like, it already broke a bit of a trend, but a big downward trend, it's setting up that the better opportunity is going to be to the upside. So my hope is that there's just anything good that comes out of it after it's been so badly beaten up. What's crazy about this stock is I don't know how many times you'll look at something that's down like 60% from its highs in less than half a year, in just over a quarter, and it's still actually up on the year. Like, that's what's wild about Micron. Like, it's given back a top the same way like even like an Intel had, but unlike Intel, it's actually up on the year because it had such a big start from like the mid 80s or so. But yeah, I don't think I'm not gonna trade this chip name this afternoon. I feel like there's so many you can look at. You can look at Nvidia, you can look at Intel, you can look at AMD, you can look at SMCI, ARM, all of that. Just no reason to be worrying about Micron until after the bell, I think.
A little bit sad about missing this reload. We are 50 cents in the money on Amazon, but I actually realized, and it's my bad, I had my alert ticker scanned, scrolled too low, and I was missing all of the top alerts.
Wait a minute.
So that's too bad.
On Benzinga?
No, not Ben.
On something else. I'm like, what?
The e-signal platform there. We may or may not be sponsored by some of these guys pretty soon. So we're testing out some of their software as we go, as well as and Michael Noss and everybody that's part of our program and Benzinga Pro platform. They all have alerts. I mean, it's just a matter of setting them up. That was a VWAP alert right there for Amazon. So it's too bad for that one. Too bad, so sad. Love, Dad. Okay, so right there, Micron, again, I just have to echo those same comments. You can always look at opportunities during the day, but I didn't look at Micron, and I don't really like to trade stock heading into earnings or even the day after earnings. You guys all know that. My only play really is VWAP plays or gap until VWAP. We learned that. So we'll wait to see if there is any gap in Micron. For me, I've already sort of planted my flag with Micron. I gave this call a couple days ago down here when it was at $88 and said it's worth a buy if you can stomach the earnings. Now, I don't think it's wise to get into anything ahead of any earnings calls. I am not your financial advisor, but at the same time, it's been good. So I think if you did take that, I would definitely be taking something out right now. De-risk ahead of earnings. I don't know enough about DRAM, but the only name I ever hear they talk about is Micron. So if chips are going to be hot, obviously, Meta with this Meta Quest event, by the way, has basically just justified, in my opinion, take it for what it's worth. Wow, a little barcoding up here. Hey, Meta, what's up with that? Has now justified all this AI spend. I mean, they're now going to have a product that is going to be monetizable. These glasses, whatever they charge extra for the Llama 2 model there that they're going to have. I just think it's going to be huge. And not only have they justified it, but all this spend that they keep putting forward is going to keep on going, right? I mean, the more people that they have signed up, he said something like 500 million users or something of Meta AI. Like, it's just going to get bigger and better. It's already the number one. And again, all of these agents, mega spend, what do they call them? Mega scalers?
Hyperscalers.
Right. So Meta's one, Amazon's another, Google's another. They're all floating into Nvidia, right? And so Micron's going to have to play a part in some of this.
AMD's got a sliver.
No, they all have slivers, but yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all, not really. It's all Blackwell, man, and you're going to hear a lot more about this. They even had Jensen in. Where's Lisa Su at? Jensen's in there wearing the glasses. The problem with AMD, not that there's a problem, is that there's also a software component that many people don't understand.
That's the issue.
The thing is that you can't just switch from one to the other, man. It's not like just saying, oh, my whole family's on Apple, I'm going from Pixel to Apple. That was as smooth as can be. Once you're in the environment and you've built apps on the back end of Blackwell and all these different platforms that NVIDIA provides, you are not getting away from that. So honestly, NVIDIA, hit the road, Jack. It's NVIDIA's story. AMD can basically. One
thought with just one thing I want to add with Meta specifically. We can go right back to Meta. If you have to think about the ease of use, right? Like, I look at my parents and like, where are they going to connect and use AI? And there's pretty much two places. They're on Apple phones, and the entire family uses WhatsApp. Like, all Antiguans, West Indians are all in WhatsApp. So where are you going to end up paying for a service? They're very unlikely to ever go out to ChatGPT and pay for that's just not going to happen. They're going to stay wherever the heck it is that they already are that's convenient. And that is a large percentage of the population, especially when you're older. So I know for a fact, like, it's going to be one or the other. It's going to be they're either using Apple products for AI or they're going to be Meta through Llama. So I think it's an easy win. And 100% for my parents, I can tell you for a lot of my family that's going to be the case. Like me, I'll just go wherever because I don't care. But yeah, it's ease of use for a lot. As we talk about Meta here, they're still going on the event, although I haven't seen anything really big since the John Cena stuff. So a bit of a leveling off here happening in Meta.
Yeah, there's the Meta move, guys. I mean, unbelievable move up, all-time highs printing today, midday. That is obviously trading higher as their Meta Connect 2024 event wows the market. Here's some of the stuff we're looking at that were obviously reported. This is the new version of the Meta glasses done with Ray-Ban. This is version number 2, but this is what caught my attention right here. These are the augmented reality glasses. If you look at them in the show, they're a bit thicker. They project things that are not there onto the screen. Very cool. And the last slide there is their new Quest 3S starting at $299 US, going all all the way up to about 500, much lower or much less than some of their counterparts, obviously with the Apple Vision Pro being about 3,500.
We didn't make enough to go out and buy one of those MetaQuests here, but we made a good trade. And it was buying this 569 a couple times, man. We had, the first time we bought it, we actually got in and out there and lost about 40 cents once we took VWAP and then we took the 50 period. This was going to be a real tight stop in case this happened, but this did not happen. So we wound up buying back. This is what I said, again, love you, my wife. This is what I said I would not do yesterday when we had our little conversation. But it fell right back into the 50 period again. And we just was like, all right, let's rock one more time. So look at this trade. You guys want to talk about, I'm really proud of the way I trade, but now the risk to reward thing is just elevated, man. We gave you some 4 to 5 to 1 winners earlier today, and this would have been something similar. We were trying to get it to Satya and to Sharif, what we were doing. They're doing a great job of covering it. But I was putting in the chat, we're going long, we're going long, we're long. They kept on saying all this. First piece out right there, 570, which was the 200. We let it rip all the way up, and then when it came back in, I said enough is enough. A break of this 574, 573.75 is where we wind up getting out. So it looks like a good out. In the time, it does drop back into 572 and change, but it makes that move upside right now. I think the move is probably done. I'm not going to trade it too much anymore today. Let's let it settle down. Let's let the reviews come in. But Meta is one of, if not the biggest stock in my portfolio now, and it just continues to climb higher and higher and higher. Satya actually made a good point, and so was Sharif, talking about, can you believe this name was $88? Sharif, yes. I tell you this. You remember that this was down to $88 because what were we talking about live on this show? We were talking about our own buys, and I know Sharif was as well, down there sub 100. When Meta had a PE of it at 15 to 18, that was ridiculous. Meta was a huge buy. That's why it's one of the number one holdings right now in the portfolio as we hold this on for a while. Meta continues to work out. Man, what a great name. What a great move. Mark Zuckerberg going up that list, man. He's already number 2. I don't know if he could take out
it's a tough
Elon, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean the math it is what it is, but like they're all chilling right now. They just did a little bit on making some apps on Instagram or developing on Instagram, and they're still kind of going on here with some social media. But for the most part, it feels as if like the most sexy stuff in the event is kind of done. What's crazy about Meta is it just started a new upward trend after that August. Like if you look, this is a weekly chart, by the way, you can tell by the gigantic W. No, but it just started a new trend. And if you look at that here, you have the August 5th, like everyone panics, that bottom, and you can sort of see that trend. I'm not going to bother drawing it, but you've established a new trend above $400 here on Meta to the upside. I'm fortunate in that, there was a few big cap tech names that I was like, it's silly. Like I'm just going to get in front of the 200 period moving average instead of waiting for the 200 period moving average. I was lucky in that Meta was one of them. We didn't get I think we got Meta and we got some Softy, but Meta now breaking out of the high. I took some out going into this event, but that was more like a trim because I didn't want it to be one of my top 4 holdings. That's just myself. And I think it's justified pretty much everything. When the event is done, I do feel like there's going to be a dip on a sell the news. I have no idea when they're finishing this, however. And the things to keep in mind here for Meta are Apple, competitor that has been only going down essentially since they started the event, and then Unity Software, which is like Unity just caught a big bid here. And I don't know why this is already going up. I kind of felt like this would wait until they just mentioned, there it is. Yeah, I see it right now. They just, I'm delayed. My thing is delayed. They just mentioned Unity and then they got a bit of a spike here. Unity 6 ready here. So that is just like that. Competitor, it goes to the downside. They mention it and it actually zooms up. I just realized I was a little bit delayed on mine by about 10 seconds or so. So there you go, Unity. I'm not going to chase this move because to me, like the second they're done talking about it, it might just roll back over. And this was up at like $23 almost when the event started.
DKNG today, DraftKings having itself a hell of a day. Funny enough, it has no catalyst specific to itself. It's running off Sympathy to Flutter Entertainment, FLUT. I'll show you the chart in a second. They basically projected positive guidance into 2027 to the tune of $21 billion. That's about a 14% CAGR compounding annual growth rate. And here is the look at FLUT. Not one that I had knowledge of before, guys, but up 5.5.
Yesterday we had down here. This is yesterday's sticky note. Obviously, we cannot predict the future. That would be really nice if we could. We were looking at that $40 break yesterday. It didn't happen. Good name with momentum. Then all of a sudden, now today, this is what I'm talking about, man. Buy the best stocks and wait for them to do something. There's Unity. Hold on a second. Unity going back upside. PKNG right here. So there it is, 41.30. So again, good move early. There's $40. Unfortunately, we talked about the fish that were fried earlier, man. I mean, Nvidia was monstrous. There's no way I would have as many shares on DraftKings as I would have Nvidia. It's not even close. But right there, $40 doesn't really come in. It goes to 40.20s or so. But again, another good move. I missed the Alibaba trade. I don't feel so bad about missing this one, but $40, I really like it, man. There's the break right there on the daily. So I love the stock. I love the name. It's DraftKings. Let's just continue to see if it wants to make an upside move here back into VWAP 41. Worth trying there, but not in love with the trade. It's DraftKings. I think you can probably buy it a little bit lower. Good news from Flutter today. Again, customer acquisition is what it's all about. These guys got the customers. Gambling is, a losing man's game, and you're just going to have to wait to see what winds up happening here with DraftKings. But I like the stock, and I think you're a couple upgrades away from being really surprised at something that this name could do.
Yeah, DraftKings, great move. It's worth mentioning they're exactly the same percentage as Flutter up right now, but vastly different moves after the bell. Like, remember, Flutter, it is now dual listed, so you can trade Flutter Entertainment over here on the New York exchange, but its primary listing's over in London, which closes at 11:30. I'll get to that in a quick little second. Look,